energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
care, fooling around, hitting the town, growing my hair. You came along and stole my heart when you entered my life.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, we got NBA draft. The Jazz selecting number 2 in the upcoming NBA draft. So there will be a superstar playing in Salt Lake City. The only question now is who. We will get to that here in just a moment, but it is a major week. It is the PGA Championship, which means we're giving away some free stuff. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. And you, call that number, will be assigned a golfer in the PGA Championship this week. If your golfer ends up winning the tournament, you will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. It's all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. Well, yesterday I was driving back from a family get-together, and I had my phone on. I was watching the draft lottery. It came back from commercial break with these final 4 selections. As the Jazz knew they were in the final 4, it just was a matter of where.
The 4th pick in the NBA draft goes to the Chicago Bulls. The 3rd pick will be made by the Memphis Grizzlies. Picking 2nd will be the Utah Jazz, and that means that the number 1 pick in the 2026 NBA draft goes to the Washington Wizards.
They're good. The Utah Jazz. So you knew Chicago and you knew that Memphis had jumped up. Now the question was, did they leapfrog the Jazz? The answer to that was no. The Jazz slide up to number 2. Washington comes away with the number 1 overall pick. But they're a mess right now, and I think they are going to be shopping like they are on a Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving sale. Like they will be shopping that pick around like crazy because they are in salary cap hell, and they're trying to do everything they can to move some players, move things around. And so I think that number 1 pick is there to be had if the Jazz decide to go all in and get it and bring A.J. Debonsa or keep him home.
Yeah, and the biggest question is, obviously, you'd have to really give up something. But you brought up a great point. Maybe you take something on, something that isn't going to last very long, but, your street clothes would be traveling with you.
Well, and that's the question is, are you willing to take on some big-time salary? Because I guarantee most teams out there that will say, yes, we'll take on Anthony Davis's contract could very well end up with the number 1 pick. That's how bad of a contract this is. So he's coming off a year where he made $54 million. Next year he's on the books for $58.4 million. And then he's got a player option in 27-28 for $62.7 million. So a monstrous back-to-back numbers Would you be willing to take that number on and then maybe go through a buyout, send him on his way somewhere else, and use a lot of that flexibility you're going to have with rookie contracts, with star players, eating up a good chunk of your cap with Anthony Davis's contract?
I mean, that is the year that you will have to basically re-up on Keontae George.
Yep.
So there's things to consider there. And then also Bryce Sensabaugh is a guy that you would be paying there as well that year. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things to consider. But, again, I think I just go back to the very first draft the Jazz had right after Ryan bought the team and Danny was involved. And they basically went into the draft with no options. They had no picks. They had no way in. Really didn't have a lot of tradable collateral. And I remember talking to Danny after the draft, and he said, it was like I was tied to a chair that entire time. And he's like, I will never go through a draft like that. Just like as a player, you want options. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. And I think the Jazz have a myriad of options now. They can obviously try to trade up. If they get through this process and for whatever reason have their on a guy like they feel like will drop, they'll maybe pull the old trade down to get the same guy,
Jason Tatum,
and Markelle Fultz. So I looked into a bunch of what Danny's done in drafts and Austin's done in drafts. So we'll dig into so much, and we'll get into these guys. We'll know them inside and out. We'll know what they like for breakfast.
Yep.
Because that's the way I used to recruit them. So that's the way we'll scout them.
Breakfast?
Yeah, breakfast.
You learn a lot about a guy.
No, I mean, just you got to get into the very detail of what did you eat for breakfast?
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I thought you meant you take him to breast. Okay.
Oh, no.
Are you a pancake guy? Because I don't trust waffle guys. Just pancake guys.
Exactly. If you ordered waffles, there's no way we'd offer you that scholarship.
Nope. Yeah.
Something in the analytics.
That says that you're trouble. You talk about analytics, though. The nerds love Cameron Boozer. Love him. He is an analytics darling. This is my personal preference. Nah, I don't go Cameron Boozer. I think Cameron Boozer is the safest of the safe.
And who was the safest of the safe last year in the first 5 picks?
Who was that?
Con Knippel.
Oh, yeah.
And you remember the book on him, everybody said, yeah, he's just kind of is what he's going to be.
Yeah.
And
honestly, that was pretty damn good.
And that's pretty damn good, right. But I think what the Jazz are looking for in this pick is someone that, and Austin said it last night, that they can look down the road 10 years and, this is their legacy player. I mean, this is the guy who is going to join forces with the end of this timeline and take it through to the next. And so you want, this has got to be obviously the no stone unturned and everything will be understood. And Darren Peterson, I mean, the whole thing with him this year is the big elephant in the room. And so that's a whole nother topic of conversation. So a ton of intrigue, but again, more than anything and most importantly, so many options.
Oh, so many options. And that's really what you want to give yourself is options. Now, are there some people that were probably a little disappointed with not getting the number 1 pick? Yeah, sure. That's fine. But also understand that number 2, as long as you got to 2 was the magic number. Frankly, even 3 was kind of the magic number. But as soon as you got to number 2 and you saw Memphis come off the board, you're like, okay, now you can play. Now you can really play. It's not the same as having number 1, but it's pretty doggone close in terms of the flexibility of what you're going to have. Because we talk about how attractive Washington's pick is. Make no mistake, there's going to be a team out there that absolutely falls in love with Darren Peterson.
Oh, without
there's tons of teams that are going to fall in love with Darren Peterson.
For sure.
Because I'm not so sure just from a God-given skill ability that there's a better player in this year's draft.
It's hard for me because, like you mentioned, Boozer, and what we tend to do in the draft is we start talking about the things that guys cannot do.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So I want to preface everything we do over the next couple of weeks with these are high level. These are high level players that are going to play this game for a long, long time. When you're picking 1 and 2, I mean, you're talking about if you do it right. These are needle movers. So I mean, I just think that as you break them down, though, you've got to look at the things that differentiate them and also could give them trouble at the next level. So that's what I'm excited to do. Watched a ton of tape. I felt like it was in college again. We put the babies down because we got the twins still. So we put the babies down. My grandson wanted to watch Bluey, so it was just like having Sam with me, and Anna's in bed, and I'm sitting there breaking film while my grandson was watching Bluey. So it was like a whole Back to the Future type thing happened at my house. Bottom line, I got a good feel for these guys, and so it'll be fun to talk about it over the next little bit.
When you look at AJ Debonsa and you look at his skill set and what he could mean to this Jazz organization, certainly jersey sales, publicity, a guy that would be very likely to re-sign with the Utah Jazz, everything that plays along with that. But in regards to him being a generational type player, he's right there. And he's a guy that I think has the ability to elevate your franchise.
Yeah, and the part of it is we all see what he does on the floor.
Yeah.
But the minute this went down, I just started kind of sending out little things to people, try to get some intel. But biggest piece I get from AJ just up front is everything you see on the floor. I mean, what's not to like? And his work ethic will help solve some of the issues that exist. And with these guys, we're talking about things like, they got to close out harder. They got to keep guys, funnel them in a different direction. They've got to kind of be in a stance on the defensive end, make the right pass. I mean, blah, blah, blah. So that's all stuff that can be coached. And we just watched that happen with Keontae George over a couple-year period. But it's more the stuff that he can bring to you off the floor. I mean, it definitely has a presence. Unlike many guys I've been around in the college level, I mean, he just carries himself differently. And I think his ability then in the locker room, I've heard nothing but how great he's been as a teammate. Up and down the roster, the guys love him. The managers love him. The equipment guys love him. He's just a good dude. So I think all that stuff is also another selling point. But the biggest one to me, Scotty, if you could figure out a way to get to AJ, I think you lock in what you want in a 10-year run. I mean, every single guy you bring in here is going to have to sign a new contract and want to stay. And, man, we've been down that road, haven't we? Gordon Hayward, a lot of people come here. They like it. They say the right things, Donovan Mitchell, but they don't want to stay.
Yeah. And honestly, I hate the fact that you have to project on that a little bit, but you have to,
it's
right?
A character
you
thing.
Just have to.
Yeah, you got to know. It's like buying a house and not understanding the zoning in the backyard.
Yeah.
That's industrial? I mean, you have to look down the road.
Look at this open field in our backyard.
It's beautiful.
And then a year later, you've got a 100,000 square foot data center in your backyard. You're like, oh, wait, what just happened here? So yeah, you're right. You have to project a little bit on what to expect from these guys.
And that's why I want to be sensitive as we do this, because the bottom line is it is hard business. I just know from the inner workings how much time and energy is put in. So nobody wants to draft a bad player
yes.
or a bust. But, man, you look up and down. I'm looking. The one thing that the Jazz have going for them, or the Wizards have the number one pick. And let me just tell you, if you're looking through their track record, it hasn't been stellar in necessarily picking the right guy for that spot. So somehow, some way, I think the play is, at least where I sit right now, find a way to AJ.
Yeah.
And then we'll evaluate everybody else. But I just think you got that close and you've got some capital. You could really understand what the zoning is for. You could lock this thing down for a while.
Well, and I think that's incredibly important too. And it's just, and that's, if there's one thing that scares me, is when you look at the potential superstardom of AJ Debonsa and Darren Peterson, AJ's the safer pick. And that's what makes me nervous, is that Washington is going to be like, okay, we've really swung and missed. And we've really done some problems. So let's go the safest superstar available in AJ and let somebody else take the risk on Darren. And at that point, if I'm the Jazz, then I take that risk on Darren Peterson. But I exhaust every option available to me to get AJ. Every option out there. I mean, I leave no stone unturned. I do everything I can to get him. And if you don't, then fine. Darren Peterson has a chance to be an incredible player in this league. And then you worry about re-signing and all that other stuff a few years down the line. But as of right now, AJ is my number one priority.
Yeah, and I encourage everybody to go back when you get a minute. this is the homework assignment. Can we give homework assignments?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You need to pull up YouTube and you do watch pre-Kansas film on Darren Peterson. You need to watch. There's several like 12 to 15-minute clips, and it's not just he dunks and I want you to watch his handle specifically, how he navigates ball screens. He can become a better passer, but he's not bad as a secondary playmaker. But to me, you just look at him. It's his frame. It's his nuance, his skill level. And I know the people he works out with. The guy who works him out is the same dude that works out Damian Lillard. And he swears by this kid's work ethic. So to me, like, there are real reasons why this guy can be great. But you're right. There is so much to uncover, and that's what this process is going to be out. The first layer came out last week saying I took too much creatine.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I've looked into it. I mean, it definitely makes you, it dehydrates you, dries you out. I don't know how long that typically takes to get out of your system. So again, there's just a ton to uncover. But is this kid a good kid? Is he an honest kid? Is he a hardworking guy that doesn't just want to go get paid? He wants to like win it.
Yeah.
Those are the things you got to look for. And so that's the road that everybody's on right now. And Darren Peterson, to me, when you do that homework assignment, watch those clips, you can see why, because there are nuanced things that he's actually advanced in ahead of AJ. AJ's got the burst. He's got the ability to, rise up and make just really difficult shots. Darren Peterson's got a couple of things to his game that makes the shots not so difficult. Like he can get to that next step or use a shot fake perfectly just to raise a guy and get where he wants to go. So again, I'm with you. There is not a ton of difference, but there's just so much known about AJ at this point.
I would, and here's the thing, I would caution everyone out there that doesn't have inside information, myself included. I would caution everybody to be very careful about making character judgments about Darren Peterson, because last year, myself included, we all did about Ace Bailey. Like we heard the headlines and all the other stuff surrounding him and why he was dropping, and it ended up being poor representation. And as soon as Ace Bailey stepped foot in Salt Lake City and got around this team, he immediately showed his true personality of being a hardworking, likable, good-natured kid.
And a dog owner.
And a dog owner, too.
Dog owner.
And so, obviously, we saw it and like, this isn't anything what we were told to believe leading up to the draft. This is a good, hardworking kid who is out there busting his butt and just wants a chance to make it and succeed. And bam, he got in the right system and he did. So that there was a narrative on Ace Bailey that proved to not be true. There is now a narrative out there about Darren Peterson. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll probably find out. But I guarantee the Jazz are going to exhaust every option and every resource available to find out the truth on this kid.
Yeah, and because it's worth the time.
Yes.
He's worth the time, especially, if Washington's hell-bent on taking AJ and you can't move. You've got to decide what to do there, and you've got, really, in my mind, three options. You've got Peterson, you've got Boozer, obviously, and you've got Caleb Wilson.
I think I would put Caleb ahead of Boozer.
I think his long-term potential, yes, and I also believe with the way the game's played in the NBA today, when people start getting past the numbers and the trophies and all that stuff, they get into how is this dude going to actually help us. I think he could play one position in the NBA. That doesn't help the cause. I think he's a power forward. I don't believe he can protect the rim well enough to be a 5 in this league. You almost have to be superhuman to do that anymore, as long as you don't throw an elbow and get ejected.
Ooh, yeah, we'll talk about that next.
I think people start digging into it. He may be the guy that slides a little bit in this draft. With all of the accolades. No, I'm serious. I do believe, and not crazy slide, right?
Yeah.
But out of those four, people have always kind of positioned him, Peterson, AJ 1, one or the other one. And then as AJ separated himself, AJ 1, Peterson 2, Boozer 3, Wilson 4. I would not be surprised through this process if Wilson perhaps jumps him. Yeah. But again, it's It's all beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yep. All right, 1048, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed, we'll update you on the NBA playoffs as Wemby got a little cranky yesterday. What does is there a potential suspension coming down the pipeline for that elbow? I'll tell you next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'm surprised you think the Spurs are so unbeatable.
Well, I do think Victor Wembanyama is probably already the second best player in the NBA. Okay. I think he has made that huge jump. Steph Castle's been awesome. They seem to know exactly what their identity is. I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling Minnesota. Probably am. Be very curious how they handle Victor Wembanyama.
You're going to handle him with Rudolph.
Again, I would not have been excited about it otherwise. I think Chris Finch is a good playoff coach. They'll have some things from San Antonio. I don't think this is going to be a 4-game series. Probably not even a 5-game series.
I don't know if there is another player in the NBA that I would pick if we were doing, fantasy draft stuff, and I had to play against Victor Wembanyama. I'd probably pick Rudy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. America First Credit Union is where you need to go to get that vehicle that you are fired up about. You've been looking at that car. You want that car. Well, America First Credit Union is going to help you get at that car with an incredible low interest rate at 4.9%. But even better, how about this? They will give you an opportunity to not make a payment for the first 90 days. That's right. You can go 3 months without making a payment. Use that money to pay down some credit card debt. Use that money to save. Use that money to improve that vehicle. Maybe get the wrap or whatever you want done to that vehicle. Everything's on the table. 90 days without having to make a payment. And as soon as those 90 days come to an end, you don't have to pay some balloon payment to make up for it. Nope. It's just your normal payment with the incredibly low rate at just 4.9%. It's a great opportunity for America First Credit Union members to take advantage of that very quickly. And if you do want to start making payments, well, guess what? You can pay your loan off even faster. Low rates, easy to manage and make payments, member first service. Decisions made locally with your best interest in mind. It's America First Credit Union. Apply today for that great rate, or also walk into any branch or just call AmericaFirst.com. It's AmericaFirst.com. They've got 90 days, no payments for your car loan. Find out today at AmericaFirst.com.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
See it. They said, people asked, he got him with the elbow. So obviously when you have a high elbow and you catch somebody, I by no means thought it was intentional. Tough break. So that's all my take on it right now. But in general, I do think it's getting to a point that if the people that are in charge of controlling the game and protecting the physicality of the game don't do that, then at some point he's going to have to protect himself. We've been asking him to do that now for a while. So that call, Miles Reed was okay and sounded like the call was warranted, but in terms of the game plan of every single team we faced since that young man's been in the league, and the physicality that people try to impose on him and the lack of protection is really disappointing.
Mitch Johnson talking about his guy Wemby throwing the elbow. Now, to say that was unintentional.
Here, stand right there.
Yeah.
He you can see this on the stream, but he's like, wait, yeah.
He loads
Boom!
up and bam, catches.
And had eye contact.
Was staring it down the whole way. The great was the close-up on Dylan Harper behind him going, what are you doing?
Well, I think even better was when Wemby was on the bench like, what does that mean? Like he didn't know that was speaking of options, Wemby didn't know that was an option.
Yeah. So Wemby got tossed. So we're expecting a huge fine, right? We're expecting maybe a game or two suspension. Neither are going to happen. Adam Silver and the NBA has decided that the ejection warranted enough, and that is where the punishment has come to an end. So there you go.
You know, in a Disney film, when the villain comes in, it's always usually like dark sounding music with thunder.
Yep.
Anytime we mention Adam Silver, we need to come up with something like that.
Like some villain music?
Yeah, because he's the overlord. He really is. He picks and chooses.
Even like that Star Wars, when Darth Vader walks.
Yes. Whatever it is, the dark force.
I like that. Yep.
The only way we're going to win this thing is to make him the enemy.
And you know what? He was, I'm sure he wasn't thrilled with the overall results of the lottery yesterday, where he had the two teams that tanked the most outside of the Pacers. And we'll talk about them coming up a little bit. It's not a good day in Indianapolis for sure.
No, and we'll definitely. I saw that one on the schedule, so I know that's getting talked about. I'm getting the schedule down now. I actually look at it, and as you guys, it's good. This whole thing's coming together just fine.
Well, yeah. Lloyd runs a tight ship around here. No messing around.
His galley, I'll tell you what.
There we go. Here comes Adam Silver.
No, that was for me.
Oh, you're giving yourself intro music. Wow.
With the first pick in the NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select AJ Debonsa.
Or no, we're giving you Boozer. We want AJ. No, you're getting Boozer.
That is interesting because Boozer's an employee of the Jazz.
Yes, Carlos is working for the Jazz.
So I can imagine his scout will be, I think, Boozer to me. It just
First
checks all the boxes.
ballot Hall of Famer.
Should go one.
Make it happen.
Plus, did you know his dad played? His dad, hey, I don't want to be that guy, but his dad was pretty good.
Dad was good.
Check out his stats.
Yeah. All right, Greg's hanging out with us. RGS Exteriors right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, exclusive partner with the Utah Jazz and the Utah Mammoth. It was a big day around here for you guys, too.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. We're looking forward to more happy, fun news.
Hey, Greg, I call the number. I want to get some information. Walk me through the process. How does it work from basically that first phone call through?
So once you call into the office, we've got some appointment setters down there that will kind of go over what time frames are available for you. We have 9 different 9 different reps that can come out and kind of go over your project. So we're pretty flexible as far as time frames to be able to meet with you, find out what works good for you. We'll send somebody out to your house, and then right from the get-go, what we basically do is a needs assessment, kind of ask you what you're looking for, what you need to have taken care of, and then we'll walk your entire property, kind of give you a heads up of what we see. Like, hey, you might not notice this, but this section of water's running behind your house, your siding's about ready to fall off, or your gutters are leaking, and kind of give you an idea of what we see, that there are some complications, and kind of give you some suggestions. And as we discussed earlier, we can go from just a front. If you want to fix some rain gutters, we can do that. If you want to do a full renovation, we can do that. We just kind of talk to you what you want and kind of build around that, as much or as little as you need taken care of.
And that's what I love too. It's certainly customizable, and you can help with options because you guys are up on the latest trends. We joke about Tim going to all the conferences, but there's a reason, because things change at the blink of the eye in your business, and you guys need to be on top of it because something happens on HGTV and everybody wants that color. All of a sudden you're like, well, we got to be ready for it. And so you guys are. So if somebody knows exactly what they want, or they're just not sure, but they know they need to do something, either way, you're there to help.
Oh, yeah. We, like you said, we joke around that we go all over the place, but as might be surprising, but we're not the trend leaders here in Salt Lake. Some of the contractors we associate with, when we go back to our contracting networks, they've seen it for a while. So we actually know what's up and coming, what kind of the market in the nation people are kind of like, and we kind of get a heads up. So we make sure that our suppliers have that material that's becoming popular, that we know how to install it. We go to all the training, and then we can kind of guide you through, what's popular, what's not popular, what's going to last, what's not going to last. And then, we can tailor make your package for whatever you're looking for and kind of walk you through that hand in hand.
It's really simple. It all starts with that phone call, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. You call right now, and you're going to get on the books, and it costs you nothing, Greg, to have somebody come out to your house.
It's fully free estimate, and like you said, we can give you a rendering. And most people are surprised at how quick we can get on it, how fast, how affordable it's going to be, and as easy as it can be, because we have financing options that get you into it, get you started right away, and get your house taken care of so you can enjoy it all summer long.
801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. SlowTheFlow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit SlowTheFlow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, the Salt Lake Bees and the El Paso Chihuahuas open a 6-game series. You can listen to the game at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Same 2 teams again Wednesday at 6:30, plus Real Salt Lake hosts the Houston Dynamo. That game kicks off at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
American woman, stay away from me. American woman, mama, let me be. Don't come hanging round my door.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Remember, we will be out and about. Sound Sleep Medical coming up on Wednesday. You can get a free sleep screening and a consultation when we're out there coming up on Wednesday. Visit Sound Sleep Medical with 6 locations across Utah and start sleeping better today. Well, I got to imagine when Austin Ainge, Danny Ainge, Justin Zanuck, Ryan Smith, when their head hit the pillow, they were feeling pretty good about things. Now, knowing all of those guys, their mind was racing. They probably weren't sleeping well because they wanted to go look at some film because all options are on the table for the Utah Jazz.
I would actually say, knowing those 4 guys, I doubt their head hit the pillow because I have nothing to do with it. And I was so jacked up that I pulled out the laptop and I finally shut it down like 1:30. It was just that intriguing to me because it's been a while since there's been this much juice. And I said it, we were talking with Greg from RGS here on site in the break. Honestly, there's so many, this is great news. It's awesome news, but there's been great news this year. The Keontae George explosion, his development track jumping the way it did, definitely kind of set everything in motion. And then you get all of the other guys, and that we should have a poster of the other guys, Flip and Bryce and Cody, but all those young guys made major strides, and that was all such good news. Not just because they're, right now Jazz guys, but because their value is, you want it to improve. You want guys to think more of these players because the Jazz will have decisions to make. And then, of course, the third thing, the Jaren Jackson trade then happens, and that's when, to me, the light came on. The lunar eclipse was over. There was a brightness about it and a lightness to the guys. It really freed guys up. So this is now just momentum on that. And, this is, Ryan said it, you don't tiptoe your way into a championship, especially in this day and age. You got to kick the door down. And I'd say, they didn't get all the way to number 1, but what a time for the Jazz to finally move up in the draft.
So you made a joke about Danny Ainge when he first took over and how bored he was in that draft room. And I talked to somebody that was in the draft room and said that Danny was very miserable and was letting everybody know how miserable he was in that draft room. Danny Ainge has always been known as a mad scientist when it comes to draft and acquiring talent, and nothing's off the table. Now having this leverage, having these assets that the Jazz have available to them, including, number 1 picks down the line, still some residuals from the Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert trade. Everything's on the table here. This thing could get really fun coming up on draft night, even if all the Jazz do is take a player at number 2. But it would not surprise me to see some fireworks, because right now, Ryan Smith tweeted out a picture of the upper bowl on that, I believe it's the south side they're working on first. That's just completely gutted. I mean, it took only a few days for the cranes to get in and that place to get absolutely wrecked. And so they are doing work. The Jazz and the Mammoth right now are both poised to go on at bare minimum, about a 6 to 8 year heater based on the youth that they have, based on the talent that they have. You've got both franchises that are the Mammoth are already there. And the Jazz are not too far behind. They might be there right there with them next year in terms of how deep they make it into the playoffs. And this is a time for the Jazz to go all in. They're going all in on their arena. They're going all in on the downtown expansion. They're all going all in on these teams. We're about to embark on a really great era of Utah sports with those two teams.
Oh, without a doubt. And that was on my mind last night. All of the things that the Mammoth have been able to do for this locale and the fandom now that exists. I'm with you. I think we are on the front end of just great stuff and chases for, I guess, in one respect, the cup, and the other one, the trophy. And I think it's just a testament to how much SEG's come in and really dug in and tried not to just kind of status quo, keep things status quo. They definitely have moved the envelope. They're spending money where it's important, where they bring these hockey players in from other teams, and they see the locker rooms and they see the practice facilities, and then they go out on the ice and they hear how that crowd treats this place. This is all the things that Ryan envisioned, back in the day when he first bought the team. And this is, in my mind, just another step toward, and in my words, not his, winning a championship, bringing it back here. But I've felt all the way along this guy will get that done.
So if you want to know how important, now when we were on the air, and it was still the Friends era of the show, and the
man, I'm getting nervous now. Those were tenuous moments in my life.
And when we were looking at what was going to play out leading up to the lottery, we knew that there was going to be some important moments. What we didn't know at the time was how important a singular coin toss was. And the Jazz and the Clippers were tied for that 4 spot. And so the Jazz and the Clippers, there was a coin toss that took place, and the Jazz won that. Now, they still had the same odds going into the lottery, but one was slotted at 4, and the other was slotted at 5. Well, guess what, folks? The Jazz hit, and they go up to 2. Had the Jazz lost that coin flip, they'd be drafting at 7.
Which is, we had to do it for the team. I had to be non-optimistic on Friday for the team.
Yeah.
That was why I did it. But it worked. Our strategy worked to perfection.
And now, Jazz fans, and I think Jazz fans were always on board. They saw what was going on. I think this year was a little bit harder than last year when the Jazz got burnt in the lottery and went from 1 to 5. So I think there were a lot of people that were cranky about that. But as the Jazz went through this year, you started to realize how important it was to maintain that level for at least one more year. And the Jazz did it. It wasn't fun. It wasn't pretty. No one was more in front than you were doing those Jazz pre-half and post. You and Jake saw a lot of bad basketball over the last couple of years. And all of a sudden, now you're looking at a Jazz team that it's over now. You got the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade, and you got the number 2 overall pick. That era is now completely shut and completely behind you. No more of that.
But really, because of the last 4 months of the season or 3 months of the season and all that took place in that time, I think the Jazz are now ready to literally bring this player in, put him on the bus, and get on the highway. I really do like the terminology, the cohesion, the chemistry. I've mentioned this before, but the Jazz had more assists than any other team in the history of the franchise this year. So there's that feeling of how they want to play. The rebuild is definitely over. And, we said this prior to knowing this news. I think the Jazz are at a minimum next year at 6. And depending on how this thing goes and how everything works, I mean, they're on their way to doing what they have been talking about doing for a while, and that's chasing the favorites, chasing OKC, and San Antonio is probably who it's going to be, and they're going to chase them in the West and try to knock them out.
If you were, if there was anybody currently in the NBA that you would give up that number 2 pick for, and I know things have to match up, but let's just say straight across, is there any player that you would look at that Danny Ainge could acquire for that number 2 pick that you would say it's worth it? Giannis is about the only one that I can really think of.
Yeah, I'm not.
And even then, I don't know.
Because right now, why this really works, and again, it's that 10-year window. You want to draft somebody that's going to come in here and take part of this and then be able to take it from there and take this culture and chemistry, and you kind of be the leader going forward. And you've seen that time and time again. I guess back when guys used to stay places, but it doesn't happen as much anymore. But that's why that's so important, this timeline thing. The other piece of it, you instantly start paying Giannis, this crazy amount of money. Whereas one of the great things about the way this salary iteration is structured is these first few years, you're getting a real value on these guys.
Yep.
And if they can punch above their weight in year 1, year 2, year 3, you are that far ahead. So Ace Bailey's on the clock. Next year they're hoping, okay, you've learned all your lessons, and by any indication of how the season ended for him, he's feeling really good going forward. So add another great piece to this, add the defensive components you've lacked for so long. And I'm excited probably more than anybody. I'm excited for Will Hardy.
Yes. Absolutely.
I've been front facing. You want to talk about front facing, having to go answer all those questions after every game. People questioning, can this guy really coach? The defense is really, guys, we're not even playing. You might as well be playing with, in some cases this year, just 10-day guys. So he's taken every piece of this, put it together, and make an unbelievable unit out of every time. So I'm excited to see him with a full bench of guys that he can put in the game to go out there and winning.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's been making a lot of money for guys like Bryce Sensabaugh and some of these other guys that have come in, developed, and then turned that into some money and some opportunities. So he's been Mr. Developer. Now it needs to be super win guy, because if I'm him and I'm like, this has been a long stretch. Whereas had I turned this job down, knowing what happened a few months later, I'd be the head coach of Boston, and I may have at least one championship, maybe 2 championships if I were the head coach of Boston. But he's waited, and now he gets to run, and you're right. I couldn't be happier for him.
He's so good at what he does, and it's not just the X's and O's. He puts the time into the dudes. That's why this works. I heard Bear talking about it the other day in his press conference, but it's really the essence of what you've got to be. You've got to be able to sit there in light moments, quiet moments, and you've got to be just, yourself. And you've got to be yourself when you're coaching too, but you just got to be able to amp it up a little bit, and there's got to be enough respect where it can be taken. And I think Will walks that line so well, because you've seen him get really hot. You've seen him go after guys. But then I see that, that night or the next day, him sitting on the bench with his arm around that guy. And that's why he can do it. And so, yeah, he's going to have a vastly different team and a vastly different coaching experience. And I would bet you he wouldn't choose to have done something different, because he to me seems like a guy who wants to start something and see it through. And his fingerprints are going to be all over this, and he's got such a supportive front office.
I absolutely, and by the way, it's not like Will's claiming poverty. Will's been very well taken care of in the financial aspect. I mean, the Jazz know what they've done to him in terms of what the product has been out on the court, and they've rewarded him appropriately. Like, hey, look, we know we put you through hell a little bit. So you've been well compensated, and now you're well compensated in terms of your locker room, because you've got a locker room ready to win right now. I'm curious to know what it's going to be like for Markkanen and some of these other guys that have been in a, hey Laurie, what's wrong? He's like, I got this, this ingrown toenail that's kind of giving me fits. You know what? Take a couple weeks. Let's really get that thing back up and going. Whereas now it's like Laurie's like, hey, I'm not feeling good. Like, I don't care. Get your butt back out on the court. We're in a playoff run right now, or we got playoff seeding we're going for. Do you want to be here or not? And it'll be interesting. There's kind of a mind shift there from going into, all right, let's just get out there, develop the young guys. We know what we're doing in the long term thing, and then flipping the page and saying, all right, it's go time. And I don't think that's going to be a problem, but it will be a different mindset.
No, it is, and that's where character is so huge. And what I've seen from Lowry Mark, and I talked about it this year a couple times last week, Lowry improved so much defensively and was so dialed in and aware of where he needed to be and how he needed to do things, so much better than last year. And so I think each of these guys are honestly chomping at the bit to get out there and compete. And this roster, if you look at it and start to look at other rosters across the NBA, you can see where it's going to give teams fits. And we don't even know what the final piece will be. That's the exciting thing. We get to, over the next couple of weeks, we will dial in on it. But, man, the options are great. And whoever you add, obviously, is just going to be right now. This early is going to be just so vital to being able to come in and acclimate to this group.
So when you look at these guys, who helps you in October of 26 win faster out of this group? It might even be Boozer.
It might be, and that's why Ainge has never been a guy that's taken the safe pick. You look back, and you mentioned the Fultz situation. The question on Tatum back then were that he just didn't play hard enough. He wasn't engaged enough defensively. Again, you can't get too hardcore on opinions about guys until you get your hands on them. And I think what Danny's done is he's got a system where he can really get to the essence of what makes a guy tick. I remember going back, this is back probably 2013 or 14, we went back to the training camp, and Shaq was there, and he happened to come over and sit down, and he put his shoes down. They were size 22s. I'll never forget it. My regular shoes, I just was able to slip inside his shoes. I mean, it was insane how big those boats were. But being back there and kind of watching how things were done, Danny pointed a guy out in the corner, and I said, who's that? And he said, it's a guy we've invested a bunch of money in that's really great at figuring out people's personality, personality type, ability to work with others. I mean, he's a full-fledged member of the staff, but he was standing in the corner observing practice. So many fascinating things in this whole process that we're not privy to. But, man, you said it earlier, there will be no stone unturned.
When you got phone calls about a potential draft pick, so somebody's calling up and they want to know about this player or this player, you want that player because you're emotionally invested in them. You're close to him and his family, and you want him to be successful. And also from a selfish standpoint, hey, if you get a kid from your roster who gets drafted, that's a feather in your cap too. So you want to talk him up, but you also know I need to be honest and upfront. Is that tough to do sometimes and not overly rosy picture and say, okay, one of the things he does need to work on is this. He does need to work on this. We did have a problem with this. He didn't really enjoy going to class that much, or you know what, he was out on the town a little bit, but he's a great player. Like what were those conversations like?
To keep it fair, honestly, I tried to almost like when you take a picture of somebody and you're just able to describe it. I want to have a good enough relationship with the player that they'll know what I'm going to say, because I've hounded them about it forever. And again, we're talking about high-level players when you're getting drafted in the NBA. So these things are if there are major red flags character-wise, yeah, you've got to talk about it. You can't be in the dark about that. But fortunately for us, that was not much of an issue. We were talking about most times guys wanted to know the friend group, the family, what they were all about. And, most of the time our guys were, like, what does Lee Kamar do in the he goes home and watches television, I think, and eats bad food. Like, he loved Taco Bell, so he probably watched Seinfeld and ate Taco Bell. I don't know what he did, but it wasn't going out and causing a whole lot of problems. So for us, that was an easy process.
Is he a 5-layer burrito guy or chalupa?
You know what? Lee and I love everything about it. To us, it's fine dining.
Hey, I'm not arguing.
I mean, back in the day, you used to get like 20 items for $5.
Oh yeah, you could really load up.
I bet Hans could do some damage in there.
Back in the day, yeah.
You wouldn't touch it now.
No.
That machine is so clean.
Yeah.
But hey, bring me all your Taco Bell. Nacho Bel Grande, number 5, baby.
Hey, coming up a little bit later on, Ari Tempkin's going to join us in about an hour from right now from Big 12 Radio. Get his thoughts on these two players. We'll even have the Kansas play-by-play voice, Brian Haney, coming on at 1:05 to talk specifically about Darren Peterson. What is real? What is maybe a little bit more of a narrative than is the actual real situation going on there in Kansas. We'll talk about that again coming up at 1:05 with him. Greg's with us. We are live here at RGS Exteriors on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Greg, we talk about the I'm trying to think what Tim's got a name for it. Was it the golden handcuffs? I want to say that you've got that you essentially people refinance. They're like 2.8, 3%, which is awesome. But those rates aren't going to come around again. And if they are, something bad happened probably to give them there.
Yeah.
And so the fact is people are in an interest rate they don't want to give up. So they're stuck in their home and they're like, well, we were going to build our dream home. Well, that's all right. You can still do that. Just use your current home and have RGS come and build you your dream home.
Yeah. You'd be amazed at how much you can actually transform the look of your house just by redoing the exterior. You can take a house that when you pull up, you're thinking, 80s neighborhood, 80s. Like you can just, they're stamped in time. You can tell it, and you can completely change it to look like a house that was just built like the model home down the street, and you'll fall in love with your house again. When you come home, you're just ecstatic to drive up the street and see that brand new house, and all you did was change the exterior of the house, and it'll give you a completely new feel. You'll feel warm and fuzzy, and you're not going to be upset that, this was the house that we were just going to live in for a few years and flip and move to our dream house. This will now become your dream house, and we can make that happen for you.
One thing I love about RGS and this place is, the family. You feel family when you walk in the door. I actually walked in the closet. I went up the wrong door, so I'm new to the family, but I found my way in here. But speak to, just how important it is, to have a company where, the owner says, you don't even need a warranty. We're going to take care of you. I mean, how important is that in the service industry?
Well, I've come from a bunch of different backgrounds, and I've worked for a lot of different people. I actually, when I was hired on here, initially they reached out to me because I was in an accident on another job, And the owners, the Browns, knew I had been hurt, and they reached out to me like, hey, do you need help? You want to come work for us? That's the type of people they are. They run a business, but they're also very family, community oriented. They donate, they give back to sports teams and the community. That's who they are. And it was a big difference from what I used to work to when I came to here. They genuinely care. And like you said, okay, your warranty, we give a 10-year warranty, which we were the first to ever do that. It was a 1 year, maybe a 2 year, or what most people was a taillight warranty. As soon as they drove away, you never heard from them again. We were the first to do the 10-year, but Tim says it all the time. If you're at 11 years and you call us because you've got some sort of issue, we're probably going to take care of it. We love to have our name brought up. People, comment to their neighbors, their family, their friends. You know what? They came out and fixed this. They didn't need to use them. That's how we've built the company that we have, and that's how we've got the reputation we have. So it's really important. The culture around here is a very tight-knit group of people, and that's who we want to be. It's not just money. It's about a life, a good life.
Call right now and let's get you on the books, because they are going to be fair. They're going to be honest. They're upfront, and 5 generations. They're not going anywhere. Yeah. RGS Exteriors is the company you want to be with. They want to be not only your first project, but your next project. They want to be your guy. If you need rain gutters fixed or just a complete overhaul to the outside of your home, call right now and let RGS come here and get you squared away. If nothing else, just get the information, and you will know exactly what you're dealing with, what you can do, and what kind of price you're looking at. Because, we talk about all the time, Greg, financing sometimes is a 4-letter word around the state of Utah. We were taught to avoid it at all costs. But if you're looking at truly saving money, the amount of money you're going to save on taking an interest rate and getting the job done now, as opposed to waiting 3 or 4 years, paying it with cash, but then also absorbing the increase of materials, you're going to save more money by just financing it and doing it now. Yeah, and we actually have some excellent financing plans right now that you can get some zero interest. So you're not going to be spending that extra money. You're not going into debt. You're just extending out your payments for a little while, and you can get in, and you're always going to be ahead. It's never going to get cheaper. You're always going to be ahead, moving forward sooner than later. 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Before we get to it, though, caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You'll be assigned a golfer in the upcoming PGA Championship this week. Now, when you're caller 12, Lloyd will get you on the phone, and he'll say, hey, you get this golfer. We do 25 golfers, and then another qualifier gets the field after that. If your qualifier ends up winning the PGA Championship, then guess what? You will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card, all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. And throughout the week, we'll talk to Brian Taylor and Bob Casper. You get your on your fill-ins. Have you ever had a chance to chat with those guys before?
I have. I think I talked to Bob.
Yeah, Bob's one of the best dudes on the planet. And Hans, Lloyd, and I played in a three-man scramble against Bob. So essentially, it was best ball with the three of us versus just Bob. And Bob still beat us by 4 strokes.
That is, he was, comes from a very good golfing lineage.
Yeah. So that's the kind of expertise you get. And also how bad the three of us are. But more about how good Bob is.
I actually, down in my office, you got to come down and see the guitar room. It's all put together. But I have the coolest. I try to keep hold of cool trinkets and stuff. I played once in the Billy Casper Invitational at Riverside. It was a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club, I believe, in Provo. And I have the coolest kind of coin that was made for that, and in my little coin jar, kind of with some Fenway things. And maybe I went to Bethpage Black once and got a ball marker there.
Did you play it?
I didn't. I walked in.
Okay.
I went back there recruiting, and I just had about a 3-hour window where there were no games, and I was right there. So I went out and talked to one of the dudes. He's like, "Yeah, just you can walk out on the on the cart path. Just don't get hit by a ball. If you do, it's your fault, not mine.
Yeah.
Sign this waiver.
Sign this little paper here, and we'll let you walk."
I said, "Do you have any bike helmets? I'll just walk through with a bike helmet, and then I'll become a target. See if somebody plinked me."
All right. So let's get to it. The good. Well, look, let's be honest. There's really only one story that is certainly good here locally, and it was the Utah Jazz not drafting 5, not drafting 4, not drafting 3, number 2. And I know it was like, everybody's excited. You see those final 2 picks, and it turns over Jazz on 2, and people are like, oh. But okay. I mean, honestly, I think for a moment people are like, okay, 1 would have been great, but 2's a great place to be.
Yeah, there was zero disappointment in this kid. I mean, after all the years of disappointment, and last year being kind of the coup de grace, and I'm with you when we did this tankathon thing enough that I kind of knew what teams being where meant what. And when I saw Dallas come up, I said, take that, Dallas. That's from Scotty, because that's what you were saying the whole week. And then when Sacramento, I knew we were in business, right? When I saw the nasty colors of the Kings come up.
Oh, loved it.
So, yeah, man, it's a epic day for the franchise, epic day for the state.
And by the way, I meant Sacramento. If I said earlier, somebody on Twitter said you said Clippers in the coin toss. I meant Sacramento because the Jazz, when they won that coin toss with Sacramento, Sacramento ends up sliding all the way down to 7. The Jazz are at 2, and it just shows you how important the coin toss was.
I wonder if we called heads or tails.
Or maybe they had speaking of which, maybe they had an engraved.
I'm sure they spent
coin.
the money on that. Yes.
One had a Jazz logo, the other had a Sacramento logo.
That's totally something the Dark Overlord at the NBA would do.
Yeah, Adam Silver's like, we must commemorate this.
We got to create this coin.
Yeah, they probably just, hey, does somebody have a coin flip app on their phone? Like, yeah, let's just use that because nobody's carrying coins anymore.
Or do you just want to tell them it was heads and Utah won it?
Yeah.
Just get them off our back.
Ryan's barking at us. And look, they gave us $500,000, so let's let them have the coin toss.
All right, heads it is. Utah.
Yep. Congratulations.
Kinda
you
how it
just
went.
won a coin toss. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
So Naz Reid wakes up this morning probably a little sore after taking the elbow from Victor. Victor wakes up this morning not sore in the pocketbook because he will not be fined, nor will he be suspended for the elbow shot to Naz Reid yesterday. Now, he was ejected, thrown out of the game with the flagrant 2, but I will say, if you're Wemby, you're coming out of this pretty good considering how bad this could have been, either for you not playing a game or you getting hit in the pocketbook. I thought we'd be seeing $75,000 easy.
Oh, I did too. And I thought for sure because of the intent. And I know Mitch saw it differently. Coach Johnson saw it differently. I mean, it just happened to run into his chin. But he sought it out. I'm shocked that he's not at least out a game. But, hey, man, he's the show. And he's coming off a game before at 39 points was just nearly unstoppable. And we said it last week. He is the new face. He is the new face of the NBA. As starting next year, this guy and Shea are the two guys. You know, LeBron is definitely. Thank you for playing, LeBron. Yep. You've had a great run.
Yep.
But if you want to stay, there's a seat, I think, about 14 rows back on the aisle. Yes, that's where you can go.
That's where you sit. But San Antonio and Minnesota now all square at 2 apiece. And that series looks like it's going to be a dogfight going down the line.
I've said from the start, I think that's a 7-gamer. And that was a big part making it go that. Anthony Edwards was great, obviously, just absolutely phenomenal. And Naz Reid, to your point, got the kind of the coup de grace bucket at the end of the game. So Wemby was in the locker room icing his elbow. And Naz Reid picked himself up, didn't know what state he was in, but made the basket that kind of sealed the game.
I will say Anthony Edwards is one of my favorite players to watch play in this league.
Love him.
I just absolutely love his game. I love everything about him. He's got a little screw you type attitude to him. And but he's old school. I think he's a nice throwback. If you miss the old 80s and 90s style basketball, you'll love this guy. And, I mean, he's tough. He's hard-nosed. He's got a little attitude to him, a little bit of swagger. I mean, I think he's what's best in the NBA right now.
And he's an Iron Man.
Yes.
I mean, he's playing more games every single season. You know, the only time he's missed really considerable games with injury. Definitely wants to be out there every night. And I've said it, but he has the closest game comparable to Michael Jordan. That dude reminds me of in little stretches of like, man, that's like Mike. When he hits a big shot and runs down the floor with a big grin on his face. And he's popular with the ladies.
Yeah, I think he's doing just fine in that category.
Walk-off interview actually stopped it to tell a gal he'd call her, and it came back.
Like, hey, you see what I did out there on the court? Come on. Let's go have some dinner.
Hey, that was just the appetizer.
Hey, by the way, a side note here, on Mother's Day yesterday, remember his mom, Yvette Edwards, died of cancer back in 2015. His grandmother, Shirley, died of cancer 8 months later. So he wears number 5 because they both died on the 5th of the month. And so he said, was asked if he was thinking about his mom and his grandma on Sunday. He goes, yes, for sure. I couldn't lose because of them.
Well, he plays with a little extra something. That's really awesome. And, yeah, I'm with you. He's kind of surpassed this year Jokic and some of the antics. And, I love Jokic, so don't get me wrong. But I think my favorite watch in the NBA is Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. All right, there's your bad. Let's get to the ugly.
Of course, the ugly.
Well, the Indiana Pacers are what the Utah Jazz were last year. Losers in the lottery. And the Indiana Pacers not only lose and drop back in the lottery, they lose their 2026 first-round pick. And Kevin Pritchard addressed a fan base that was fired up about losing and everything that went along. And he tweeted out and sent out on social media, I'm really sorry to all our fans. I own taking this risk. Surprised it came up 5th after this year. I thought we were due some luck. But please remember, this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We have always been resilient. Now, whether or not he's resilient in his job running the Pacers remains to be seen. But, yeah, I like the fact that he's just like, you know what? That's me. I did it. And I took the risk. If you want to be mad at somebody, be mad at me, but I'm the one that did that.
So, Kevin, we break down for me, why you felt comfortable. I felt like, we'd be lucky.
Yeah. And remember, that draft pick protected until 5, and because they fall to 5, it now goes to the Clippers, and that Zubac trade was at the midst of all of that. So the Clippers end up picking the 5th overall pick because of the Zubac trade.
Unreal. Yeah, so you want to talk about really bad fortune for a franchise that's in a little bit of a pickle. Obviously, Halliburton's got to come off and get healthy again. But for a team that was just in the Eastern Conference Finals, now they're without a first-round pick. And I'm so glad that we're not talking about the Utah Jazz having lost a pick today.
Oh, my gosh.
And, in fact, I'm even more glad that they're talking about them having a top 2 pick.
Yes. Now, remember, this is a Pacer team that was tanking so badly that the Jazz beat them by, 45 down the stretch of the season?
Oh, just thumped them.
And you thought the Jazz were playing a bunch of nobodies. You should go back and look at that Pacer lineup.
I'm still trying to figure out who they were. I think they brought them in from another planet. These dudes are from the planet blah. And they can really not play basketball.
Yeah, I mean, you throw them out in an NCAA tournament game, and who knows what's going to happen.
Probably about a 12 seed going in.
Yeah, no, right? They had a 52% chance of landing in the top 4, and certainly that did not bode well for them. They had a 14% chance, the same odds as the Wizards of getting the number 1 pick, but sadly they fall back. And that pick will now go to the Clippers. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben Anderson's going to join us coming up at 12:05. We'll break things down with him in terms of the Jazz, what they may be looking for. And if you've been following Ben on Twitter, Ben's been all on the, I don't want to say on the Boozer bandwagon, but is very quick to say do not dismiss him as a potential draft pick for the Utah Jazz. We'll get his thoughts on that coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There's something great about being on a flat top in the summer and showing the family how great of a cook you are. Well, Beehive Mills wants to combine your cooking skills on the flat top with their convenience and their fresh prepped meals ready to go. They are now introducing their flat top meals that include Greek chicken, sesame chicken stir fry, bacon and egg, breakfast skillet, taco hash, even your smash burgers. And the great thing about Beehive Meals, everything's ready to go. There's no chopping, no measuring, none of that. All you have to do, take it out of your freezer, thaw, cook it on the flat top or the griddle or even a regular skillet, and you've got a great homemade meal, great to go, great for weeknights or weekend cooking. And it's something if you want it fast, but you still want that hands-on cooking experience, Beehive Meals is combining the best of both worlds. Now, they still have their slow cooker meals that we all known and love for over a couple of years now. Those are available, but these flat top meals are available to you as well. Go to beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com. Check out their new flat top menu to go along with their slow cooker meals as well at beehivemeals.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five. Hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Edge of the Cedars State Park in Blanding.
The history of Native American peoples here in the Four Corners is just so beautiful. These are places for people to gather to work out issues of God and politics.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ben Anderson's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hopefully you took care of your moms yesterday. You got a lot of them in your life. I think you did a great job by just anchoring down with the grandkids.
I did. I anchored down very well. I did come on the air for a minute and speak to Ben Anderson.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. So, yeah, we talked about it. I had the whole family, even the little babies, crowded around the TV when the thing came down. So, good weekend.
It was a great weekend. The Jazz get the number 2 overall selection, and now it's just a matter of waiting and seeing what Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck, Ryan Smith, and the crew have. But Keontae George, I thought his comments afterwards were really good, where he said, like, look, this guy, whoever this guy is going to come in is going to be very talented. But essentially, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, he says, they're going to need to learn our culture and how we do things because we're ready to win right now. It was like he's ready to put the guy on notice. You're going to come in and you're going to have a lot of accolades. You're going to be very talented. Everybody's going to be talking about how great you are. But day one, you better be ready to get to work because we're not ready. We're not here to mess around anymore.
And having done it, in terms of trying to build a team, instill culture, with all the distraction and everything else that's going on, that's what's probably most impressive to me about the last 4 years and why Will Hardy was so important. Because, everybody's like, how do you build culture when you're losing all these games? It had nothing to do with wins and losses. The culture piece was being, honed inside the walls for 4 years to the point where now Keontae's talking about an existing culture. So I think that's phenomenal. And I agree with Keontae. They are ready to win right now. And really this is going to be huge and it's going to be exciting. But this team next year, I said it already, without this pick, I think it's a playoff team.
Yep. I think even more than ever, I think somebody needs to get in Kevin Love's ear and say, hey, one more year.
Yeah, I think you might be just what we need.
Just hang out in this locker room for one more year.
And hold this big spoon.
Yes.
Because you're going to be the mixer. You're going to be the dude that's getting everybody together. You always kind of sit back and watch who's our mixer.
Yeah.
Right? And who's carrying the spoon.
And every locker room needs one. I remember at first that's what Joe Ingles was, and then all of a sudden Joe turned into a pretty good player. But at first it was like, hey, keeps the locker room loose. Quinn's a sociopath, and so you need somebody to try to balance that out a little bit, keep things light. And so he was a great addition. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, actually, he's a hell of a player too. And Kevin's not going to find the fountain of youth, but he is certainly a guy that's going to help you out, especially when you have a guy that's going to come in, whether it's Darren Peterson or AJ or whoever the case might be, and show like, hey, this is how you be a pro. And what he said near the end of the season when he said, I keep telling me and Nurk keep telling these guys, it's not like this everywhere. So enjoy this. And I think that's a message. As much as you can get into the minds of those players, you do it.
He was worth his weight in gold, whatever the Jazz paid him for Keontae George alone. I think his mentorship after Keontae decided, hey, I'm going to step into this other realm. I'm going to become more accountable. I'm going to be more mature. I'm going to carry my body different on the court. And, it's crazy how the world opened up for him. But people helped him along the way. Kevin Love was huge for that.
Greg's hanging out with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're here at RGS Exteriors. Greg, the RG Rain Gutters is what this company originally was founded on. And I think people are like, all right, I made it through winter. It wasn't that bad. My rain gutters aren't in great shape. Well, guess what? Then you saw the rains come and you realize, okay, I'm still having problems. I'm still having that water dripping down into where it shouldn't be. I got to get these things addressed. Now's the time to get that done.
100%. We actually just did a little segment on some of our social media about the water damage and how probably the least expensive fix on the outside of your house to protect your house is your rain gutters. When your rain gutters aren't working and your flashing isn't working, it can cost you the most to have to rework your house. So rain gutters are something that everybody overlooks because it's so minor. I mean, some companies just throw them in as an extra, but that's your number one source of protection on your house. So if they were even a little bit of a problem last year or you saw them leaking this year, just get them taken care of. And we're glad to do rain gutter jobs only all day long. That's how we built our company. It's the best thing you can do to protect your house.
And it may be the cheapest thing to protect your house, but it could be the most expensive thing to fix your house if they're not working right.
Yeah. we've had a few even on this show where the gutters weren't working right, basements flooding, walls have to be torn down or redone. If you don't take care of that little thing, it can really cost you in the end.
The other thing you guys do really well is decking on the outside of homes. Talk about your deck, your product you use, and what you're able to do for people from that perspective.
So we do TimberTech decking. They are one of the most nationally known deck companies. We've actually partnered up with them. We're one of their preferred installers here in the state. We went through the NADRA certification, which is a National Deck and Railing certification. We build them right. There's a lot of guys out there that are going to come throw a deck on. Back in the day when I was a framer, I used to put them on and I had no idea what I was doing. Kind of learned there's a lot of stuff to go into decks to actually make a deck built right. We hear it all the time when some of our suppliers, none of our guys order those pieces. We're like, we know, we do. That's why our decks last, and our decks are going to last because we put everything into it the way they're supposed to be. And with the TimberTech decking, it's going to last you a lifetime. The new PVC decking is cool touch on your feet, with their railing stuff. It just moves your indoor living space outdoors. You're going to be happy to be able to be outside on your deck.
So lifetime. And you like the color? Does it fade? I mean, because a lot of those decks are right there getting the sun beat down on them pretty good.
No, the TimberTech product, now nothing never fades.
Yeah.
But it is really, really good. You're going to put that up next to some of the old decking materials, and it's night and day. It's going to stay pristine. It's going to look polished. It's going to look good. And the little bit of fade that you get is going to be all uniform. You're not going to have like one piece stripe out white and another one molding. It's really good. Like I said, the new PVC product they've put out is just phenomenal. It's so much better than the old decking material used to be.
Because my deck's an old wood deck, and I was having a barbecue yesterday, and so I had the old the charcoal starter chimney thing, and you light it up and it starts shooting flames out. Well, the wind was starting to blow it a little bit, and it was right next to the edge, and my wife's like, "Are you worried the deck's going to burn down?" I'm like, kind of hoping it actually happens.
What an epic Mother's Day story.
Yeah.
Remember when the deck burnt down?
I'm like, yeah, and we got this new deck with the TimberTech, courtesy of RGS, and it's better than ever.
Heck yeah.
So let's go. Yeah, I keep waiting for that thing to fall on me, and it keeps hanging in there, but you feel like you're taking your life on your own hands every time you step out on that thing.
We've been to a couple where our estimators will not go out on the deck. They're like, nope, I'm not. I will get you some measurements from down below. I'm not a chance I'm going to step onto that deck.
I can measure from here.
Yes.
Yep.
But look, your deck is so important, and your quality of life with a great deck, it really increases. People spend more time out there. They enjoy it more, and people forget about how much a great deck can really, change their experience.
Oh yeah, it draws your family together. You're inside the house, somebody's in the kitchen, somebody's in the family room, somebody's in the dining room. You get a deck, everybody's outside sitting around a table or a little fire pit or something where you can everybody gather, and then you just get to enjoy the calm, the night, the nighttime cool air, and just enjoy each other's company. It really is we were just talking about it. I'm putting one in my house. That's my next project.
Call right now and let's get you squared away. RGS Exteriors is here to help you out. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. RGS right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
line.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now with Memorial Day just around the corner, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have 2 locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cause you can, and you don't stop. Cause you can, and you don't stop. Oh, when you can, and you don't stop. Might be coming out for sure, shine. I got the brand new dude, the guaranteed like you. I'm on like that's a John, damn it, this too. So I'm a newlywed, I'm not a D4C, and everything I do is fucking like League Dorsey. Well, it's a taking off the
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday. I know the Jazz are. Things are probably hopping in that new Jazz facility off 106th.
You can, you won't, you don't stop. You don't.
No.
Those guys probably didn't go to sleep. Or if they did, it was for a short period of time.
Well, this could be, we're talking about a potential generational draft, and the Jazz have the second pick in arguably the best draft since 2003. Now, we'll have to wait and see how these guys play out, but if the hype lives up to, the expectation lives up to the hype, then off we go, folks.
Where's the most expensive real estate in the United States?
Bay Area?
Bay Area.
Don't you think?
So this is like, you've just been gifted the NBA. If the NBA is a landscape, you just got a hill view in the most beautiful and most expensive section. So you've just got to make sure you build it right.
Yeah. You don't want your builder to be named Darko or Sam Bowie.
No Sam Bowie, no Markelle Fultz.
Yeah.
Don't go with Fultz and Sons. That has not worked out. Fultz and Fultz.
Poor Darko.
I'll see your Fultz and give you a Tatum.
Yeah. Let's avoid that one.
The beautiful one to me is all the time that Vlade Divac was in Sacramento as their GM and trying to really have a pulse on what's going on in Europe, and then they pass on Doncic.
Yeah.
That one made a ton of sense.
Yeah, that's.
But it's hard. The other thing
really is hard, and it's easy to go back in hindsight and be like, "You screwed up. You screwed up." When in reality, let's be honest here, every GM at the time would have taken Greg Oden over Kevin Durant.
100%. I mean, if you go back and look, because I did that the other night, I want to really kind of hone in on the type of guy that Danny drafts particularly high. I mean, you can go to Jaylen Brown, right? And Jaylen was not. People were not excited about Jaylen Brown at 3 in Boston. In fact, they booed that pick, and wanted him to go a different direction. He was a little bit raw offensively, but obviously they saw way more in him, and he's one of the best players in the league right now on one of the most relevant teams. So again, Tatum, I talked about that one. His shot was questioned. Not his shot. It was his work ethic was questioned, and how much he really loved to play and got after it. And I think those questions were answered. He's got a ring now. So this is where you dig into the dirt and you get into the weeds. You find out what they did in high school. If they were good citizens, if they repaid their debts to society. That was for an off-air conversation. I was telling these guys about some of my wilder days in my youth.
But you made it all right.
I made it all right, and I'm just excited because the Jazz, it's been so long, and this year it just seems like a firework went off here with, Keontae doing what he did, obviously the trade, and then I do not want to discount the last couple months. That was really important.
Yeah. All right, joining us now, you hear him every day from 2 to 6. He's also the Jazz Insider at KSLSports.com. He and Chandler Holt on the air yesterday breaking down the news. And, Ben, I got to imagine it was you and I had done a lot of lottery shows. I know what it's like to be disappointed when that card turns over. But when you saw the pivotal moment was Sacramento showing up at 7. And then I told my family, everybody be quiet, because that number 6 was going to be a big, big card. And when that flipped over and it wasn't Jazz, then you knew it was going to be a good day.
Yeah, you remember last year we were down at JCW's, and we kind of knew, oh, well, if the Washington Wizards show up at 6, the Jazz are in trouble. That means they've already fallen to 5, and that's exactly what happened. And you saw that same scenario starting to play out. You saw 2 teams before the Jazz have their names jumped into the top 4, and at that point the Jazz had dropped from about a 45% chance of moving into the top 4 down to about a 45% chance of not making it at all. So it kind of the odds flipped on the Jazz, and it looked like things were not going to be ideal. And then, you see Brooklyn's name come up at 6, and then you're just wondering how high have they jumped.
We've talked today, Ben, about how you instantly in this process, discount the fact that these are all just unbelievably high-level guys, especially where the Jazz are drafting. And it comes down to, obviously, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but people tend to rush to what guys can't do in these situations. And I think it's important, like we had a disclaimer that, these are all really, really good players. What stands out to you in terms of Debonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and Caleb Wilson? Do you feel like those guys kind of separated themselves from the rest of the pack? And if so, how would you rank those guys in your mind?
The 3 of the 4 of those guys separate themselves because they have good size, and everybody starting at about 5 and later is, kind of that guard type, and not elite size guards. Maybe Keen Wagler's in that conversation, but he's not really in this talk for the Jazz anymore. And the 3 guys that have great size are AJ Debonsa, who's just a super-sized wing, Cam Boozer, who doesn't have, elite size for a forward, but he's probably going to be the strongest player in the NBA in his prime. I think there's a real conversation that he gets there. And then Caleb Wilson has, absurd size at 6'10", and with his leaping ability, he's going to be very physically dominant. And Darren Peterson does not have that. I'm very curious to see what his measurements are this combine. I think there's a real chance he comes in under 6'5" without shoes on, and then you really have to start make up, okay, where's the skill level? And that's where I think all of AJ, Darren, and Cam Boozer separate themselves even from Caleb Wilson. Their games are so polished. AJ's footwork is maybe the best I've ever seen from a wing. The first step, the second jump from Darren Peterson, just the fluidity of his athleticism is out of this world. And Cam Boozer's not quite that fluid, but the polish on his game is, as high level as you get from an 18-year-old. And that's important with Cam as well. He's 6 months younger than the rest of these guys. his just knowledge of how to make the right play in every setting from anywhere on the floor really, I think, separates him in some ways. So I think that's why those 3 guys, and then 4 if you bring in Caleb Wilson, have separated themselves from the rest of the group. It's the physical tools, and physical tools really, really matter in the NBA. So I think that's probably where they are. And in all honesty, like if I had to rank them, I think there's a tier that has AJ, Darren Peterson, and Cam Boozer at 1, and I do think there's maybe a second tier of Caleb Wilson unto his own, and then it's everybody else. But I think they are definitely a group by themselves, and I think there's going to be different players at the top of different draft boards. Like I won't be surprised if Memphis has Cam Boozer number 1 on their board and is just happy if he falls to 3.
So you mentioned yesterday when I hopped on with you as well, and you've talked about it on social media as well. A lot of people are just looking for the Jazz. It's either AJ or Darren, but you're saying don't discount Boozer in the mix on this. Why is that?
Well, I talked to people at the Jazz, and I didn't get any feeling that thought this was an easy pick. So I'm just going to tell you what I know, and I haven't had any specific names told to me at all. I'm not trying to say that the Jazz have said any names specifically, but there's real concern about like getting the right guy. Well, if they knew who the right guy was, they wouldn't be talking about that. They would say, well, it's either going to be AJ or it's going to be Darren, and we're going to pick that direction and move forward. I don't think that's how they feel. So I'm trying to relay a little bit of the sense I'm getting from the Jazz on that sense. But yeah, I mean, Cam Boozer is the most winningest player in this group. He's, the best player today in this group. He's got the best body right now in this group. Some of these guys, you got to come in. I mean, people got to recognize, like, AJ's going to take a couple of years for his body to fill out. He's got a great body, but he is, closer to Ace Bailey than he is Paul George today. It's going to take a few years for him to kind of realize his physical tools. Same goes for Darren Peterson. He's not going to have to put on as much weight because he's not as tall, but he's going to have to get a lot stronger. He's going to have to figure out why physically he wasn't able to withstand a college basketball season, which is about a third as difficult as an NBA season. So you've got to figure that out. Cam Boozer steps in and doesn't have to worry about that. You might thin him out. You might try and, get his bend a little bit better in his waist so his athleticism, breaks through a little bit more. But he comes into the league and he's working on his game almost exclusively. He doesn't have to work on his body the way a lot of these other guys have to put on weight before you really start building out their game. And it's not quite a Cody Williams situation, but it's similar. Cody Williams is certainly the extreme on one end of having to work on his body before you figure out his game. But that has to happen with those other players, and it really doesn't have to happen with Cam Boozer. And that's a real advantage for some guys.
What do you make of the explanation with Peterson, and have you dug much deeper? Obviously, for those that don't know, kind of did too much creatine early in the season and caused cramping, and that cramping, caused him to miss a lot of time and sit out. Certainly a red flag. But Ben, what have you make of that stuff?
It seems a little convenient to me that they were like, oh, well, obviously it was the creatine.
Yeah.
You didn't know that before? Like, you've never done this
I mean,
before,
I take it every day, and I've never cramped.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I talked to a guy yesterday who's like a cyclist, and he's like, oh, that's not how creatine works. That doesn't make any sense. And he didn't know anything about the situation, but, like, it's just a little convenient to, like, oh, I know exactly what it was right after the draft, and I didn't think about it at all, and all these, super high-paid doctors that Kansas has had no idea. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense to anybody. So I don't know what that was. And the Jazz will get their medicals done. In fact, the NBA has put a real emphasis on making sure that everybody in the top 10 has the emphasis or has the rules and all the medicals on all the players who are projected to be in those spots. So, like, this shouldn't be a mystery to, whoever's thinking about picking him. And if it is, it's because it's a real problem. It's like a real big issue. So in the sense that I don't worry about it because they will get to the bottom of it. But if they can't get to a bottom of it, like, it's a big enough reason to slide down the draft. So guys who aren't healthy, we remember Cam Whitmore, who a couple of years ago went into the draft and was like, well, he's the number 4 overall pick. There's just no way he's going to fall. And he fell to 20. It's like, well, yeah, he's a guard who's really heavily, reliant on his athleticism and has some great tools. But there's questions about his effort and there's questions about his medicals. And he slips 15 spots, 16 spots, So I wouldn't rule it out as being a problem going forward for him. So teams will have to do their due diligence. And yeah, I'm not totally sure I buy the creatine thing, but I'm also willing to give kids the benefit of the doubt and let him prove himself and recognize that college doesn't mean that much to a lot of these players. And he's got to prove it now at the next level.
So what would concern you the most if you were evaluating him that yes, the creatine thing or whatever, there's the cramping issues were real, and that's a concern for his health long term, or that he just didn't really want to play college ball. He wasn't interested, wasn't a win first guy, just wanted to bide his time to get to the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be, honestly, bigger picture stuff. If I had to pick between those two, certainly the medicals are a bigger question. I don't worry about that much about guys who don't want to be in college. I get it. I've seen guys who don't want to be in college. It's truly just a roadblock for them to get to their next level. It's a bit of a joke right now anyways. Like, none of these kids are going for school, and that's fine. The colleges don't care that they're not going for school. That's why they're giving these guys $4 and $5 million a year now. So you're going to give a kid that much money and then want him to try hard in class or think that, like, this is important to him. I really do not blame a 19-year-old for feeling that way. So the medicals then become a much bigger issue. But, bigger picture, it's that, what if he's 6'4" in a league that doesn't really have a lot of two guards that are 6'4", and his numbers look good at like kind of the square averages, but you dig through his games a little bit and there's some real question marks of like, why is there so many 1 assist games? Why are there so many 5 of 17 shooting games? Why are there games when he has 2 rebounds? That's kind of maybe my bigger question. Or why are there so many games where he plays 24 minutes and so few when he plays 33? I think those are all real questions.
Ben, you do such a great job covering the team. You grew up in this market. Where were you yesterday when this news hit, and how did you accept this news?
He was on the air, man.
You were on air when it happened.
Yeah, I was talking to you like right after.
Well, I know you were. I knew I'd talk to you later, but I didn't realize you were on right then.
How fun was that, though?
Lock that away.
That had to be cool.
Lock that away for stupid question of the day from Coach.
No, it was to watch it happen live because, again, we've done these shows several times. I've done them over the last 4 years, and to just think that, like, this is inevitably going to be the 7th pick or the 9th pick or the 8th pick, and then you kind of see the worst-case scenarios happening where it's like, oh, no, how did Dallas jump up? How did some of these teams jump up? And you're just looking through those first 5 picks, and you're just thinking, like, it would just really hurt the West if Golden State jumps up. It would really hurt the West if Oklahoma City jumps up. So those are kind of the things I think you were watching for earlier. A little, if you're a fan of basketball, wondering like, oh, that kind of makes the league less interesting. It's just like the good teams continue to get good players. So I think once they got past those first 5 or 6 picks, I think it started to get a lot more interesting for me.
As bad as things were last year, the Jazz still were able to draft Ace Bailey. If you're the Pacers, not only do you not get into the top 3, you lose your pick altogether. Just how damaging. I mean, when your GM essentially has to apologize to your fan base, things aren't going well.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little bit of an overreaction on their part. Now, look, what they did was like a great swing. I actually love the swing that they took because had this worked out, they end up with one of, A.J. Debonsa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, or Caleb Wilson, and Ivica Zubac, and you get Tyrese Halliburton back next year. It's like, wow, that's an insane swing. And all of a sudden you're the most competent team in the East, and you were 3/4 away from being able to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the finals. Like, I do think those are the risks you actually have to be willing to take. The nice thing is now, like, the downside is they still have an unprotected 2031 first-round pick. So while that pick alone is not going to get you a player of the caliber of, the Boozers, the Debonsas, the Petersons out there, it's still a really valuable piece. And you have a guy in Ivica Zubac who's one of the 5 or 6 best centers in the NBA on an absolute steal of a contract, like on a top 10 contract in the NBA. And you look at so often, how do teams win titles? It's like, well, they have a guy on his rookie deal who's jumped up and is performing like a veteran, making, a third of what he should, or a veteran who's on a steal of a deal. This was certainly Steph Curry's issue early in his career, where he signed his deal off of his bad ankle injuries and wasn't getting paid the full max. And you think, well, how did they build out this full roster around him? Well, they had all this extra flexibility, and Zubac will provide some of that. So they're going to be still a very serious contender next year, but having a top 4 pick would have changed their outlook significantly more.
Would you be willing to facilitate something with Anthony Davis in hopes of securing the number 1 pick if you were the Jazz?
I hadn't really heard of the Anthony Davis thing. I've seen a lot of people say, like, would you do Ace Bailey and 2 for 1? I'm like, there's a chance Ace Bailey's better than these players. Like, I'm not – we're not far enough down the road with Ace, and there's not so many answers with, Darren Peterson or A.J. Debonsa that, like, there's no world where Ace Bailey is better than AJ Debonsa. Like that's in the cards. It's not what I would bet on, but it's not insane. So no, I wouldn't do that deal. Anthony Davis, you're probably looking at like Walker at a similar number to Anthony Davis, which Anthony Davis's numbers could be way higher because he's on his true supermax. But yeah, you're probably looking at like a $35 million Walker, $10 million, combination of Kyle Filipowski and Cody Williams to get Anthony Davis back, and then you move up to get number one. That's more interesting to me than Ace Bailey and 2 for number one flat out. I do think that's probably a more interesting deal, and then you hope that Anthony Davis has accepted that he has to play the 5, or he and Jaren Jackson Jr. kind of play 4 or 5. Problem is he's just so old and he just plays so rarely. Like, there's a reason Dallas gave him away even after they traded everything to get him. They just kind of gave him away at the deadline. So ultimately, like, again, I don't think anyone is going to be sitting at number 2 and be like, wow, this is the drop off from LeBron to the rest of that class. That's not how AJ is being viewed. In fact, I had one person who's very well connected in the NBA say, this is actually not a generational draft. This is not LeBron. This is not Victor Wembanyama. I don't think people are viewing number 1 that well. And I think the gap between Debonsa, Peterson, and Boozer is so much more slim than people are giving it credit.
Well, Ben, we appreciate it. I know you got more insight coming up today at 2 o'clock, but thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Yeah, my pleasure.
There he is, Ben Anderson, NBA Jazz Insider, KSLSports.com, and new afternoon host every day from 2 to 6 with Jake Scott.
That was my first. I was like, hey, Buzz Aldrin, where were you in the moonland? Oh, no. I was on the moon. Where were you?
Here's the thing. Like, I think
what a dumb question I just asked. Let's just be honest. We got to be accountable.
I think we know what happened. Over the last 2 years, Ben Anderson and I were on the air together during the lottery when the Jazz failed miserably to move up in the draft. Yesterday, Ben goes on. I was not invited to be a part of that broadcast, and the Jazz move up to number 2. So I think ultimately, Jazz fans, you should thank me and my laziness for not wanting to be on the air on a Sunday afternoon on Mother's Day for the reason why the Jazz are now picking number 2.
What do you mean laziness? It's not like you said no. What are you talking about?
Well, I did come on eventually.
Yeah, but, of course, we had you on.
Actually, what it was is that Lloyd just didn't invite me.
Exactly.
He didn't want me to
No,
play.
I had heard. I'm going to defend my Raider guy here. I had heard that that the day was so important and the talent was so big in Scotty that he just I got to take this day.
Hey, Scotty has been doing a lot of stuff for the station. I'm talking Mammoth post game stuff.
I know. I'm trying to stand up for you for once, and then you turn on me.
I'm not turning. There's no turning.
Okay.
By the way, I've had more fun doing those Mammoth post games than anything I've done in a while.
And I love those. You and Jay.
That was so much fun with Jay.
The minute the game ended, I got to see what these dudes talk about.
Yeah. And Jay's coaching me up, man. I feel like I'm a hockey guy now. But it doesn't matter if you're a hockey or NBA. Guess what? The Jazz are one of the corporate sponsors and presenting sponsors, exclusive partners of the Utah Jazz and the Utah Mammoth is RGS Exteriors. And the man himself joining us. Hey, Tim.
Hey, look, sorry, guys. I had some last appointment, but look, it was pretty exciting yesterday. I was actually thinking about yesterday. Last year, I don't know if you remember, but you had all like donate $100 to some charity.
Yeah, no, it was
to try to get good karma.
All we were trying to get was $2, and you came in and had a big investment in that as well.
It didn't work,
and it didn't work. So this year we're like, you know what? We're not doing anything for charity.
We're not going to beg anymore.
I will tell you though, the second I got home from church, man, the phone was on, and watching, and kept seeing things going. Well, first of all, when the Bulls went past, and then Memphis, I'm like, we're freaking screwed.
Yes.
There's no way we're going to get this. And then all of a sudden, it passes us. I'm like, whoa. And look, I don't know. We'll have to see. Something tells me we're still getting AJ. I don't know why. I just have this feeling.
Dude, that's exactly what I told Scotty when I walked in here.
I just think that one of two things. I know they said that there's no way the Jazz are trading down, but for whatever reason, I just don't think Peterson's a fit for us, or he does. I don't know. Something just tells me it's not going to happen.
Washington isn't the brightest or sharpest tool either. Well, you go look at their draft history. They may just do us a solid and say, we'll take Peterson. Who would you like?
Yeah.
We'll take him.
Yeah, we'll think about that.
And I'll tell you, as a fan, and I'll bring this back to the company, but as a fan, I don't care. Whoever's the best fit, right? We want to win. Selfishly, as a partner, let's call a spade a spade. The Jazz have been so horrendous. They had to give tickets away this year. As a partnership, we definitely didn't get our money's worth as a Jazz partner this year. Let's just call a spade, right? Having said that, we're already going to be extremely good next year. And then you throw AJ in the mix, regardless of how good he is or how good this building is going to sell out every single game.
Yeah.
And the buzz for the Jazz is going to be incredible. So that's selfishly what
How fast do you think that team store sells out of AJ jerseys as soon as they're stocked?
Instantly.
I'd say 25, 30 minutes tops.
Look, here's the thing. We love our basketball. First of all, we're a Jazz fan, which, by the way, this is an interesting thing, is we are both a partner of the Mammoth and the Jazz. To me, I thought the crossover was the same. They keep telling us there's only a 10% crossover. I don't know if I buy that, but they're adamant that the numbers are saying there's only 10% of the fans are fans of both. So if that's really true, the Jazz are King Kong in our market.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And so to your point, the jerseys are going to sell it immediately. And man, I'll tell you what, it's been really fun the last 24 hours watching all these national guys and these, bloggers and all these things talking about, oh my gosh, you guys realize who the Jazz are? Like, the Jazz are going to be an instant contender. And look, watching San Antonio and watching the Wolves, look, I haven't missed a game. I love it.
Yeah.
San Antonio's good, but they're not these juggernauts. I mean, Minnesota's hanging with them.
Well, and if you want to beat those teams, you better have some size and some positional versatility.
Well, we've got both.
Whoa, don't we?
Anyway, so back to RGS.
Yes.
Look, I tell you what, guys. Listen, man.
I love it.
I tell you what. I love coming here. I love having you guys come here because I get to talk sports. And look, the last 24 hours have been incredible. What's happened to our market? It's been fun. The Mammoth playoffs have been crazy, and we're excited to be partners with them. But we're just happy to be here, and we'd love to earn your business. Siding, gutters, windows, decks. I mean, Greg did the last couple segments, and listen, you guys were great. But we're here just to help out and love to earn the business.
801-280-3110. Whether it's a rain gutter fix, complete overhaul to the outside of your home, whatever you're looking for, RGS is here to help you out. 801-280-3110. RGS Exteriors, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Question of the morning. How about the Jazz picking a number 2?
Get your guy and go from there. Have him be in a situation where he can develop at his pace. They're going to get a stud. I'm very confident of that. They will get a big-time player. I would not be shocked if A.J. Debonsa is in a Jazz uniform. The pathway is there.
It's clear what would have to be done. The exact price has to be negotiated. But Washington can move from 1 to 2. If the Jazz had ended up with a 5th or 6th pick in the draft, we wouldn't have the same level of confidence.
This is an easy transition that they can get that. These are exciting times now for Jazz fans. I always felt that it had the potential to be a franchise-changing situation, and by getting the number 2 pick, it is a franchise-changing situation.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, plan Financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ari Temkin from Big 12 Radio. Get his thoughts on A.J. Debonsa or Darren Peterson. By the way, it is an option. It's an opportunity for you to celebrate the PGA Championship and have a rooting interest in one particular golfer. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. If you're caller 12, Lloyd will assign you a golfer. And if your golfer ends up winning the PGA Championship, you will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. All brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. And coming up starting tomorrow, we'll talk to Brian Taylor, Bob Casper, and get their thoughts on the PGA Championship coming up later on this week.
Who do you hope to draw? Who do you hope to draw?
I'll always be a Scotty Scheffler guy.
Chef?
Yeah.
How does this deal with our? How does this work? What day do we do that?
The pain in the butt.
Pain in the butt.
We will do that tomorrow.
The major pain.
The major pain in the butt. Oh yeah, that's right. We do it on Wednesday. For some reason,
day
I thought
before
Wednesday's the practice round, baby.
Yeah.
I already got I got my guy in my sights.
So here's the thing. Lloyd will do everything he can to throw you off your game. So he'll like say he'll say like in the office, who I think is going to be really good this week. And he'll give you a name, and he's going to hope to like sway you to make sure that his golfer is available.
I hear he's a real dark horse.
I would take anything Lloyd says with a grain of salt.
Listen, I definitely listen when it comes to anything broadcasting, but when we're predicting, I ain't taking advice from one Lloyd Cole.
I would advise.
I've listened for long enough. I know who wins these things.
Yeah. All right, Ari Temkin's going to join us coming up here in a moment from Big 12 Radio, part of TuneIn and the Big 12 studios. So he saw a lot of A.J. Debonsa. He saw a lot of Darren Peterson. And the question is, nobody doubts Darren Peterson's skill. I mean, it's just through the roof. You mentioned watching his high school film and what he did before he got to Kansas. But then Kansas happened, and he went through Bill Self's Hell Week. And at that point, it was just like, whether the creatine thing and he started cramping up, I don't know what the issues were, but it just never seemed like it gelled for him. Now, when he was out on the court, he looked phenomenal at times. But then he'd missed the second half, or there was a lot of things going on. it's tough to really figure out the truth behind what happened there.
Yeah, and that's where all the time and money will be spent when people are dealing with Peterson. They've got to get people they trust, because you asked me the question, were you truthful? And always tried to be, but I guarantee there are people in his camp, if things are awry, that aren't necessarily going to tell the exact truth because, they want him to get as much money as possible. So this is going to be one of the more intriguing cases. I look through history. You mentioned Greg Oden. He had a major foot concern. Joel Embiid was a bit of a mystery prior to his draft. And so it can be done. You just got to get to the bottom of it. You got to be talking to the right people.
Yeah, Embiid missed his whole first year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's history there of dealing with things that could linger from the collegiate ranks. So you're like, yeesh, I don't know. I don't know if that's something we need to buy into, because AJ seems like a potential superstar, and he seems like the safer of the two picks. Now, when you look at upside, where the ceiling is, it might be a little bit more for Darren Peterson.
Yeah, and it all just depends on how big that ticker is. That is the one thing you can't – at the Combine, I wish they could hook you up some way, like to a machine that said, all right, this person wants to win this bad.
Yeah.
It's just like you write their win bad meter on the sheet, but there's not. So you have to read the tea leaves. You have to see how they approach their workouts.
How would you judge that when you were looking at recruiting? Now, high school versus college is different, but when you're looking at I got to imagine it's probably harder at the high school level to really judge, okay, when this guy gets into the culture, he's going to do this, or he's going to act like this, or he's going to play through pain and put the team first. Is that hard to identify?
Yeah, the differentiator was actually the stuff that doesn't happen while the clock's moving. It's in the margins. It's how are they interacting with their teammates after a turnover? What's their demeanor like on the bench in a tough situation? Coaches got to stand them up. How are they going to handle that? So those things are so telling, because they obviously start to speak to character. And so that's the big piece here. You know what these guys can do on the floor and what they can't do, for that matter. But I will say, after talking to Ben, that Danny Ainge has always been a guy who, when he drafts, and particularly high, it's elite. It's an elite thing. He's looking for elite skill. And so he's never been a guy to just take the safe pick.
Yeah.
And so I imagine, again, no stone unturned, and everything will be in play.
Coming up next, we'll chat with Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio, straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
I'm such a huge fan of Zero Res and what they can do for you in your home, because they've done it in my home many, many, many times. It's an annual tradition. We want to get our carpets cleaned, especially this time of year. Before the summer moves in, it's time to hit the reset button on your carpets. Now, May is that in-between month where kids are wrapping up school, getting ready for summer. You're hosting guests. You may have graduation parties. You may be having farewells, all these things going on at your home. Well, it's now time for you to give that carpet the refreshing it deserves and get the air duct cleaning cleaned as well. So right now, to get you started, Zero Res is going to get you 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $119. Plus, they'll throw in the hallway for free. That's right. $119 is going to get you 3 rooms of carpet cleaned and a free hallway cleaning. Look, it's such a difference when you have it done in your home. Every time I'm always amazed by how well my home looks, by how well it smells, just everything about it. When you walk into a home after Zero Res has been there, it's different because they use a different technology, a patented water technology without the harsh chemicals, without the harsh soaps. Your carpets get cleaner, they stay cleaner longer, and you don't have that nasty, crunchy carpet afterwards. So call right now. Zero Res is here to help you out. 866-ZERO-RES. That's 866-0RES. You can also go online and book your appointment at zerores.com, but just call 866-0RES today.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building a $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Accessing. The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, guess what? Beehive Mills has a new production facility in Ogden. We are going to be there live. It's going to be a lot of fun coming up on May 14th, so make sure to join us and hang out with the crew up in Ogden, up in O-Town at Beehive Mills.
Do you know I'm already a satisfied client? In fact, my wife told me this weekend, I said, the spaghetti is so good.
Yeah?
And she's like,
well, guess
Beehive
what?
Mills.
Beehive Mills. Just throw it in the crock pot. You're good to go.
It's actually Beehive Meals. Sorry, I said Mills.
I thought you were, yeah.
No, I corrected myself.
You're taking a shot, Scotty.
They also now have the new I know, that's what I thought too.
Well, it was an Idaho shot, just a veiled one, because we got Idaho guys in the room.
You do feel a little threatened with a little bit of an Idaho
Well,
flavor.
we've got Emmett and Declo represented here, and it's a little. I mean, I can see. I mean, potatoes have to do a lot to survive. Well, and Idaho people are tough like that.
All we got to do is throw Jerome in, and we have like the perfect meth triangle right there. It's awesome.
Get a guy, and we can get a route. Not for that, but like we could do Pez dispensers.
We're gonna do what? Breaking Bad this thing?
Pez
get a little Winnebago.
You've got Emmett down.
Got Declo.
Do I got to come into Emmett and take over?
Oh
Clay?
Man. Ari Tempkin's going to be here in just a moment from Big 12 Radio, part of Tune In and the Big 12 studios. Looking forward to chatting with him, getting his thoughts on what he sees between A.J. Debonsa as well as Darren Peterson. As the Jazz very likely could have one of those two guys, depending on who goes number one to Washington, or if the Jazz decide to move up a little bit and try to snag that, we shall see. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for sure. Can't wait. It's going to be great going right up until draft day. I imagine there's going to be a lot of intrigue. You don't see Danny Ainge and a pick this high without seeing some fireworks in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, no, and that's exactly, we said it a few times, but that's what he wants. He wants people to wonder what he's going to do. Is he going to trade up? Is he going to trade down? Does he have his eye on somebody that he's actually going to swindle me out of a first-round pick and get the player he wants? I mean, because he's done all of that, and so that's why, you know, I've got popcorn ready. It's the buttered variety.
Nice.
And as much as I love the on the court stuff, this is the NBA to me right here.
Yep.
What happened yesterday, and now diving into all these guys and trying to find the true hidden gems. You know, the diamonds in the roughs. Because sometimes you look at the draft and you think at that time, man, these are the best players, and you go back and like, no, that was a rough patch right there.
Yeah.
So in some cases, and this is a very deep draft with a lot of talent. I'm excited about that. I did do a little research while we're waiting for Ari, and found out through my connections at a school down south.
Yes.
The Brigham Young, that the Wizards came to see BYU 5 times in Provo this year. And of those 5 times, the GM never made the trip.
Really?
So at least the GM didn't see him in Utah. Now it could have gone somewhere else. This is just in Utah. But 9 other teams, the Jazz came the most of anybody to see AJ. 9 other teams came more than the Wizards to see AJ play.
Really? And it's not like the Wizards shocked the world by moving up to number 1. They were
in play for them.
They had the worst record. Yeah.
So I'm just looking for signs. That's all I'm doing with the resources that we have available to us.
Can't wait.
Follow the tickets. They say follow money. Follow money.
Follow the money for sure. And if you're Washington, this is going to be an interesting decision, because I would like to see what the numbers are for them and Darren Peterson. You know, are they right there? Have they been watching him the whole time? Have they been on that scent for a lot more than they have AJ?
Unfortunately, I don't have the type of connections at Kansas
I know.
that I have here. But no, that would be fascinating. And Ben made a great point. Depending on the board, there's a board that in a world that exists that the board has Boozer 1, perhaps, Debonsa 1, and also Peterson 1. So this is the fun part is we're going to sort through all that, and everybody's going to start throwing out smoke signals. But we will try to discern what's what.
Well, earlier today, somebody close to the Wizards, some of their beat writers said, the Wizards will entertain any thoughts of moving down in the draft. They're not necessarily in love with this number 1 overall pick. It's like, okay, all right, we know what's going on.
What do we
here.
got to do?
It's all posturing. Everybody's going to throw out all kinds of smoke signals. They're going to try to do whatever they can to try to boost their value. And if nothing else, tell the Jazz, like, hey, how bad do you want your Utah guy? You want him? Well, guess what? We're going to talk to a lot of people, not just you. You know, somebody wants to move up, well, we're going to talk to him. So if you really want this number 1 pick, you better jump in right now, and you better do it. And you better come with a strong offer, because we're going to shop it around.
Well, that's just good business.
It is.
That is very good business. You got a understand the marketplace, understand the value of what you got. And, that is, to me, that's the secret sauce.
Well, and honestly, too, there's a lot of bluffing that goes on.
No, so much. Like we talked about Ace Bailey earlier in the show, but for every Ace Bailey, there's another name. Ace basically was castigated as a guy who all he wanted to do was shoot, didn't really have a great understanding of the game. Could he fit at his age in a locker room with a bunch of old guys? And the answer to all that is certainly yes. We found that out, but there was a ton of fog around him. And when it came to me, I just had to dig into his tape. And when I started watching his tape, I saw way better decisions than were being talked about. Now, you could look at some egregious highlights or lowlights, but shot clock sometimes, having the ball in your hands late in a shot clock on a team, you're going to have to take horrible shots. I remember Elijah Bryant, in fact, he was such a great player for us and actually just made first team All-Euro over in Europe and is still playing at a very high level over there. But Elijah Bryant got stuck with the balls and had so much at Elon that his percentages weren't great. And so a lot of people passed on him. They didn't look past, just the bad stuff.
Well, I mean, look, you had Dylan Harper, who's turned out to be a stud in this league. You watched him with the Spurs, and you have Ace Bailey, and that team not only did not make the NCAA tournament, they weren't above 500 at Rutgers.
Right. No, exactly.
So obviously there was some other things going on there because that team should have just went scorched earth on college basketball.
Your starting lineup: Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey from Declo, Idaho, Scott Gerard from Highland, Utah, Timmy Lacombe, and of course from Murray, Utah, one Lloyd Cole. That's what the starting lineup was like. And those two guys and three schlubs.
But honestly, even that should have won more games than they did.
Yeah, you would think.
All right, joining us now. Now, look, if Tim's on that team, then we got ourselves a fighting chance.
I like making you smile, dude.
Coach Tim.
Yes.
This Tim knows there's not a chance in heck. Hey, look, I love sports, but basketball's not my. There's a reason why
I could use you. I watched you walk in here. You'd be a blocker screener.
That's
You'd be
about what I do. I'm good for rebounds. I'm good for hustle.
Clear a lot of paths.
Yeah, that's.
You don't want me to shoot.
I was a lead blocker in football, and they're like, "Hey, we need you to go in and set a few screens." I'm like, "All right, I'm your guy."
I could do that.
I as long as I can be T-shirt under the jersey guy, then I'll be fine.
Look, in hockey, I'd be terrible, but I could be the O'Brien of the team. Right? I could be the guy that just go. I want to go hit.
Yeah, I'm going to go lay some contact.
Which, by the way, we need to find somebody else on the Mammoth this year. We got to find another enforcer, someone that's just that.
Yeah, that's
we got to find that guy, the big, strong guy that just wants to just take hands off.
Just go with Yamamoto, dude. That guy, pound for pound.
Yeah, but he's like 5'6".
I don't care.
160.
He takes on anybody.
That's the problem with our whole team.
He takes on all comers.
But sooner or later, genetics are going to play a role.
Look,
I don't know. He might have a superpower.
We might be the youngest, fastest team in the league, or one of the youngest.
Yeah,
anyway,
we need to hit.
But we need some size.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, look, it's fun.
Look at us breaking down hockey.
Look,
I knew he was small. I just know he's tough.
2 years ago, not one of us would know a dang thing about hockey.
Nope.
Which that's actually kind of a fun thing that our market. So obviously we talked about in the last segment the War Partners, and so we get a little bit behind the scenes stuff, which has been really cool. We go to a lot of things and see practice facilities and interviews, and we get just a little bit of a connection that most people don't, that you guys certainly get. But one thing I've learned is we have the best indoor facility in the league. We have some of the best fans in the league. Other opponents are loving to come to Utah just because of the energy that we have. We have some things that in franchises year twos shouldn't happen, right? It shouldn't happen, and it does. And it's really, really incredible about our market and how big of fans we are. And look, we're going nuts over basketball and a draft pick and hockey, and we're not even football season yet. And we know we're a football state. So we love it. And one thing that we're super grateful for is being in this community as long as we have. And we've talked about it a lot. I coach high school ball, and just being around in sports in Utah is special, and it's something that I'm very, very grateful to be just part of. It's amazing.
Well, I know that's important for RGS, and that's a reason. I mean, obviously, quality work is the most important reason why you're 5 generations, but you've entrenched yourself in the community.
Look, that's really, it matters, and I'm glad you brought that up because, yes, we've been serving for Utah that long. And we haven't even talked about this, but we just received 4 Best of State awards, so now we're 25 of those. Last week, we received the Best of Salt Lake for the best siding company in Utah. So we're getting some accolades. And does that all matter? No. What really matters is that we're here. We've been here for a long time, and we're going to continue to be. And the deeper and deeper we entrench ourselves in the community, what it all boils down to is it goes back to more and more referrals. And we're just part of it. We talked about off air is I want to be all of the listeners' guy, right? We all have a guy for whatever it is. Hey, I've got this guy. Look, I want to be your guy. RGS wants to be your guy. And when we can do that and getting involved in the community, we become more and more and more of that.
So, you've been around for a while because I was, when I was driving up here, I was behind one of your trucks that was pulling a trailer.
Oh boy.
And I was like, that picture's old. Like Tim's rocking the soul patch, like the little flavor saver. And I'm like, and Brownie looks like he's 8 years old. And I'm like, we got to get that picture updated.
Hey, there's one that's even older that's on I think that most of those trucks have been retired, but there's one when Talmadge has no teeth. So when we're talking, he's probably like 6, and he's 26 now. So there's some out there but yes, it is. It's fun to be part of that. And look, literally, Brownie's in the business full time. He's kind of our IT marketing guy, full time in the business. Talmadge has got one more year of football, and then he's full time in the business. And so it's really fun to really legitimately be here and be here that long.
Yeah. And maybe it was Brownie. Maybe that's who the picture was.
No.
Talmadge.
No. Well, the one without teeth is Talmadge, but it's just him. If there's 2 of them, okay. There is Brownie and Talmadge, and that's one with me with the soul patch. It's really bad. We need to get... The problem is those stupid wraps are so hard to get off these trucks.
Yeah. It's not even worth it.
We just leave them till their trucks are dead.
But I've also lived that. Like, your life, since you started your position, like where you're the man in charge, obviously it's passed through generations, but it's different, and there's a magnitude to it, and life just happens. Sometimes you can't keep up on the wraps.
No, it's right. Well, it's funny because Scott, I sent a text to Scott and Hans today. 5 years ago today, we actually had kind of a grand opening of this building. We did a new addition on this building, and we had food trucks, and we had kind of the one and only time we've ever had listeners come and hang out and had food for them, and that was 5 years ago today. That literally was yesterday. Which, by the way, I'll tell you a funny story about Hans. We get this amazing food truck, and I was at the end of the day, so I finally get up there, get some, and I bring these tacos down, and I got called away, and did a segment. I come back, and my tacos are gone. Guess what?
Yeah, Hans
freaking ate them.
Yeah,
he freaking ate my. I didn't even get any tacos. The whole thing.
I remember this, and he's like, "Hey, do you think Tim would mind?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, that's his plate." He's like, "I don't think he'd mind."
In the cartoons, how like they just have a bag of food and they just go.
That's Hans.
Where Hans was at to where he's at now, where it's like, now was that beef grass fed? I'm not sure. It's like,
what are the macros?
Yeah,
I really need to get down to the macros.
Isn't this fun talking smack about him?
Oh, I know, right? He can't do a darn thing about it.
It's all respect. There's
Love you,
never
brother.
any smack.
Let's hope he's listening. But no, look, we appreciate you guys. Just give us a call. Siding, windows, gutters, decks. The only play I'll give you guys and give the listeners is if you want to get it done before the summer, I mean, we're getting close. It's supposed to be 90 degrees today, 100 degrees in southern Utah. But if you really want to get it from the summer, you got to call like now. Like, I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but it's like literally now. And we can get you done before the summer. The longer we will still get you done, but it's going to be fall, not summer. So just give us a call. Let's get the projects done now so you can enjoy the summer and have your deck or siding done.
Let's make it happen. Even if you need a little rain gutter help, they're there to do it for you right there at RGS Exteriors. 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the Kinetic Energy energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage. I got my helmet strapped on tight, I've got my bike, and my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This takes you back a ways, doesn't it?
Plano Senior High School. I remember this came out, and I was like, certain things just melt your face.
Yeah.
This one did it. Like, dang, those guys got together and made that.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
I think that was as big for Aerosmith as it was for...
It was actually probably bigger for Aerosmith because Run DMC was actually the king of rock at that time.
Yeah. Brian Haney is the Kansas Jayhawk play-by-play voice. Will join us coming up here in just a moment. We will chat with him and get his thoughts on what Darren Peterson is all about. Because
I want to go to the root of that.
Yeah, because there's a strong likelihood that he could be wearing a Jazz uniform next year. So what type of player? Obviously, skill set. I mentioned I stuck around in San Diego after Utah State played because I wanted to see Darren Peterson in action, and where they were at in their NCAA tournament was down in San Diego. So I hung out for a game, watching him live, really looking at the body language. But the one thing that jumped out to me from a skill standpoint, it was just, yeah, okay, this guy's at a different level.
Well, the first thing, honestly, that gets me is his size. You know, he's rugged. He's got the big shoulders and like his frame. I coached against Kawhi Leonard all those years at BYU, and he's not as big as Kawhi height, but that's kind of the vibe I get with those shoulders. And then, you know, you watch him play, and you're right, his mechanics, his footwork, his intuition on knowing, what a defender's going to do, certainly got room to improve. in all aspects. But the biggest thing he's got to do is make sense of what last year was to everybody, and then go out and really show during the combine, which is this week, and the combine, and then obviously all the workouts. He's just got to be on it.
So the Jazz will have every player available to them in workouts. Last year, remember, they couldn't work out everybody. Obviously, Cooper Flagg wasn't going to show up for the Jazz when they were picking 5. And even Ace Bailey didn't even come work out for the Jazz, even though the Jazz eventually ended up taking him. So this time at number 2, the Jazz should be able to access all of these players in some way, shape, or form as an in-city visit.
Which is such a great thing, not just for right now, but down the road. This is where seeds are planted. This is where perhaps connections are made. And to me, that is the lifeblood of everything, relationships and connections. It kind of opens up everything else in your life.
There were 2 workouts that are legendary in that building. Number 1 was Rudy Gobert, and that was when they really felt like okay, we've got something here. Let's not let him go anywhere else. And so Rudy Gobert was the one that had the first infamous workout that was like, okay, we got something. And then the second one was Donovan Mitchell, who apparently there were some members of the Jazz broadcast crew that was there watching that one, and it went so well that Dennis Lindsay came over brought everybody that was in attendance and said, if I find out that you leaked how well this went, I will fire you. He's looking at the broadcast guys, one in particular, David Locke, and said, I don't care. I don't even care if you're not in my chain of command. I will find a way to fire you if it gets out how well this workout went. And sure enough, the Jazz were able to snag him. And so, yeah, these workouts, they matter. They matter in a big way.
They matter. How you come across in the interviews matter. How you carry yourself. I mean, the Cam Whitmore story. He was a guy who was expected lottery. He drop, and they find out that he had a lot of stuff going on, and he did not represent himself great in those interviews, and that was probably one of the biggest reasons he slid.
Do you ever coach these guys up a little bit on those interviews, or is that just all the agents?
I think the agents handle all that. I mean, my lesson to anybody is just figure out how to make people laugh.
Yeah.
People keep you around if you're funny. I have learned that. I've not been qualified for some of the things, but, man, they keep you around. That's what I'm trying to do here, just be funny.
That's what I try to do in my marriage, as long as I keep her laughing.
You're funny, dog.
She used, but here's the thing, she used to. And so that, as long as I got that and was able to seal the deal off of that, then that's great. And then she realized I'm kind of a bore. But hey, everything was signed at that point.
Plus, you all have lived long enough. You're having a milestone this year. Birthday. We'll talk about that.
No, we don't want to talk about that.
But you're at that phase too, where it's not all about making somebody laugh. It's just being there in the good and the bad.
Yep.
You've got enough water under the bridge. All that stuff. The values and the value.
So AJ is certainly the prize in this draft for a lot of teams, but make no mistake, Darren Peterson will be at the top of a lot of teams' draft boards. Cameron Boozer might be at the top of people's draft boards. So now what's really fun is the intrigue and the phone calls that Justin Zanuck's going to get, that Austin Ainge is going to get in regards to, hey, we hear this team's going to take this guy. We hear Washington's doing this. What can... you want us to help you get to 1? What can we do? Or Washington's calling up and saying, hey, guess what? Memphis wants to leapfrog you. They want the number 1 pick because they want Peterson. If you want him, you need to come in with an offer so you can secure that number 1 pick. And teams are going to try to play teams off of each other. And the Jazz will even be like, you know what? We're not really sold on our guy at number 2. So, we'd be willing to trade back, and so everything's on the table. Everything is on the table for the Utah Jazz right now.
It's called Knives Out. I mean,
yes.
I'm telling you, everybody has got an agenda, and so you have to be very careful, and that's why having so many people that are well-connected with real relationships that, people will tell you not just what you want to hear, but they'll tell you the truth. That's where because it's almost like a horse race. Sometimes these decisions come down to just a minuscule thing that puts, one guy out in front of the other by a nose, literally. And so it's it's now a battle of how connected are we? How well is our organization run? And I would just say, I know the Angels are so omnipresent in the NBA sphere, but you got to give Justin Zanuck and his agency background a ton of credit, because this comes into play huge here, and I know Zanuck does a ton of work in that regard.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. All right, joining us now, he is the play-by-play voice of the Kansas Jayhawks, Brian Haney, kind enough to join us. Brian, how are you?
Scott, Tim, great to be on with you guys. Thanks for the invitation. I'm doing well.
Well, you think that it's going to be, it's May. That's going to be your downtime. You're not going to be doing dopey interviews with some schmucks in Salt Lake City. But when you got Darren Peterson on your team, that's going to change things a little bit. And there is this narrative about Darren Peterson out there. From your perspective, though, you traveled with the team. You were around these guys. Who is Darren Peterson, the person? Not necessarily the player, but who is he as a person?
Excellent question. And first off, I also do baseball, so I'm headed to beautiful Provo Wednesday.
Nice.
So I can't wait to be back in your state. It's one of the most beautiful parts of the country. But back to your question about DP, I actually really enjoyed covering him this year, and I know it was a tumultuous year having to do with his availability or lack thereof for about 11 games, and a lot of other games where he played for a half and then had the cramping or the hamstring tightness flare up and had to come out. And I think there was a lot of misinformation during some of that because there was very little information that was out there as to what all he was going through. And it kind of seemed like folks were forming their own narratives and opinions, which, probably caused things to get a little bit beyond the scope of reality and truth of what he was actually dealing with. I thought he was a delightful kid to be around. And I saw a guy that from day one, despite all the hype and people like Bill Simmons saying this could be the next Kobe Bryant, and Bill Self saying this is the most talented recruit we've ever had. Keep in mind, he coached Embiid. Despite that hype, he was down to earth. He was approachable. Like literally the first practice of the year, I'm watching him walk in and he's dapping up everybody down to the last manager, refilling the Gatorade jug, calling everybody by name. And he's not super talkative in terms of like an outgoing conversationalist, but very much grounded despite his superstar status, appreciative of the managers that are rebounding for him when he's putting in extra shots after practice, grateful to anybody associated with the program, whether it's the social media director or the head coach. And to me, that showed a component to a superstar player that you don't always see. And then watching his work ethic and watching the way he genuinely tried to get better with the constructive feedback he was receiving and the way Bill would push him in certain regards. I mean, he checked all the boxes to me of everything you want your generational talent to be when it comes to those other intangibles beyond the actual ability on the floor. And so I felt bad that, the availability was what it was and the inconsistency of will he or won't he be out there, because to talk to him as a young man, he genuinely wanted to be out there. There was no aspect of him that was wanting to load manage or play it safe. Like he wanted to be out there with his teammates, but obviously, there's a lot of opinions that, were helping make some of these decisions in terms of, what to force the issue on and when to put yourself out there if you weren't completely 100%, and you have to respect those and understand that they were keeping their eyes on the ultimate prize and dream for him big picture. But just as soon as he did have the all clear and knew that he could push through some discomfort without risking injury, which is a big point of clarification there. Are you injured or are you hurt? And can you push through some discomfort if it doesn't feel right, knowing that you're safely not going to aggravate or injure yourself? Once he had, those reins kind of taken off and had the confidence to really get after it, we saw a guy that, clearly flashed all that potential and hype that we thought we'd have for the full 5 months. It's unfortunate it didn't come to fruition like we all thought it might, but in terms of the young man that he is, the coachable talent that he is, and just a likable guy to be around no matter what your role on the team is or within the organization is, I give him very high marks, and I genuinely really enjoyed our time with him as a person, no doubt.
Brian, first of all, apologies that you have to deal with Greg Wrubell regularly. He's a real pistol, that guy. And I coached at BYU for a bit, so I know Greg well, and I know how to push his buttons. But one of the unique things about your position is you get to see these guys obviously in the performance, and those are the most important times when everybody else gets to see them. But you get to see them also in travel, in a hotel. Are there any indicators that that Peterson, are there any red flags around him, and just in terms of the way he carried himself that would, prohibit anybody from wanting to take the kid, from what you saw from a character perspective? Was everything above board and check all the boxes?
Yeah. Not
perfect.
Well, looks like we may have lost him there for a second. So we'll try to get him back on. But as you would expect, a glowing review from Brian Haney on the person that is Darren Peterson.
Well, and I told you before, these are how these questions go, and that's how pointed they get sometimes. I was just curious,
Yeah, for sure. So, Brian, let's talk a little bit more about Darren Peterson, the player. When he was out on the court, you obviously saw the skill set. You've seen a lot of great talent go through Lawrence, Kansas. Where does he, and I know this isn't a fair question, but from just a sheer talent, athleticism, is he right up there with some of the best you've seen?
I think maybe the best comparison, guys, in terms of when he was on and has that ability to just take a game over and put a team on his back. You go past Andrew Wiggins, you go past anybody else in the Self era that would come to mind, and you go all the way back to Paul Pierce. And I know that's high praise because that's a 10-time NBA All-Star and a Hall of Famer and an NBA Finals MVP. But when I think of a guy that could just take a game over with that killer instinct, the scoring ability to beat you at all three levels. You saw it in the BYU game head-to-head with Debonsa when in that first half before the cramping kind of flared up in the second. He wasn't just the best player on the floor. He looked like the best college player in America, with anybody else being a very distant second. He had the rim finish that shook the field house and made it all the way to SportsCenter's #1 play. He had, step back crossover mid-range jumpers that were falling, the contested threes. He emptied his bag. Our only regret was he just didn't have, the good fortune of a clean bill of health the entire year to turn that as dynamic as anybody I've ever covered at Kansas. And that's where Bill Self and some of the huge compliments that he was heaping on Darren before he got here came from. I just don't know that Kansas felt like they fully tapped into that level of explosiveness for very much, if more than 10% of while he was here, just because of, some of the health challenges he had early in the year. But obviously he's looking to put all that in the rearview mirror and feels like he's got a handle on it now. And maybe you can see more of that explosive version. But when he's on and he's right, this is as explosive of an individual scorer as we've seen in 30 years of Kansas basketball. And think about all the great pros and all the great teams that Kansas Hoops has produced over the years. And to answer the previous question with just a little bit more context since the phone cut out, nothing to worry about from a character standpoint at all. I started to say before the call got disconnected, it's a day and age in this NIL era that we live in where people have agents, they've got social media managers of their own in some cases, they've got their own PR team and all that. And there were some unique additional aspects of Darren's day-to-day that the modern or the previous student athlete probably didn't have to deal with or report to and that kind of thing. But that just comes with being a generational talent that is as good as we've seen in quite some time, not just in Kansas, but in a draft pool. And so to me, while Debonsa's numbers were amazing, and he is probably the safer choice, no doubt, based on the games and minutes played and all of that, if you're talking about who has the highest ceiling, and who truly could live up to some of those very lofty comparisons that were heaped upon Peterson from day one, Darren is the shoot for the stars type choice here at the number 1 pick in the draft that could be a franchise-altering type player. Not to say that Debonsa couldn't, or Caleb Wilson, or other options, Acuff. They're all going to be guys that could be perennial all-stars in the NBA. But is there a player in this draft that could be, an all-time talent like Darren Peterson? I think he starts the list, and honestly, there's separation in my mind after him before you get to the next in terms of absolute Hall of Fame talent, absolute franchise-altering type draft pick. I think he can be that, but he's got to have consistent availability on his side, and he and his people feel like they've solved what was ailing him, and if that's the case, look out, because he's got a special fire inside of him in terms of competitive drive, the work ethic, all of that, and then just some natural ability that, quite frankly, feels supernatural compared to what we've seen. And this is at a tradition-rich school that gets McDonald's All-Americans on the regular and gets lottery picks on the regular, too. This is a guy whose talent transcends any of that, and I think has a chance to be the most gifted player that Bill Self ever coached here.
Man, that's high praise. I actually I coached a game in Kemper that Paul Pierce, Jacques Vaughn, and Rafe LaFrance were in against the Utes, the mighty Utes of Utah back in the day. It was a heck of a game. And I just remember when the game's over and they start singing to you, that gets ominous. It just kind of starts to build and swell. Yeah, there you go, man. So you spent time. Is this kid a guy who really serious about his craft? My indications with his footwork and the way his handle is so tight. But what kind of work extra is he? Does he have workout guys that come in? Do you see any of that happen?
Absolutely. I mean, and he's had his own individual strength training, basketball.
Well, it looks like we may have lost Brian again. We'll go ahead and cut him loose. Really good stuff, though,
He's
for
great.
Brian Haney.
Man, and glowing report, too.
Yeah.
So, again, this is the process. From that call, you'd be like, wow, we better take this guy.
Yeah, I know. We need Brian Haney on as much as he possibly can in the Washington, D.C. area doing interviews.
Just a glowing report.
Just keep talking, and maybe one of those Wizards GM is going to be listening and be like, you know what? Maybe we should go with that guy. I was doing a radio interview in Seattle when there was rumors popping up about Danny Sprinkle taking the Washington job, and we were still in, Utah State was still in the middle of their season, but the rumors were really starting to pick up at that point. And so the guy's like, well, tell me who Danny Sprinkle is. And Danny, I will still consider a really, really good friend. I love Danny, just a good human being. And I said, so from a selfish standpoint, I just said, look, he's got bad hygiene. He's a bad person. He's not good to be around. He treats people poorly. You want no part of this guy.
And I don't even want to talk about his pet boa constrictor.
Yeah. And the host was like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, I'm joking. He's a great guy, and you'll be lucky to have him. But
you gotta put your spin on things.
But I'm like, yeah, no, you want no part of this dude. So yeah, we need somebody. We need Greg Wrubell to go on in DC and say AJ Debonsa is a horrible human being and that he should not be anywhere near that organization. And then Haney to go in there and talk Darren Peterson like he just did, and then maybe we can get things going the way we want it to.
Could you imagine Rubes going scorched earth?
Oh yeah,
I can
awesome.
actually, because I've seen it before. He's gone scorched earth on me and many others. He's just a tyrant.
I would pay good money to see that, because I don't think he's got a tyrannical bone in his body.
No, he just gets a little overcooked and serious sometimes about wins and losses, and I give him a hard time about it. But he is the best, old Rubes.
Yeah.
He is the man.
Yeah, he's going to be coming on with us here pretty soon. I know he wants to hop on and chat with
Love
you.
It.
Tim's hanging out with us. That may be a sign that we need to talk to you more, Tim, when I start calling you Greg.
You can call me Greg.
Hey, stop going to all those expos, man. I need
know.
to hear it.
Hey, so I have a real question. So, glowing review. That was a great interview. Why did he pull himself out of games?
Because
that's what I want to know. Nobody's answering those questions. Why?
Well,
was it really cramping, or was that what
that's
was
what
it?
we know. That's what he says.
So the story, and now that the draft is coming up, so now he's trying to put out some good PR. which is fine. Everybody should do that. Now he did an in-depth interview where he said the initial conditioning that he had to go through with Bill Self was so extreme and so hard, and the creatine kicked his butt so bad that they had to call 911. And so whenever he felt like that was coming on again, he would take himself out of the game because it was such a miserable experience that he did not want to go through that again.
So going back to my initial point. So why did
yeah. I'm giving you the Darren Peterson line.
So that's the issue. Like, look, I think actually, if you're taking that aside, he's probably the biggest upside of the draft. He really is. He probably has the most upside. He's got the most talent. He's got everything. But this guy just comes on and says that there's no weaknesses and it's all media spinning it. Well, there's something there. What is it? And if we could just figure out what that is, because look, if we end up taking, we want to know. What is that really? And the Jazz will find it.
They'll know.
To your point, one thing you said that is we probably don't talk enough about, but the Angels specifically are so connected in this league. We couldn't have anybody better with this pick, maybe. Having Austin and Danny. I mean, I know Danny's technically not, but let's be honest.
But
he's involved.
And,
right?
and frankly, as Tim mentioned, I'll throw Justin Zanuck in
100%.
Who is as quietly well connected as anybody in the league.
It's going to be fun. I know that's all we've talked about today, but it's great.
That's all there is.
And it's so fun right now. And honestly, though, no matter what, we're gonna get a great player. But I really want to know what is that. And the Jazz, if they can figure that out, then we know. Is he a guy to take a risk on or not?
The Jazz got burnt when they called up PJ Carlissimo and said, "Tell us about this guy Luther Wright." And PJ went on this just glowing review, much like what we just heard. And by the way, that's no disrespect to Brian Haney. If I was in his job or doing his job, I'd say the exact same thing. But PJ Carlissimo said that Luther Wright's an incredible player, incredible person, blah 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 blah. He shows up and it's a train wreck, So they're like, we can't trust coaches anymore, so we've got to dig deeper. And the Jazz, I'm sure, will dig very, very deep here.
Funny story about Luther Wright, by the way.
Yes, it was Tooele.
Well, I know, but Luther Wright lived 4 houses down from me.
Oh, yeah?
So I got to know Luther extremely well. Here I was in high school at the time, and I'm telling you, Luther wanted to hang out with us high school kids. He literally, I'm not kidding you, he'd come hang out with us. Here he is in the league, and he wanted to come hang out with us high school guys. I can't tell you how many times I was at his house hanging out with him. First time I ever met Karl Malone was in Luther's house. Carl was assigned to Luther. Anyway, I could tell you guys some fun stories about Luther Wright, but he literally was a flippin' kid, that had money that had no idea what to even do with it, and it was a disaster. Cool part of the story is not to get on a religious aspect, but his stepdad actually joined the church and got baptized while he was here, and that was pretty cool. Having Luther walk into a chapel was kind of fun. This big, huge man. I'll never forget as a kid watching him duck in, coming in. Anyway, kind of fun.
So the thing is, you've been around. You talk about generations, and as a kid, you were on roofs, you were replacing rain gutters. Your dad you have a hard time keeping him off the roof. That guy still is out there making it happen. Your kids are involved. You don't, as much as we love you being a partner of the radio station, let's be honest, you don't succeed if there's bad reviews out there. You don't succeed if neighbors talk to neighbors and they're like, hey, I saw that group. How'd they do? And they're like, they were terrible. That will sink you faster than anything, and also will promote you faster than anything when you guys do a good job, because that means people will want to share and say, yeah, these guys were great.
Yeah, I mean, you do a good job, two people are going to tell about you. If you do a bad job, 10 people are going to know. So there's no question about it. And that's the actual numbers. Now, having said that, there's 2 reasons why we're super successful. You named it one that we've been around as long as we have, but why? Okay. The reason why we've been around as long as we have is that we do what we say when we say we'll do it. And when we do make a mistake, we own it and we fix it. And that's really, really important. The second thing is, you've met many of our team, but we have the best team in the business, from managers to installers to the office staff answering the phone to the sales guys that come out. We have assembled ourselves an amazing team, an amazing group of talent. We literally have the best of the best of the best people. And not only do we do that, but because of who we are and because of how involved we are, people want to come to us. So we literally are having people beat our doors down daily wanting to come work for us because they want to work for a good organization. Now, that's nothing to do with me, but that's about the team. And why does that all matter to the homeowners? Because if you've got people that love what they do, love the company they work for, it's going to show on the job they get.
One thing I think about when I come here is, and the Jazz are in the middle of a rebuild of all things, right? And sometimes that's very, very invasive, and sometimes it's not. But I love the fact that you can take something existing, and you often heard the term "old bones." A house has got great old bones. We just bought a house in Murray that's got great old bones, but sometimes the old bones need rejuvenation, and that's one of the things you guys do so well, being able to put another face on what has already been a great home.
We do. Here's the thing. We love to say we're a great company. The proof's in the pudding, so go look at that. But what we're here to do is make your home look beautiful, right? Whether you're tired of the hot suns or the hot living room or the freezing cold in the wintertime, we got the best window to take care of you. If you want an amazing deck to sit out and have a barbecue and watch the game or watch the kids play in the backyard, we've got the best decks in the industry. If you want an amazing cover patio so that'll open when the sun's out or close or when it rains, vice versa, we've got the best patio covers in the industry. And, then it goes back to gutters. We've talked gutters for years, best gutters, gutter covers. And then, of course, what we're known for is the James Hardy siding. So whatever you want to do to make your home weatherproof, waterproof, look amazing, just give us a call and let's earn your business.
801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. It costs you nothing to have somebody come out to your house from RGS. Just go through what's available, your hopes, what you want, give them your budget, and let them go to work and see what they can do for you in your home. 801-280-3110. It's RGS right here on the Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, the Salt Lake Bees and the El Paso Chihuahuas open a 6-game series. You can listen to the game at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Same 2 teams again Wednesday at 6:30, plus Real Salt Lake hosts the Houston Dynamo. That game kicks off at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free, it's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch. June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
Welcome to.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I definitely think the league is just built around two-way players. You got to play both sides. You really have to have an impact. Your entire game plan can't just be disguising multiple bad defenders, and it's what the Jazz ran into with Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell. It was just Rudy had to cover up so much, it just became too much for him, and the dam broke.
James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, I don't think, can play together. And I love this direction of where the NBA is going, by the way. How many one-way offensive players can you play at one time? At one point, it was how many non-shooters can you play at one time? And now combine that with how many one-way guys can you play at one time? One?
Yeah.
Maybe two? I think that will be where the Lakers run into trouble even when their players are back or if Austin Reeves stays. I don't think you can have more than one non-defensive player. You know what? It might be the Nuggets' problem.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I want you to want me. I want you to want me. I need you to need me.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. AB caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. It's PGA Championship week, and we're assigning listeners one of the top 25 players in the world, plus one listener will then get the field. That's right. All you have to do is be caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Lloyd will give you a golfer, and then if your golfer ends up winning the PGA Championship, you will win a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card, all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. What would you consider, in all your years of playing golf, the most prestigious golf course you've played?
The most prestigious golf course I've played is probably Pelican Hills.
Oh, okay.
In Newport.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Played, all the stuff here in Utah. I played some of the...
Have you done Pebble?
I've never done Pebble. Never had an invite. It's crazy. I don't know many people that are there, or I guess.
Yeah, if somebody does.
Somebody happens to know.
Let's get our faith in humanity restored here.
I just don't like to beg, so I'll throw it out there and maybe the winds will blow me a trip.
Trip to Pebble?
Mm-hmm.
How often do you go out now? Golf?
Oh, man. Last year I broke my wrist, so I didn't play at all. And so I've got to get back out. But I used to play, a lot when I had an opportunity to play a lot in the summertime, but I just don't enjoy it as much now. It takes a lot of time. Everybody else loves to golf.
Yeah.
So there's an open tee time in my room with my guitar every
There
time
you
I
go.
go down there. Nobody's ever in my way.
Those guitars let you play through every time.
So honestly, this year I hope to play 3 or 4 or 5 times.
There you go.
We'll see.
All right. So the story of the day, obviously, the Jazz picking number 2 overall. Darren Peterson got his glowing review, as you would expect from Brian Haney. Said one of the most could be the most explosive, talented player to come through Kansas in the last 30 years. There's been some good ones that have come through Kansas, too.
Well, and I like the comparison. I do feel like, because my take last night, I certainly have a body of work at AJ. I watched every game he played this year, and I know how special he is. I didn't get to see Peterson at his best, and I didn't spend the time last year looking at his high school stuff, so I went back really and dug into that. And I would say, if you can make sense of what happened, and his character's good and he wants to be a part of winning, like, to me, he seems like the actual no-brainer there at 2. Danny obviously loves to draft guys that are elite at something. And I will just say this guy he's a shot creator. He can get to a shot, a good secondary ball handler, a guy that can find assists. He's got the frame to be a good defender in the NBA. But really his upside to me is, a guy who can just go get a bucket and, physically he can lower the shoulder on you. He's technique-wise. He can use his footwork to his advantage. But to me, that's just his, that on the face value right now on day 1, I would say at 2 that I would pick Darren Peterson. And that may change over time as we watch guys. I have not dug deep into Caleb Wilson yet.
Well, and that's the next one, I think, is Caleb Wilson. And that's the one I think that the very well could be, I could see if Danny Ainge sees a lot out of him. Danny's not going to care if he could get him at 4 or 5. If he's available at 2, he'll just say, yeah, let's take him. Or Danny could trade down and get him. But Danny's going to take the best player he thinks is going to help this team, regardless of what you, I, or Joe Schmuckatelli think. He does not care. And by the way, I know Austin's going to be the guy and Zanek's going to be the guy. It's going to be a collective effort, but that front office is founded on the philosophy of Danny Ainge. We don't care what anybody else thinks. We're doing what we think is best.
And that is a name you can say in any NBA city, and they know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah. Danny Ainge. So I'm with you there. I think the beauty of it is this has been done so many times by these guys, by this group, and you're negotiating, you're perhaps transacting to move around in the draft, but all those things have been done by this front office. And so I think in terms of their lay of the land, their finger on the pulse of what's going on, certainly, the Jaren Jackson deal happened because everybody was kicking tires on Ja and nobody would budge. And the Jazz just stayed contact the entire time. And, just, hey, if anything else changes and you want to move somebody else, let us know. And honestly, one of the first calls, they were able to get that thing done in about a 24-hour window. So part of it is just positioning yourself conversationally with the right teams at the right time. And I think that's something the Jazz do a great job of.
All right, so I want to throw this out at you. Darren Peterson just got his measurements at the Combine. And there was a concern about exactly how tall he is. Is he a true 6'4"? Well, barefoot, he was 6'4.5". So 6'4", 199 pounds, 6'9", 9.75 wingspan, and an 8'7" standing reach.
Wow. That's awesome. No, that's good. So all of these little things, like you keep a checklist and you say, okay, was this accurate? Are we right here? And so that's a big one, because with shoes, obviously, you gain some height, but he's plenty big enough. He's not in that danger range. I feel like Donovan Mitchell, what's really damning for him is he's 6'3", and he can never change that. And so in the guts of a game, when he needs to go perhaps get a bucket, he doesn't necessarily have the physicality to lower the shoulder to get it. And so he has to kind of figure out a way to dance around and get a shot, or just back up and take a deeper three. Mm-hmm. And Peterson will have the ability to lower that shoulder and get right where he wants and operate right where he wants to.
Ben Anderson was very much looking forward to seeing what those measurables are. Now that he has them, that's going to be Must Listen To Radio coming up today at 2 o'clock. Coach and I will wrap things up on the other side. You're listening to Scotty G and the Coach. Tell you what, Tim Lacombe, this is week 4, man. We're just cruising.
And this is the fastest 4 hours in sports. Like, seriously, when I heard 4, I swallowed a little bit. Like, I've done 2-hour shows. I've done 3-hour shows. Never done 4. Well, these things fly, man.
No big deal. We'll wrap it up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go!
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessels and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Less be here for you.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five, hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, Edge of the Cedar State Park in Blanding.
The history of Native American peoples here in the Four Corners is just so beautiful. These are places for people to gather to work out issues of God and politics.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10, and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini Five, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach. Tim Lacombe on a Monday. It is a good vibes Monday, as yes, all the good stuff you put out in the universe over the weekend got returned to you in the Jazz with a number 2 overall pick. It's funny how many people were out there saying that I'm done. I'm never going to another Jazz game ever again. I'm completely written off this team. I don't care anymore. That are now all of a sudden being like, hey, so let's talk Darren Peterson or AJ. Yeah, it's funny how a number 2 pick can bring the boys back to the yard pretty quick.
And I've had so many people, as I watched it, it's been so unique because I've had a front row seat to the television. But for every game, to be able to sit there, home or road, in the same place and watch them play and being able to see the developments that have happened. And I've said it too many times, but it makes too much sense. It has been like a rebuild, and the Jazz literally took this down to the studs. I mean, they decided we're gonna keep the bare minimum. We're going to do everything else. And I felt like through the process, there were just things that happened that really moved the needle. This year, the accelerator was Keontae George being able to carry the weight that he did. It really made the Jazz feel comfortable that, hey, we got some dudes here. And then Ace Bailey, obviously doing what he did. They make the trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. And then now league-wide, they're being talked about like, wow, don't sleep on the Jazz. All of a sudden, the Jazz are really in a spot where they can make some noise.
So a lot to get excited about, a lot to be fired up, and we're just getting started, folks. We're gonna be with the Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, as the Jazz will go right up to that NBA draft, and we'll have complete coverage right here on the Zone. I was laughing because I was telling Tim during the break about some of my ailments over just doing yard work and pruning trees over the weekend. Then Tim comes in and is moving his arm around and like, man, Tim, getting old sucks, man. I do not like this at all.
Hey, look, all of us are about the same age, and it sucks, right?
Yeah.
Getting old is not fun.
No.
Who are you guys calling old, man?
For all you kids out there.
Me and Scott, you're young.
Yeah. Tim's young at heart.
I am the oldest 55-year-old, 17-year-old you've ever met.
The double nickel with the coach.
Look, the problem is, doesn't matter if you're 40 or 60. None of us act like we're 40 or 60 anymore. We keep thinking we're 20 or 30.
Oh, yeah.
And then we fill the next day.
One time I was hiking with my father-in-law, and we're going up the mountain, and he looked over and saw his shadow, and he said, man, it's crazy in life. You're just going along as you're going along as thinking you were one thing, and you turn and look, this old man starts following you around.
Sucks, doesn't it?
I'm getting to that stage right now. I was like, what in the world just happened?
Well, we were watching yesterday for Mother's Day, kind of reminiscing, and somebody pulled up some old videos, family videos, and we're kind of watching. And it happened to be a video of literally my dad of my exact age right now. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is, what the freak am I watching right now?
Yeah.
So it's the case.
Well, here's the thing. Your dad at that age was making it happen here at RGS. You are doing the same. Before you know it, Brownie, Talmadge are going to be your age, keeping it going because, look, you're out helping people in the community. You're serving people well, and that's how you can keep it in the family.
Well, we love it, man. We love what we do. We love being part of the Utah community. We love being part of the Jazz, the Mammoth, the college, high school for me. We just love it. We love Utah. We just really want to earn your business. You just give us a call, siding, gutters, windows, decks. Just give us a call ASAP. Look, we don't want to be this high pressure guy, but literally, if you want to get this done before the summer, you need to call and call now. We're really getting busy. As I walked down the stairs, one of the salesmen just turned in a 6-digit job that they just sold a big one. And we're getting those literally. We had, I think, 4 of those last week. So those aren't normal. So don't freak out homeowners. But what I'm getting at is customers are pulling the trigger. You're seeing it. The feel of it's here, and we're getting busy and busy and busy. Much quicker than I expected. And so if you want to get this done before the summer, you've really got to call now. If not, that's fine. We'll get you done in the fall. Yeah. But if you want to have whatever your project done before the summer, you need to call now.
The one thing that you've talked about, and I think you're tapped in on the community here. People hear the word financing and it doesn't involve a car or a home and they get a little nervous because that's how they were raised. Like, hey, you know what? There's only a couple things you go in debt for and home improvement isn't one of them.
That's right.
But in reality, because of the crazy financing options that you have available, even if you're paying this small amount of interest, which in some cases you don't have to pay any interest, that's going to be less than waiting 2 or 3 years, paying it with cash, and then absorbing the increase in materials.
You're dead on. Wrap up this call on this. I think what you said is a home run. The reason why home improvement financing is a great idea is your home is an appreciating asset. So no matter what you're paying in interest, you're offsetting that with what you've appreciated your home value, A, and B, you have offset the building material increases, which average about 10% every year. You're not going to pay 10% in interest in a year. So just in 1 year alone, you're better off to do a job, finance it for 5 years, which, by the way, kind of hot off the press, we literally just got this done on Friday, but the promotion we have for the next 30 days is we actually have a loan that's at 5.99%. Okay, so it's as good as any home equity line, anything you can do, and literally it's a 2-minute fill out an app, and I'll just be transparent with all your listeners. It's all based on credit score. That's it. So it's a soft pull on the credit. If it's X, an automatic approval at 5.99%. Unbelievable rate. Give us a call now. Let's get it taken care of.
801-280-3110. Let's make it happen. RGS Exteriors, 801-280-3110. You ready for a really great breakdown on these players coming up in the NBA draft? Jake Scott, Ben Anderson coming up next right here on The Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahan. Proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Now when you're feeling low and the fish won't bite, to put you right. You gotta make like you wanna deal a friend. And then a little bit of soul.
Happy Monday, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. What's going on over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing fine. You had some work yesterday.
Yeah, it ended up being a bit of a day. Not a, Jazz slipped to 7, and that's the end of the show. No, we ended up having to do quite a bit of work, and now I think for the Jazz themselves, the real work starts. Though, I think you're looking at far fewer players. You're looking far deeper, and they would probably scoff at that. They do their research on everybody, but you got to hit here. You've got to really make this pick work. So they're really going to be nose to the grindstone for the next 6 weeks.
What do you mean by they gotta hit? I'm not disagreeing. Elaborate.
I think when you have an asset that's this valuable, you really do have the potential, a greater likelihood to open up a championship window. And now again, Shea was whatever the 12th pick, Giannis was the 16th pick, Jokic was the 34th pick, whatever. I don't know exactly what they were, but in those ranges. So if you hit on the right player anywhere in the draft, your championship window opens. When you get this pick specifically, the value of it is so high around the NBA, either as a trade, like truthfully it becomes the most valuable trade asset for Giannis Antetokounmpo in the NBA today, or if you're going to invest this guy who you hope is probably, the expectation I think is fair to say that you hope this is the best player on your team for the next 7 years once they hit their prime.
But that wasn't necessarily the case with Chet.
No, it wasn't. Now, they already had Shea, and I don't think we knew Shea was about to become an MVP, but no, that isn't what the case with Chet was for sure.
Chris Bosh was number 2. He ended up not being the best player on the championship team.
3? Because Darko was 2?
Was Darko 2?
Chet might have been 4. Chet was 4.
Was Chet 4? I thought Chet was 2.
No, I'm sorry. Chet was 2. Chris Bosh was 4. Carmelo was 3. Darko was 2. Dwayne Wade was 5. So, yes, you're right, though. Chet was number 2. Jabari Smith was 3. So, along those lines...
But I'm just, that's why I want you to clarify.
No, I think there's a lot of clarification that actually needs to go into this process for the next 6 weeks of like how the Jazz are going to arrive at this decision, because this is unique. This is different than I think where they have been before, where, look, the further down in the draft you go, the fewer options you have.
Yeah, but real quick before we're on the gotta hit part, like, I don't think the Jazz would care if Ace Bailey turned out to be their best player, and whoever they got here turned out to be their third best player, but they were a contending team. I don't think they'd care at all.
Correct. Absolutely. In the slightest, they would not care. If Ace ends up being the number one guy and is good enough to be the number one guy on a title team, great.
Yeah, who cares who went 2 and who cares who went 5? I guess that's my point.
Yeah, Milwaukee had higher draft picks than Giannis on their roster, and they didn't turn out to be better than Giannis. So who cares then?
Yeah, who cares? But gotta hit, I would think, like, I would define it maybe as you gotta have you got to get a guy here. It can't be Anthony Bennett.
Correct.
But if you get a starter who's your second or third best player, that's not necessarily a fail. I don't think anybody would call Chet a fail. It all depends on the circumstance. The good news for whoever they're drafting is they're getting drafted onto a good team, and they should have an automatic role from the very beginning. Not necessarily top guy on the team role, but a role, an opportunity to develop and prove themselves in a big way on a really good team. Not unlike Donovan Mitchell, who was not the second pick.
Correct.
The, 12th, 13th? What was Donovan? 12?
13? Yeah.
So I think the opportunity for a player is a pretty big one. And I think you got to get a player that's going to contribute. You'd love to get a player who's the best player on your team, as you would with any draft. I thought you were right, and we've talked about this before, that the Jazz really don't have a need, so there's no reason to take a center or whatever. There's no reason to...
No reason to consider fit.
Right. Keontae George is replaceable. Ace Bailey's replaceable.
Jaron and Lowry are replaceable.
Jaron and Lowry are replaceable. Walker's replaceable. Everybody, And in fact, as we talked about with Keontae specifically, but you could say with Ace too, drafting somebody that would put a little heat on them, make it so they're not comfortable, probably isn't the worst thing in the world. So it's really a win-win-win, I would think, across the board, as long as you don't boot it.
Yes.
As long as you don't Anthony Bennett that thing or Darko that thing and just kick it right into the 10th row.
100%. And the mere fact that the Jazz have this is just such an emergency jump forward. Now, again, you've got to get a guy who isn't Darko, who isn't Anthony Bennett, all the names you just mentioned. Yeah. But just the mere fact that you are in this spot is such a different conversation than where we were talking about this Jazz team on Friday or on Thursday. Mm-hmm. Now, some things don't change. Next year's roster is going to be driven by the quality of play of Lowry Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Keontae George, and maybe not in that order, but those three plus Walker Kessler are going to determine, I think, what this team's success rate is next year. And with some exception, because I do think weirdly Cam Boozer is ready to help day one more than most rookies are, and even then still I don't think he's your second, third, or fourth best player by the end of the year, maybe fourth. He's not the reason you're doing X, Y, and Z in the playoffs. Cooper Flagg or Con Knippel were the two best rookies in the NBA this year. Both of their teams missed the playoffs. Mm-hmm. At least Con Knippel's team made the play-in tournament, but that didn't matter. He wasn't particularly good at the end of the year either. And we've talked about it, Zion, Wemby, LeBron, none of those guys' teams made the playoffs their first years in the league. So that's not what next year is about, but the asset you have becomes, I think, the most valuable asset as of today. Now, draft picks are a little bit like cars. The second you drive them off the lot, they lose some value. But this asset you have right now, I think, is more valuable than Ace Bailey is. It's more valuable than Lowry. It's more valuable than Jaren Jackson Jr. It's more valuable than Keontae. So what do you do with it? How do you use it? What does that player become, or what does that asset become? And that's where I think this becomes a more exciting conversation for fans in Utah.
I've only really, as I did my initial analysis, and I certainly had all my Jazz fan buddies texting me yesterday wanting to know what I thought. I'm only really eliminating one player that I would not draft.
Okay.
I'm out on Caleb Wilson.
Okay.
Totally out.
Okay.
Wouldn't touch that guy with a 10-foot pole.
All right. Any reason why?
Clutch guy, Ben. I don't want anything to do with the clutch guy. He's going to start twisting your arm as soon as he's in your building. No,
okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
No, they just got rid of Adele.
Uh-huh.
They finally got Adele out of the building, and they're going to draft her again? Hard pass.
I think is Isaiah Collier not clutch? Not that that's hard to get out of your building. You know what I mean? But yeah, Jordan Clarkson.
Colin Sexton. Both clutch guys. And hey, both nice fellas.
Very nice guys.
Hey.
Yeah. Adele.
She finally got out of the room.
Hit the road.
I'm not, honestly, and I'm kind of joking here, but not really. Collier is clutch.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to listen to Adele on Collier.
Correct.
But what would be the chances that Caleb Wilson, really anybody, but specifically a clutch guy, would start twisting arms to get out of Utah from day number one? It's that agency that would do that. I mean, look at what they tried to do with Nerlens Noel, and they ended up committing malpractice.
Yeah, getting sued by him.
Getting sued by him, rightfully so. But I don't know. I've seen clutch guys at the top of the draft be propped up before, and they end up sucking.
Yeah.
See Ben Simmons.
Sure.
So, yeah, I'm out on Caleb Wilson.
I think that's totally fair.
AJ Debonsa, Darren Peterson, and Cameron Boozer all represented by somebody not clutch.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go with any one of those three.
Well, I have good news for you. It is going to be one of those three. Caleb will get a look. Again, the Jazz will do their due diligence. He's just a little bit further behind than those other three guys, in my opinion, and I kind of think that's the consensus.
Well, my guess is he sucks, and that everybody telling you he's good as their own personal agenda, because that's usually how it goes.
I wish, for your sake, he was represented by somebody else, because I think you would really like him, because his game is the type of player you really like. But if you think clutch is a disqualifier, which is not as crazy as I think some people think it is, I think it's totally fair. And I think you're in good. It's a good spot for you, because I don't think Caleb's going to be the number 2 overall pick.
Honestly, look at the best thing that happened to Ace Bailey was he switched his representation.
Yeah.
Again, I'm half joking about this stuff, but agents really matter. And your relationship with agents really matter, and a team's relationship with agents and how they do business and all that stuff absolutely really matters.
Who is in the player's ear matters way more than a lot of people think.
Way more.
Way more.
And in Ace Bailey's case, it was his buddy's dad who was running the show, and he's ducking workouts and doing all this crazy stuff. And everybody is looking at it going, God, why on earth is this dude doing it? And it's because he's getting advice that's just crazy.
Yep.
And so, honestly, the best thing he did was switch up his representation, get an adult in the room, and get his career pulling in the right direction. We talked about, who was it that suggested that the AJ Debonsa would not go to Sacramento? Some
Tom Haberstroh.
Yahoo writer that we talked about last week. You know, that kind of noise is what's not in the best interest for an athlete.
Correct.
You know, that's not in the best. If AJ Debonsa were to do that, that's not in the best interest of him. In the best interest of the player is to get in the building, figure out how to get better, increase your value, and then play your cards from there.
Yeah.
You know?
Agreed. Yeah, totally agree.
You don't have to be in Sacramento for your entire career. Players actually have a lot of leverage, but you don't have any leverage at the beginning of the process, and you're way better off getting to a situation, seeing what it's all about, and trying to make the best of it. And I would guess if you asked Ace Bailey today, he would tell you that being in his position on the Utah Jazz is pretty dang good.
Yes. Got the right investment, got right people around him, yes.
And if he would have finagled his way to Washington, which is what the rumor was, I mean, it could be a way worse situation for him. Who knows? I personally would think it would be rough. And then all of a sudden, honestly, the person I feel bad for today is AJ Debonsa.
Okay.
And I have seen the video that circulated of his reaction, which kind of makes me laugh. But I wouldn't want to go watch Trae Young play basketball either.
Yeah. I think it's totally fair. I don't think anything you're saying is wrong in the slightest. I fully mean it.
Wouldn't you rather go to the Jazz where you don't have a ball-dominant player and it's got a team thing going, and there's a natural, if you maximize your abilities, there's a natural role for you, fit for you?
And the rebuild is not all on your shoulders?
No.
You're going to have a lot of room to develop?
You go to Washington, you're going to watch Trae Young and Anthony Davis play basketball, and you're probably still going to lose.
Yeah, and you know they're not going to be very good.
And you're going to play for a franchise that is just terrible.
Yeah.
And an owner that is just terrible. In a facility that is just terrible. Have you seen the Shooting Guards Netflix doc yet?
I have not.
I don't want to say any of these are worth watching, but it is interesting. They do a lot of polishing for old Gil. You know what I mean? They tell a lot of old Gil's side of the story.
Right.
But one thing comes through screamingly loud in that documentary. The Wizards are a terrible organization that do not know what they're doing in the slightest. And if AJ Debonsa is the consensus number one, I honestly do feel bad for him. Utah or Memphis, honestly, I think would be a better fit than Washington. But did I see that your guy Jabroni threw out a tweet where he thought Peterson was going to go number one?
There are people who think Darren Peterson is the best player in this class. There are people who think AJ is clearly the best player in this class, and I think is the favorite as of today. There are going to be at least 6 or 7 NBA teams that will have Cam Boozer at the top of their board. Like I think for people who are assuming there is a consensus a la Cooper Flagg or Victor Wembanyama, that's not what this draft is. I really do not think that's what this draft is.
Can I tell you what I don't like about Cameron Boozer? Now, what I do like about him, he's got a lot of Şengün there, which I think is pretty awesome. And I think the old man story where Carlos played here, and he always liked Utah, and I love all that stuff. But at the number 2 pick, I don't think you should have to take a player that has one screeching flaw. You can get a player that is like Boozer is slow.
Yeah, he is.
He's slow.
Yeah.
And so it's going to really limit.
Heavy-footed.
It's going to limit him defensively, just like it limited Carlos defensively. And I'm old enough to have been doing sports radio during the just howling from Jazz fans about Carlos Boozer's defense. Howling, Ben, nightly on post-game shows, complaining about that dude's defense. I don't know.
No, absolutely.
Peterson might be short, but he's super athletic and get after it. You could convince me that could be a defensive player.
He is going to be a good defense. He's a good defensive player today. He's going to be a good defensive
player.
AJ
Debonsa is going to be a good defensive player.
I think he'll figure it out as well.
Big, long, and athletic usually lends itself to defense.
Yes. Boozer is going to be about positioning and strength, which are defensive pluses. But as you start going through the big picture conversations about some of these guys who do not have the athleticism but have the high IQ, which, by the way, the IQ develops because the athleticism has forced the IQ to develop. They have to figure out other ways to move the game along in their favor because the athleticism doesn't do it. And that's Luka, that's Knipple, that's Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are all bad defensive players.
Yeah.
That is a problem. Those guys unquestionably have absurd IQs, great basketball IQs. I watched the Jazz just do layup lines around all 3 of those players. That's a real thing for sure.
Well, Captain Jack runs 125 pick and rolls a game, and a lot of the NBA does similar. Now, the Jazz, interestingly enough, got away from the pick and roll quite a bit, but most of the league runs pick and roll to death for a reason, by the way, because those slower of foot players that you just mentioned are totally exposed in the pick and roll, and that's why you do it. And it's such a big piece of the NBA, it would leave me a little bit concerned. I mean, if you're to your point about the difference between a 7th pick and a 2nd pick, is in a 7th, 9th, whatever, you're taking somebody with a significant flaw. It's just how it works. Taylor Hendricks didn't know how to play basketball. Donovan Mitchell is 5'8".
Cody Williams weighs the same weight as a 14-year-old.
Yeah, you're going to take either somebody who's lacked skill. Giannis totally lacked skill.
Yeah.
That's the reason he wasn't the number 1 pick. That and probably some scouting issues, they would tell you. But the reason he wasn't the number 1 pick is because he totally lacks skill coming into the NBA. He still kind of lacks skill, honestly, if you really want to.
But his body hit the 1 out of 1 outcome. The single greatest outcome it possibly could get to, it got there.
So it seems to me that if you're picking number 2, don't pick a player with a fatal flaw. And I guess not that being a little slower is fatal, because those list of players that you just mentioned are not bozos.
They're not out of the league.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, they're good enough that teams are building around them. We'll see if some of those guys get to over the hump. Jokic obviously got the 1 title.
Luka has not.
And
I will say, so to your point, and going back to maybe where we started this conversation, with the number 2 overall pick, you allow your wildest dreams to run wild. And it is that you're getting a player that's good enough to be the best player on a championship team. That is what you are thinking here with the number 2 overall pick. Now, if you don't get that doesn't mean it was a whiff. But yes, to your point, when you bring up names like Luka or Jokic, which, blasphemy,
Marvin
Giannis,
Bagley,
blasphemy, you are hoping that maybe this guy has enough strengths to be the best player on a championship team. So when you start to weigh some of those, inevitably will he be able to overcome this or fix this, there are things that Luka won't overcome his defense. Jokic didn't overcome his defense, but there was enough around him and he did everything so well that he was able to get to that level.
Well,
those are what you weigh.
Yeah, he plays heavy enough too that it makes him more effective than somebody like Luka anyway.
And he's 2 inches taller than Boozer is. That does matter.
That it absolutely does matter. So with the number 2 pick, I just think, maybe this is just cynical me of having to not justify, that's not the word I'm looking for, but talk about significantly flawed players. Where did they pick Trey Burke? Number 9?
9, yeah.
2 feet tall, good at everything, not great at a single thing.
Right.
And you have to say, well, maybe he could be, no, didn't happen.
Yeah.
It seems to me, you made a good point. I heard you a little bit with Coach and Scotty G. Peterson, we'll see what he measures out at. But he's certainly not 6'1". Oh, we do have measurables. All right, well, we'll get his official measurement coming up. But, I mean, AJ, not to say he doesn't have anything to work on, super skilled, great size, super athletic, no red flags from a character standpoint, or at least it would appear to me.
Yeah.
And I would think, and this is what Coach was talking about, and here's where I will disagree with the point you made a little bit anyway. You were saying it doesn't matter if their heart was in it in college or not. You guys were talking about Darren Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
I think it does.
Okay.
I think heart really matters. And here's the point. Here's the example I'll give you. Because DeAndre Ayton goes number 1 because he has everything. Size, athleticism, skill, still has skill.
Mm-hmm.
No heart.
No heart
at all.
No, absolutely right.
No heart at all. Wasn't going to get any better. Wasn't going to pour it all out there for his team. Wasn't going to do any of that. And by the way, all that was missing at Arizona. And probably the reason that they didn't win. I don't even know if he won a conference title that year, did he? I kind of don't think they did.
I don't think they did, and they lost in the first game of the tournament.
Yeah, nothing. Mm-hmm. And in retrospect, I bet you the Suns probably thought, "God, wish this guy had a little heart, a little get up and go," you know. And if Peterson, and we're talking about him specifically because of his track record playing at Kansas, if that dude doesn't have heart, I would seriously take that into consideration. Maybe it wouldn't be the deciding factor because, of course, everybody says, well, let's get him under our umbrella then and see how it goes when he gets into our building and we'll get him, you know. But I would seriously question that.
There's nothing I love better, honestly, than like the guy who plays out of his mind all the time. There is no brighter green light or green flag than a guy who's like, this is the most competitive player on the floor every single night. It is such a good sign. It's just not so disqualifying for me if I'm like, this guy doesn't seem like he likes college, that I would pass on him.
I guess that's why I'm saying I'm not entirely disagreeing with you, but I do think you have to figure out, like, if you don't think Darren Peterson has any heart and he's not playing because he doesn't care about the right things, I would consider passing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how general managers get fired, honestly. But I would bet on somebody who doesn't care, the care factor being low. I would bet against that player succeeding at a high level. Who, Ben, remember, who was that South Carolina defensive end who had one hit in a bowl game and then shut it down? Jadeveon Clowney shut it down for an entire season because everybody was like, what do you need to play for? You're going to go number 1 or whatever. And in the NFL, how would you describe him? He didn't wash out, certainly. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he
underachieved.
But he was just a dude. He wasn't
versus Myles Garrett, who's like, this dude wants to pull off your helmet and hit you with it. Like, that's a violent maniac. Right. I want the violent maniac.
And say what you will about Myles Garrett, but he's got a ton of heart.
Yes,
he's got a ton of
rules. Yeah,
that ton of that
the best
internal.
Yeah,
you know the Watts. They had a ton of that internal.
Yes. And Ndamukong Suh, when he was at his best, was maybe the best player in the NFL. He just was not at his best that often.
And now we're comparing basketball to the
but it's
NFL.
Totally accurate.
But yeah, you gotta have a little heart. I would say that Debonsa could have shown more heart at BYU, could have, but far from didn't have it. I mean, he played and he played hard and he was really consistent and he was out there.
All of these things are why AJ is going to go number 1.
I think so too.
He's got the measurements, which we will talk about next. He played every game. Everyone loved him, bought in.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a perfect player. He's not LeBron. Like, that's not what's coming out of this draft. But he is, in a lot of ways, the safest. But safe is not a red flag. Safe is a good sign for AJ.
Cooper Flagg nearly broke his leg clean off in the ACC tournament last year. I mean, that thing was dangling by a thread, Ben. He played like 2 games later.
Yep, he did. Love that.
Great sign.
Yes, totally agree.
And again, it's not the whole conversation, but if a player doesn't have that, I'd think about it. What was Anthony Bennett's problem?
Yeah, no care factor.
No heart.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden is the greatest example. All the tools in the world. Like, his body is David Robinson, and he's like, well, I don't like basketball. What are you doing here?
Kind of like Tag. By the way, shout out to Greg Ostertag.
That's Mayor Ostertag.
That's what I'm saying. Elected mayor of his small town. Tim Lacomb's been there.
Yeah.
Way to go, Tag. Yeah.
Cool. Real quick, didn't Anthony Edwards have that concern coming out of Georgia?
No
right?
heart?
Yeah.
No heart. And it worked out for him.
It did.
So sometimes.
Jaden McDaniels.
You never know.
People were like, this dude doesn't care about being in Washington at all. It's like, you're 100% right. And he got to the NBA, and now everybody loves him.
Well, there are players that give off a different vibe than what is actually true. And do beware of the pre-draft or whatever myth that seems to surround every player. Sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. To Christian's point, Anthony Edwards turns out to have plenty of heart.
The most, yeah.
Yeah. Ace Bailey is fine playing in Utah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, that pre-draft narrative isn't always the most accurate. But I'd figure out a way to really diagnose whose heart's in everything. Cameron Boozer seems to have a lot of heart.
Tons, yeah.
But you've also got a good source on a character source on Cameron. You're going to find out. I mean,
yeah.
Carlos will probably sell his kid, but not sell his kid.
Not get rid of his kid.
No.
Make a good sell. A good
Make
sale.
a good
not sale.
Sell, meaning
yes.
Like make a sell.
Why are you buying him?
No, not make a sell. I want to sell. Buy,
You're not
sell.
buying him.
Yeah, not, I'm mispronouncing it. Sale.
Compelling offer.
Sales. Let's just quit while we're ahead, shall we? Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next is Jacob Ben on a Monday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Question of the morning. How about the Jazz picking a number 2?
Get your guy and go from there. Have him be in a situation where he can develop at his pace. They're going to get a stud. I'm very confident of that. They will get a big-time player. I would not be shocked if A.J. Debonsa is in a Jazz uniform. The pathway is there.
It's clear what would have to be done. The exact price has to be negotiated. But Washington can move from 1 to 2. If the Jazz had ended up with a 5th or 6th pick in the draft, we wouldn't have the same level of confidence.
This is an easy transition that they can get that. These are exciting times now for Jazz fans. I always felt that it had the potential to be a franchise-changing situation, and by getting the number 2 pick, it is a franchise-changing situation.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
Spring is calling, and we're not sending into voicemail. I bet you're thinking about heading south this spring, but what if you tried something different, like Cedar City and Bryan had? With gas prices going up, this is the kind of trip that gives you more vacation for the tank you're already on. Start with 3 Peaks OHV trails that say, go ahead, take the scenic route, then cool it down with disc golf. Because yes, you can be competitive and outdoorsy at the same time. Next, Thor's Hideout. Legendary hike, epic payoff. And if you want the kind of ride you'll talk about all week, hit the Iron Hills Trail System, now an official recreation trail. Just need to chill? Frontier Homestead Park, Cedar City Veterans Park, or play around at Cedar City Golf Course. Then finish strong with local dining, shopping, and small town charm in the historic downtown of Cedar City and Parowan. Spring is calling. Answer it with a one-tank getaway at visitcedarcity.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmer Mania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Are you due for something that actually tastes as good as the service feels? Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is your place. The perfect occasion for all occasions. Great food, ambiance, service. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, downtown Salt Lake City and Hotel Park City.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us part of your Monday. Big news over the weekend. The Jazz get lucky for the first time ever.
Yeah.
They get the number 2 pick in the lottery. Let's get to the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the NBA Draft Combine is underway. We are starting to get measurements for all the prospects, including A.J. Debonsa, Darren Peterson, and Cam Boozer.
A reminder, because I'm just scrolling through Jonathan Gavoni, your guy from Draft Express page, and he's got all up of why the Jazz are so happy to not be drafting 6, 7, or 8, because all these guards that look a little bit bigger, their measurements come out, they're all 6'3".
Yeah.
They're just all little, and it's really a reminder of how hard it is to hit on smaller guards.
They shrunk!
Yeah, I mean, Kingston Flemings was listed at like 6'4". He's 6'2.5". He's little.
Do you remember?
You know?
Do you remember? It's so funny. You remember how sensitive Donovan Mitchell was about his 6'3"? Forever.
Mm-hmm.
Forever. It's like, Donovan, you're not 6'3", bro. All right, do you want to get to a few of these?
All right, here, Cam Boozer, 6'8" and a quarter. Now, these are all in barefoot, so, add an inch and a half for most of these guys. So 6'8" and a quarter, 250, which I think is exactly what people thought. 7'1" wingspan, very healthy for him, 9-foot standing reach. Darren Peterson is the big one for the Jazz. 6'4.5", so you're probably talking 6'6" in shoes. He's probably right there with Kobe in that measurement. I'm not comparing them as players, but that's kind of the body type you're getting. 200 pounds. He's at 199. 6'9" and 3/4 wingspan, so good. Not quite the 7 feet that he was rumored. And an 8
No, but long.
Long, way longer than he is tall.
No, but long for sure.
And you can see it when he plays with an 8-foot standing reach. Again, good, not elite. AJ, big winner here. AJ Debonsa, 6'8.5" without shoes on, so he's taller than Boozer is. 217, so his body's much closer to being, ready than some of these other players. Over a 7-foot wingspan, 7.25, so he's got almost a +5 wingspan, almost a +4 wingspan, and an 8'10" standing reach. So really, really great numbers for AJ. I think pretty good numbers for Boozer and Darren Peterson.
Man, AJ is going to love watching Trae Young. He's going to absolutely love it. Ooh, look at Trae cook. Hey, Trae, if you need me, I'm over here in the corner.
I kind of wonder that with both of these teams, the Jazz and the Wizards, and less so the Jazz, certainly, because, Jaren Jackson's, 26?
Uh-huh.
And it's not like Trae Young is old, but their pivot now is, how quickly do we get out of Trae? How quickly do we move on from Trae Young, I think, and honestly Anthony Davis, and really rebuild this thing from the ground up again? The Jazz probably have some thought of could have still had some of those draft picks and the number 2 overall pick. Like, what would that have looked like? I'm sure there was a little bit of that thought last night, but I don't think the Jazz are going to be frustrated to have Jaren Jackson Jr. in the slightest, knowing they have a chance to make a real run to the playoffs, plus add the number 2 pick.
He's too good, and they have the money.
Yeah, correct.
Even if the number 2 pick is a home run, they'll be lucky to be as good as Jaren Jackson Jr. I'm not saying that they can't or whatever, but he's that good. I mean that more as a compliment than a slight to whoever they get at number 2. Defensive Player of the Year, All-Star.
Yeah, no question.
Huge, athletic, skilled. He could not develop another notch, another day in his life and still be awesome, let alone if maybe he comes in and fulfills the potential and a new system is really good for him and it unlocks the next thing. I don't see any world where the Jazz regret making that move.
No, I don't either. It would be one thing if maybe like it was so obvious that you had to take Cam Boozer too, which you don't. But if it was so obvious you had to take him, maybe they think, ooh, that gets a little bit clunky. And even then, I think like Jaren's pretty clunky. Positionally versatile.
Yeah.
He can play the 5 for stretches if he has to. I actually think Cam is going to play like weird big guy point guard for stretches, not more along the lines of Ben Simmons offensively than Luka Doncic, more stationary, just run the offense through me or Alperen Şengün like we've talked about. But, yeah, and even then, you're fine.
No.
You're fine to have really good big guys.
The thing that appeals about Cam Boozer is that he can play with Jaren Jackson, but you know who he would push out potentially is Keontae George. That would be the interesting one, is play not as your point guard, but as your point guard. Maybe not dribble it up the floor, but run your offense through that.
If he does rebound it, he might just not pass it.
And then all of a sudden you've got a huge backcourt. You figure that out. And, I mean, there's appeal with all those guys.
There's a reason they're mentioned in the top 3.
Absolutely.
But good measurements. Nothing that would be, like, disqualifying. And I do think occasionally some guys way taller than you thought or way shorter than you thought. I think this is about in line where most of these guys are. And the truth is when you have players that have been on the radar since they were 16 years old, which all of these 3 have, they're getting measured at FIBA, and those numbers come out. Like, I think we had a good sense of what these numbers were going to look like.
Do you have it right in front of you? What did Acuff measure out of?
Better than I think people thought. 6'2" flat, which is not good.
It is not great.
But his wingspan, let me pull it up, is 6'7". So he had +5 wingspan is pretty good for him. But he's little. Yeah, he's little. All these guards are. Again, Michael Brown out of Louisville, people were like, he's 6'5". He's going to be 6'6.5" in shoes. He's 6'3.5". He's just like, he's little.
I did not see the clips, and Ben, I was unable to watch the show. What was Keontae's reaction?
Keontae looked weirdly dead-eyed. Now, I was also trying to do radio at the same time, so I didn't have it as well. I was kind of trying to do the math in my head. And I know some people were like, wow, Keontae did not look happy to be there. And then after, I think he was very thrilled, and the photos of him holding up the number 2 seemed very positive.
They probably hammered to him, like, do not make a face at all, right?
Yeah, they probably told him to play the poker face. He had to be super stoked, I would guess, because it means that they're not drafting a replacement for him.
There's no point guard coming in to take over his job.
No.
Darren Peterson's a lot of things. He's not a point guard.
No. At number 7, there was a strong chance that they were going to take another ball-handling guard. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, not at all.
No. All right, what's next?
Now, if you sent Bryce Sensabaugh, he might have been
a little bummed. He's
like, what?
Great.
No, we want the 5th pick. Give me 6.
What's next?
Number 2, the NBA playoffs are trickling on.
That's a good word for it, Christian. Christian been busting out the thesaurus because that
you got a word
very
of the day
well
calendar.
Describes it because it's not really thundering on. The Knicks sweep the 76ers yesterday, Ben.
That series was way more lopsided than I expected.
Me too. I still don't think the Knicks are going to win the title like everybody else does. But, yeah, that was definitely a lopsided series and maybe more of a comment on Boston than it is on New York.
Question. I think that's a very good point.
And then, Ben, my Timberwolves evened it up. Big game from Anthony Edwards. But the big story is Victor Wembanyama's flagrant 2 foul on Naz Reid. Now, the news today is that he will not be disciplined, will not be suspended for Game 5.
Yeah, he got suspended for Game 4, and they lost as a result, or a big part of the reason. Like, that's a big punishment. I think that's fair.
Absolutely not.
You want more?
Way more. Okay, listen, I'm fine with a little dirty play. I'm fine with the Kelly Olynyk's of the world. In fact, I think there is a little gamesmanship to it. That's got to be the worst elbow we've seen in the NBA for a while.
Yeah, there was
for a while.
A lot of the video came out of, you remember, Meta World Peace, Ron Artest running, just throwing an elbow. Who was it? James Harden, just like the most blatant elbow in NBA history. This is right behind that. That was, he stopped. He looked at him, and he's 7'5", so he threw an elbow right to a man's face and hit him in the throat randomly.
And he went down hard, like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
No, this is right up there with Karl Malone and Isaiah Thomas, or Karl and David Robinson. And I'd have to go back and look at what the suspensions were, but
I think Karl got a couple of games for David Robinson,
absolutely.
at least a couple of games for the Isaiah one.
And maybe Karl is the best example because he put David Robinson in the hospital.
He did.
NBA players are huge. They are very strong. And they cannot go out there aiming up elbows. Correct. I mean, it's worse than a fist. You could make an argument.
Oh, yes.
And when
I don't think that's even close to
Naz Reid isn't protecting himself because he's trying to make a basketball play, and as a result takes an elbow right in the throat from a giant man. I don't know, Ben.
I will tell you this.
They want Victor to play.
Yeah, 100%.
They want him to play. That's why they're not going to suspend him more, and I hate that crap.
If this was Rudy Gobert, there would be a much greater push to have him suspended.
Or Draymond Green.
Or Draymond.
Who tweeted out about it.
Yeah. I will say this. I've never liked Victor Wembanyama more. I like seeing him break. I mean that. I like seeing guys face adversity, make mistakes, have these flaws, and then figure out if they're going to overcome them. Look, like the Victor Wembanyama shaving his head and going and hanging out with the monks and being the most Zen player of all time, like
beating up Britney Spears.
It's a good athletic story. His bodyguard pushed Britney Spears.
Christian's giving me a look like Google it. Britney Spears
tried to go get a photo.
Britney was assaulted,
but not by Wemby.
Might as well have been.
Yeah, might as well
Who do you think who made the order?
He said sick him. How do you say sick him in French?
He said, "Get this crazy lady away from me right now."
But the perfect player, super competitive, but never gets rattled out of his game. That's actually not that interesting to me. Zen Master is not that interesting to me. I like that the Timberwolves broke him in the series when they had everything riding for them. They were up 2-1 in the series. They win this game. They're going home up 3-1 to close it out. You can't do that. And he did the one thing you can't do, which is get yourself ejected for the first time in your career. So I love that storyline for me. It makes the playoffs way better. It makes Victor way more interesting. It gives you a reason to keep trying to pick at him forever and ever and ever and see if you can continue to bring this out of him where he makes mistakes and mentally he was not involved in the game where he needed to be because he snapped and threw an elbow in the great video of Dylan Harper in the background, losing his mind that he threw this elbow. I love it. I love that storyline, so I was thrilled that it happened. But I hope Naz Reid's okay.
Thrilled that it happened?
Absolutely. Thrilled that it happened. And it made the series better.
Maybe it makes him more interesting. I guess your language here. I came away with thinking he's an idiot.
Sure.
Because there are way better ways to get back at Naz Reid than sizing him up with an elbow. And frankly, I feel the same way that I did about, I guess this was a long time ago, but Hakeem Olajuwon caving in the face of Rudy T.
Yeah?
Or,
no, that was...
Or was it Billy Paltz? Who hit Rudy?
He punched Billy Paltz. It was Kermit Washington who caved in
Rudy
Tom Janovich's face. That was bad.
Stupid.
Yeah, stupid.
And honestly, it took a long time for Hakeem Olajuwon to overcome that.
Jake, there's a theme here. I want you to kick the door in and take over a press conference. I want you to run onto the field
you
when
want
your
people
team's losing.
To be idiots.
Yeah, I want people to make self-imposed mistakes that are embarrassing.
He absolutely
it makes them more interesting.
Absolutely should be suspended for Game 5. It is ridiculous.
I can't wait to watch it. Can't wait to watch Game 5 now.
Oh, if I'm Rudolph, I hit him with the biggest elbow right across the teeth.
Sure.
Absolutely. This is for Naz, bro.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm totally with you.
Next.
Makes the playoffs better.
Number 3, the Jazz move up to 2. There's some chatter online. Should they just push a couple more chips in, trade up to 1?
No.
I think the problem is there's no way to push just a couple of chips in. If you're getting up to 1, Washington's going to ask for the world. And I don't think there's any reason to give up the world to get there.
No. If the Jazz actually had a need, maybe, but they don't. And if you feel like there are 3 players in the draft, well, you're going to have one of the 3. It's the reason that Kevin O'Connor traded up to 3 to get Darren Williams. Mm-hmm. There were 3 point guards in that draft. He wanted the choice of the point guard, so he traded to 3 because that's where he needed to go and picked Darren Williams.
Yep.
So he could have traded to 1. Didn't need to trade to one. Had the need for the point guard. That's where they play. They don't have a need. Why would they trade to one?
Not even for the hometown kid, AJ Debonsa?
First of all, I like AJ Debonsa. If you're making a pick based on hometown, then you're as dumb as Wemby.
Okay,
or as dumb as Robert Sarver.
Let's pull the hometown out of it. If you pick a kid because he went to a certain college, you're an idiot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Any college.
Any
whether
college.
it's 40 miles from where you play basketball or 1,000.
If you take AJ, and by the way, you do yourself a favor by not using that as a reason. Say, we picked him because he's the best guy.
Yeah, exactly right. No, I would tell you that behind the scenes, and this is me guessing, there was a sigh of relief from a couple of people of being like, we're not pigeonholed into having to take AJ at 1 because he went to the local school.
We can think about it.
We can really do the nuanced look where, not that they wouldn't have it number 1, but it would have been really hard to have the number 1 pick and not take an AJ.
All right, stay tuned.
By the way, there's still a chance AJ is the pick at 2. I'm not ruling that out at all.
I'll explain this, but shout out to the paparazzi. We'll get to that coming up next.
Cool.
Shout out to the sleazy journalists out there.
That's me.
Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Why is BYU not coming to Logan? It's great that they're playing BYU, but why is there no return trip? Getting this rivalry just on the books in some way, shape, or form is huge. For Utah State, they need quad 1 games. In the landscape of college basketball, it would not surprise me one bit if Utah State called up Kentucky or called up Kansas. And I wouldn't surprise me one bit if Kentucky's like, sure, hold please, click. Kansas, click. Because I don't think these teams are interested in building other teams' resumes, especially G5 resumes.
The bottom line is the power schools have always and definitely currently hold the cards. For BYU to work with Utah State and get 2 dates on the calendar in today's basketball world, I mean, it's definitely a win. It's a win for both. It's a win for the state. I wish last year they were on the schedule.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, the Salt Lake Bees and the El Paso Chihuahuas open a 6-game series. You can listen to the game at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Same 2 teams again Wednesday at 6:30, plus Real Salt Lake hosts the Houston Dynamo. That game kicks off at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five, hidden state parks flying under the radar. Tonight, edge of the Cedar State Park in Blanding.
The history of Native American peoples here in the Four Corners is just so beautiful. These are places for people to gather to work out issues of God and politics.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The PGA Championship is this week. Let's get a qualifier right now. Caller number 12-801-575-ZONE. We're going to assign you a golfer in the PGA Championship this week. Assigning listeners one of the top 25 players in the world. One listener will be assigned the rest of the field. The winner will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Ben, shout out to the paparazzi. Really decent folk,
Is that why we played that song? Okay.
Well done, Christian. By the way, that wasn't Pink right there, but do you know how excited my kids were that I interviewed Pink's husband on Friday?
It's very cool.
They were pretty stoked.
Shout out Carrie Hart.
I was like, you know that So What song? I was written about my guy.
Talk to that guy.
I talked to that guy.
Yeah.
That guy who's going to fight everybody if he hears that song?
Super nice.
I met him.
Yeah, very cool.
He's
guy.
awesome.
Yeah. 5'11", very cool.
That was super fun. Ben, today, a photo was leaked of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel at a party just before the Super Bowl in 2022. And it's a little, you could look at that photo and think it was innocent if you didn't know the rest of the story. Because she's kind of hugging on him a little bit at a party. But anyway, that's the latest in the Diana Rossini. Here's why I'm complimenting the paparazzi. Way to not leak that on Mother's Day.
Sure.
She probably had a bad Mother's Day as it is. Another photo would have made it worse.
Again, yeah, those, as I've told you, the ongoing fallout of all of this stuff, which is like, oh, you got to do something now for the first time post the affair coming out and how difficult that's got to be. Like, yeah, Mother's Day, like, are you expecting a gift? Do you get something good in return on that day? So maybe your best gift is that this didn't come out on that day.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Like, there's some paparazzo that probably thought, like, oh, let's get this thing out. And they're like, nah, let's let her have Mother's Day, man.
Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait a day.
We'll hit it tomorrow.
It's about all the moms.
Yeah.
A shot at Diana is a shot at all moms.
Dude, everybody who's ever been in the same room as those two is just searching their phone for something they can sell to TMZ.
If you've been around Vrabel ever, yeah, you're like,
search that phone.
I thought he was with a lady. It didn't look like his wife. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people going back. Gotta be, hotels being like, do we have access to the security cameras?
Yeah.
I just need to know.
Dude, who's that creep for TMZ though? That Harvey Levin guy. He's like, let's let her have Mother's Day. Let's let her have that.
Some journalistic integrity.
We'll hit this tomorrow. Let's do the right thing. Let her have a little Mother's Day with the fam before we expose more evidence of. I just can't believe neither one of these spouses have left their person yet. Their wife/husband. Maybe it's an open relationship thing and we've got this all wrong.
It may not be as foreign in these relationships as it is in your traditional marriage. A lot husbands on the road or wives on the road the whole time. Maybe there's a little more understanding.
Who was, speaking of creeps, who was that guy you loved that got arrested for swindling all those people?
What's most guys I love?
Freed.
Oh, Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah, wasn't he living with like 13 other people in some sort of weird relationship?
Yeah, this big party.
I guess.
Party lifestyle.
Maybe it's something like that. But honestly, wouldn't they say it if it were that? Like Rex Ryan owned the foot fetish. You know what I mean?
Yes. If the wife was cool with it, she'd be like, "Oh, guys, this is not a big."
Yeah, she'd say it's Masha Karolinko. You know, and be like, it's an arrangement.
Yeah,
you know
need
what?
Mike to stop in the Salt Lake airport to get me a forgiveness gift. We're cool.
It works for us.
Things are good.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yes. But clearly.
Hey, Mikey, likey.
A little loud, but
still funny.
Mikey. Shout out Mike Fravel.
Do you think he called Diana on Mother's Day?
How's our son Michael?
Yo!
And
TMZ reported that that's not the case, that she named it after her brother, who's also named as Michael.
Okay.
What? That's what they said.
That makes the story worse.
It's not my lover, it's my brother.
I didn't name, just because my lover and my brother have the same name isn't the reason I named my son that.
In fact, it'd be a reason not to name your son that.
100%. Yes.
In fact, that's two reasons.
Yeah.
2 reasons not to name your son that. Okay.
Or to take a lover who has the same name as your brother.
Would that be weird to you?
If my wife's name was Joe? Yeah.
Hey, Joe could be a woman.
Yeah, no, there are some Joes. Actually, my brother Joe dated a Joanna for a while. So it was the 2 Joes.
I've known girl Joes. And hey, I don't judge. It could be a guy Joe.
Sure.
But would that be weird? Let me put it this way. In high school, there was a very cute/nice person whose last name was Scott. Now, I never stood a chance with her ever. But she was very nice. And her last name was Scott. I thought that'd be too much. But I do know other people that have had the same last name. Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, for example.
But they were cousins.
Technically. But you're Anderson. I'm Scott. That's not that.
It's not that uncommon of a name.
It's common, right?
I'm sure there are some Esparzas. Maybe not in Brigham City.
Not in Brigham City, no.
But you go certain areas, there's probably a lot of Esparzas floating around. No, I'm with you. Yeah, I went to school with several Andersons.
It would just be weird.
I would have said yes to any of them.
Well,
Taylor,
I don't know.
Taylor Lautner, his wife's name is Taylor, and now she's Taylor Lautner as well.
I hate that.
I don't know. It would just be weird.
Yeah. The 2 Mikes.
You could date a woman named Joe.
Okay.
You could.
I sure could.
Well, I can't tell that story probably. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to talk to Sarah next. How nice.
Sarah was in the lottery room yesterday, and she's at the combine right now, so I'm excited to talk to Sarah Todd. In fact, I think it's her debut on the show.
Stay tuned. We're talking to Sarah. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night,
You're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care. Because so many life-changing advancements start here. We provide access to the best doctors and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. We're the first place to turn for the most common or complex orthopedic conditions. Home to possibility and empowering kids to achieve the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
So you want soft water, but the thought of hauling all those heavy salt bags and fussing with the water softener is more than you want to deal with? Do what I did. Check out Connecticut. Enjoy the softest water, lowest salt usage, and zero maintenance. Learn more. Visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, happy Monday to everybody. Hey, May 14th, Ben, it's coming up. Beehive Meals opens their new production facility in Ogden. Tune in as Scotty G and the coach go live, bringing you all of the action of their grand opening there with Beehive Meals. Big day yesterday for the Jazz. They get a little lottery of success. They're going to be picking at number 2. Of course, our next guest does a fantastic job, if I could speak, covering the Jazz for the Deseret News. She's our good friend Sarah Todd. What's going on, Sarah?
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, guys. Just coming to you live from Chicago, and yesterday was absolutely quite the day.
So, Sarah, you were in the combine, or not the combine room, the draft lottery room, and I have a lot of people ask me how it works, and I say exactly what you have told me, because I've not been in the room, and this is what, the 3rd, 4th time you've done it?
Yeah, this was 4 years in a row that I've been in the room.
Okay, so how did this year feel different than previous years? I'm sure the Victor Wembanyama year felt very strange because it was such a big prize at the top, and then the Cody Williams year, probably not so much. How would you compare last year or this year to what you'd seen in the previous 3?
Yeah, you're right about the Wemby year. There was so much tension because in the lottery drawing room, there's a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes when everybody's getting into the room, because as we're all filing in, it's the media members, all of the NBA league office people that are in the room, and then the representatives for each team. We all have to kind of go through metal detectors and give our phones and Apple Watches, any recording devices or anything that can transmit information. We have to have those sealed in a bag that are outside of the room before we can go in. And so it takes a little while, and so you're kind of just milling around at first. And then after a few minutes, it's like, okay, we're going to get started. And unlike the broadcast where there's kind of the ramp up and they start at the 14th pick and go up to the 1st, in the drawing room, once it starts, there's 4 balls. There's 20-second mix before the first ball is picked. They mix for 10 seconds in between each ball. So after the first 4 balls are picked, we know the number 1, who's getting number 1. And so the Wemby year or last year when it was going to be who was going to be the number 1 team and who was going to get Cooper Flag, so much tension just waiting for that first name to be called and for everyone to know. And this year, it felt like there was a lot riding on not only the tanking teams, and there's going to be lottery reform after this year. So it was the teams who tank this year, this might be the last year where you can really tank hard and give yourself the best odds at getting a high pick. But also there were things that could have happened, the Clippers representative, Rashad, was sitting next to me, and he was just breathing so deeply through every combination that was being picked in the top 4 because they could have lost their pick. And so that they landed at number 5 was best case scenario for the Clippers. And so the sigh of relief that came out of his body after the drawing was done was you could just feel that the weight of the world was off of his shoulders. But also in recent years, there hasn't been a lot of emotion. I think because there was so much tension, like the Wemby year, the Cooper Flag year, that, when these team representatives find out, oh my God, that we got the number 1 pick, it's they've been clenching their muscles so tightly and not breathing for the last 2 minutes that they just kind of breathe and sit there stoically. And so it was really, really nice this year because, Michael Winger from the Washington Wizards, Washington's announced number 1. He sits there stoically. But when the Jazz are announced that the combination for the second draw belongs to them, Austin Ainge, he does the, Tiger Woods fist bump, and he says, yes. And it was just so nice to see emotion. And the third combination that was drawn was also Utah. And so that gets discarded, but it was just punctuation. All the work we did gave us the best odds, so much so that the second and third combinations were drawn for us. We get a high pick. We did it.
I did see that report, Sarah, and my initial reaction was the Jazz get the shaft for how many years in a row? And then they hit the number 2 and the number 3 in the same draft.
Sarah, didn't the Spurs win the first 4, though, for the Wemby draft?
Yeah, there was 2 drawn in a row for the Spurs on the Wemby year, and then I think it was Houston was drawn twice also that year, a couple of picks down, and so it happens, but not all the time. But when it does happen, kind of everyone in the room kind of looks around and smiles yeah, it would have been them no matter what,
Okay, Sarah, so you've been to the Combine before. You're there again now. How do you think the Jazz are going to approach this differently, knowing that they've got the number 2 overall pick versus like 7, 8, 9, 10, where they've drafted previously?
Yeah, I talked with Austin Ainge about that a little bit in the drawing room, and it just makes their life so much easier, right? Because when you're picking 6, 7, 8, not only do you have to have your rankings and like your big board according to like what you and all of the rest of the Jazz front office think, but then you also have to kind of guess what everyone else's boards are going to look like and make contingency plans for every possible scenario up until that point, which does get murky basically like after the top 5. But with the number 2 pick, you only have to know who you have ranked 1 and who you have ranked 2. That is all you have to know. And so there's not too much work that they need to do. I mean, they've done years of work on these guys leading up to this. And so it is really about just getting in a room with them and poring over the medicals. Like at this point, those are the 2 most important things, is like really getting a feel for who these kids are. And when I say who these kids are, we're really honestly talking about AJ Debonsa and Darren Peterson, right? And getting in a room with them and then also looking over all the medical stuff.
Sarah, covering the Jazz, obviously, I know you get it's not exactly easy to watch college basketball, but do you have any thoughts on those 2 players from your trained basketball eye?
Yeah, I've watched quite a bit, and I don't think that there's a wrong answer for who should go number 1. Obviously, there's, the red flags and the thoughts about Darren Peterson, and, now we have a little bit more information about what was going on with him this year at Kansas, but I think that there's still a lot of questions to be answered on that front and to figure out really if he's in the clear at this point and if all of the questions from his medical team and maybe medical teams that he'll be working with in the future, if there's any concerns there at all. If there are no concerns, it is really hard for me to not want to go with Darren Peterson. And I understand that the BYU connection is really enticing for a lot of people. And, the athletic ability of AJ Debonsa is incredible. But the Jazz have such an opportunity to have a guy like Darren Peterson who could really be like just the maestro for your offense for however many years into the future that you can keep him. And getting a guy like that is so enticing, and he's so crafty, and he's so special. I'm really high on Darren Peterson.
Sarah, I talked to a couple of people yesterday. I know you've been beating the streets and getting to talk to everybody, especially there in Chicago. I didn't get the impression there was this strong desire to trade up in the draft. That was my takeaway. Did you feel similarly or differently?
Yeah, I feel pretty much the same. I think that there was a couple of reports that came out of the lottery drawing room where, Michael Winger from the Wizards and also Austin Ainge saying that, they'd be willing to listen to offers. But that's really kind of like the perfunctory answer, right? They're not going to say hey, Austin, would you be willing to listen to offers to trade up or trade down? And they're not going to say no, tell everyone in your article today, no one call us. We will not be picking up the phone. No, that's not what these guys are going to say. They're going to say, yeah, we're going to listen to anything. Call us and give us your best offer. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. I think that the whole Jazz front office is so happy to give Jazz fans this and to actually make the selection at number 2. Same thing with the Wizards. It feels like it would be a slap in the face for the franchise if you were to say, we got the number 1 pick. Now everybody wave goodbye to that because we're going to try and turn it into a couple of things. The right thing to do, the thing to do that has the best optics for both of these teams is just make the picks at 1 and 2.
Regardless of who they pick, Sarah, what do you think the ceiling is for this Jazz team next year? Realizing it's way early, of course, we won't hold you to it, but what do you think?
Yeah, I was trying to go over that a little bit last night, thinking, where they finished, how many wins they had, trying to think about how many wins they would have had if they weren't manipulating the rotations and the roster, if they weren't shutting guys down, what that would look like if Walker was on the team throughout the season, what it would look like with Jaren on the team throughout the season, adding someone like Darren Peterson, how many more wins could you expect throughout the season? and kind of like taking into the idea that there's going to be learning curves and there's going to be bumps for a lot of these guys, for Jaren coming to a new team, for Walker having been out for an entire year away from the game, for an incoming rookie, for how that might change the starting lineup. Like, is Ace going to start the year off the bench? Is the rookie going to start the year off the bench? Is it going to eventually move Keontae to the bench? Like, how is this all going to work together? It means that there's going to be a lot of bumps. But even with those bumps, I think that the talent on the team, like, you should expect no less from this group than at least a play-in. And frankly, like, they should win a play-in game. They should be able to make a first-round series for the playoffs. Now, of course, if you come in as an 8 or a 7 seed in the playoffs in the Western Conference, you're probably going to come up against the Thunder or the Spurs, and you will probably lose that. But for the very first year out of these 4 tanking seasons, out of a massive, massive rebuild, to make it to the playoffs the first year out of that would be a wild success. But also, I think it should be the expectation.
Do you think winning the lottery changes the Jazz's thoughts on what to do with Walker Kessler this summer?
I think that it might have been a little bit more difficult and might have changed things if they had gotten 3 or 4. I think that getting number 2 and knowing that it's probably going to be AJ or Darren Peterson, that doesn't impact the front court as much, right? Like, if they were looking at, should we be taking Caleb Wilson? Should we be taking Cam Boozer? Maybe that changes kind of what's available to you and how you can approach the situation. But with the 1 or 2 pick, I think that you go into it just hoping that you can resolve the situation and that you can get Walker Kessler back in Utah.
Any idea what that market's going to look like? Any thoughts?
Oh, boy, that's a great question. What do you think?
I think it depends on the Lakers and how bad the Lakers want him. And that's just shooting from the hip. I mean, I'd have to get to look at more cap space. But isn't he the exact player Luka Doncic needs? And they're going to have whatever LeBron's making, right? Like $55 million coming off the books.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of a big number. At the same time, I think that if we were talking about this last September, the number would have been bigger.
Yeah.
Post labrum surgery, having been away from the game for an entire year, and then you look at the entire body of work where he's had good moments. He had, one really, really good season, but it's been up and down, which is absolutely to be expected with a young player who, there's only 3 years on the books of playing. He's done nothing wrong, but there's just not a lot there. I mean, the Jazz has not been trying to win games, so it's not like you can say, like, how he would perform in the playoffs. But you also don't have that data. And so obviously I think there's going to be any player that is made better by a Luka or somebody like that. And so I don't think that you worry about what he would look like kind of on that roster. But also the Jazz want that too, right? I mean, I look at Luka and I think, oh, God, him throwing lobs up to Walker Kessler would look really, really good. But then I also think Darren Peterson throwing lobs up to Lowry and Walker would look really, really good too. And so you want to pay to be able to see that. That being said, the number is lower than it would have been last year pre-surgery. And so I think it's probably going to be upwards of 28. I don't know if you get too much higher than the mid-30s. I think that it might have been last year, but it's probably lower than that now.
Sarah, how many times did you watch my White Sox beat your Mariners over the weekend?
Oh, my God. What a world. What a world. Well, I did watch my Luke Raley hit a grand slam home run and then also hit a 3-run dinger to beat them with 12 runs. That was my first night in Chicago this week. That was great. But the thing that I'm learning about the Mariners is that they either score 1 million runs or just one. There is no in between for this team. So, yeah, the White Sox won 2 of those. Personally, I watched the White Sox win 1 of them. Okay. So they split the games that I was in attendance for.
Are you from California? How'd you end up a Mariners fan?
Yeah, the Mariners fandom is a recent development for me. I grew up an A's fan, and I was loyal to that my entire life. But John Fisher is a horrible person. He's a horrible owner. The only thing that he could do that would be good in this world would be to sell the team and then to never see the light of day and never speak to anyone ever again. That's what I want for the A's. And the last couple of years, I decided that sports should be fun. As a fan, I should be having fun. I should not be begging and praying for the owner of the team that I love to sell the team because he hates me as a fan. He does not appreciate me, and he doesn't want me to have nice things. And I'll tell you 100% there was not a chance that I was going to become a Las Vegas Athletics fan. And so my fandom needed to move, and I picked up the Mariners.
I like it. I think you should be able to be a free agent fan.
Absolutely. You should be a fair weather fan. Everybody should be.
I can't believe they're playing in Sacramento.
No, and that's so depressing. Like hearing guys talk about how, like, you know, they're getting called up and they're making their major league debut, even as a visiting team, not even just the guys on the A's team, but they're like, wow, doesn't it suck that you get called up and you're in Sacramento and you make your major league debut in a minor league park? Like, it's just embarrassing what John Fisher has done with the Athletics. It's absolutely abhorrent.
Well, Sarah, listen, thanks for coming on. And we know that, you're out and about and maybe not in the newsroom 24/7, but it is in the building basically right next door. So feel free to come on by and say hello.
Yeah, I love seeing you guys. And, man, I can't wait for the draft and to find out what's actually going to play out with this team.
Enjoy the combine, Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
See you, Sarah. There you go. That's Sarah Todd. Covers the Jazz for the Des News. Does a great job.
Yeah, love Sarah.
How long has Sarah been here now? 4 or 5 years longer?
Let's see. I was in Chicago with her in 2019.
Yeah, it was pre-COVID.
So, yeah, at least 2019.
No, she does a good job. I told you that because we have different dinner schedules with our respective jobs, Ben, I don't see her that often. But when I do, for some reason, I'm the most awkward communicator on the planet with her specifically.
Okay.
And I don't get why. She probably just hung up the phone saying, I can't believe I went on there with that bozo. Because every time I see her, I say something stupid.
That was great.
Did it go okay?
No, I thought that was A+, and awesome for Sarah to be on the ground there.
I finally get to call Jake Scott a bozo.
Oh, man. I'm sure she's called me that worse. What is that idiot talking about?
So I'll be curious to see what she says also coming out of the combine this week and, kind of the conversation. She certainly seems to think it's narrowed down to Darren Peterson and AJ Debonsa already. So I'll be curious to see where this all stands leaving the combine and how this narrative is going to shift. Because this is what is being talked about today is not what's going to be talked about 3 weeks from now just because of narrative fatigue. And people change the conversation just to change the conversation. Then it may circle back. It may never come back. I'm curious to see this process because it's going to be a long one. As nice as it is, I think, for fans to not be worrying about 8, 9, 10 names, you're worrying about 2 or 3 names right now. It's going to be a long process, this 6 weeks. It's going to be really interesting.
I think they should pull an Isaiah Thomas and pick somebody slotted for like 15, like Cameron Carr or something.
Okay. A Daimara.
Like just out of nowhere.
It's a reach.
Be like, this is our guy.
Yeah.
And then when they say, why do you trade down for him then? You go,
He's the best player on the board.
We're taking him.
Why? Why would we?
Who was it that Isaiah Thomas, and it was some with like the 18th, 19th pick. Do you remember that? And he picked a guy that was not even in the NBA draft packet. Like the league will send out packets to media that has everybody who's likely to be drafted. I'd have to go back.
There was the Ronaldo.
That might have been it.
Blackman? Not Rolando. Ronaldo Balkman. Balkman.
I think that
Blackman
was
Blackman played for the Mavericks.
Yeah, he did. He was really good.
Yeah, he ended up being the 20th pick.
Yeah, and it wasn't even in the draft packet that
like,
the NBA sends out. They were like, who? What?
Him? Jazz did that with Jeremy Evans, but I think Jazz drafted Jeremy Evans like 49.
Oh, yeah, in the second round. Who cares? The 20th pick.
Yeah. Never heard of him. Interesting choice.
He better be Nikola Jokic or...
But yes, you could have had him in the second round.
Yeah, just trade back.
Yeah. No. Smarter than everybody.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good memory. All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben. Big thanks to Sarah Todd for jumping on with us. We'll get that interview up at KSLSports.com for your podcasting leisure. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night. Keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me. Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like 0. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Build your career where the fun never stops. Join the Lagoon Maintenance and Construction team and play a key role in keeping the park running strong. Now hiring ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians for full-time year-round positions. If you enjoy hands-on work, problem solving, and being part of a team that values safety and skill, this is the place for you. Plus, you'll get great benefits and real career growth. Apply today at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 years or older to apply.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. I was talking to Christian during the break about Mother's Day and his wife, her first Mother's Day. Said it went really well, which is good.
No good.
How about this for a Mother's Day story, Ben? We don't have to focus on this, but I found this story. Eagles offensive tackle Fred Johnson, his girlfriend is 8 months pregnant.
Okay.
Now, remember when I told Christian before his baby was born that he should just take advantage of it?
Go nuts.
Go crazy.
Yeah.
Last few days, whatever, before being a parent, life changes, get it all in. Apparently, Fred broke up with his girl and got on Hinge that night.
Huh.
So I'm glad. Let me put it this way. Fred was taking my advice a little too far. Like
Live
Christian,
life to the fullest, within reason.
Within reason. I feel like Christian probably executed it better. You know, he just sat on his duff and watched sports.
I went golfing.
That sort of thing.
Fishing.
Didn't get on Hinge. By the way, what is Hinge?
Tinder?
Is there like a theme to it? I know the different dating apps have
Supposed
different.
to be safer for women.
Is that what
Am
it
I
is?
correct with that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think it has to, if I remember correctly, like, at least at its conception, women had to, like, approve anybody first, so it wasn't just like this free-for-all.
Anyway, his lady took to the TalkSnap and aired it out.
Okay.
Said, not cool. But he's probably just doing what I suggested, living life to the fullest. I think he's just taking it a little too far.
Just wants to get the best out of the last month.
Yeah, when the baby comes, I'm sure he'll be right back there. Maybe not.
He really, I mean, it's a real panic move. I didn't panic that much right before my son was born. You know, before I became a father for the first time. I was not in like panic. I obviously didn't know what I was doing. Nobody does. I still don't know if I do. But I didn't have that level of like, I know what I should do? Tear my entire life down. What if I burn it all to the ground right now?
Just overnight.
Just overnight. What if everything changes immediately?
You think that's what this is? A panic move? Panicking about being a parent or panicking about being connected to this gal?
Well, if I got caught doing this, that would be my lie.
Oh, panicking about being a parent. Super nervous.
I was so nervous. I just love you and the baby so much. I had to leave you and get on Hinge.
You know, the best.
What else would explain it?
Who was it that, it was Asante Samuel that we talked about last week who was defending Mike Vrabel? And by the way, even went further this weekend, which I found hilarious. But that is the best defense for Mike Vrabel is like, listen, I'm an NFL guy. We've got some wild personal lives.
Yeah.
There's nobody casting stones in the locker room because everybody's got something wild going on. Like somebody told Asante Samuel, said, you're just talking about cheating on your girlfriend on out online, really? You think that? And he's like, I've cheated on every girl I've had since elementary school.
Right.
It's like, literally what he said.
You thought Vrabel's boat story was wild. When
I got a million of them.
Yeah, I know a guy.
So, yeah, this Eagles offensive lineman's like, oh, yeah, I'll break up with an 8-month pregnant gal. And what's the proper waiting period on ending a relationship like that? Because it feels like he went right to the Hinge.
Like that?
Pretty quick. That same day.
The waiting period of how long you can leave a woman after you get her pregnant, or you can leave a pregnant woman before you get on Hinge?
I just meant.
I'm not sure there's a good answer to either.
No. See, how long before ending a serious relationship can you get on Hinge? That's more what I'm asking. Because if she's 8 months pregnant, I think that's probably in the serious relationship category.
I think like a rolled ankle, where it's like figure out as much time as you think and then double it. It's like if she's 8 months pregnant, take that 8 months and double it before you get back on Hinge.
Okay.
So let this baby turn, it'll be 7 months old because there's another month of this pregnancy. At least let this baby get to 7 months. And then start the Hinge. I'm not even saying have a full-on relationship. Then just start putting out feelers.
There's a chance he was on Hinge already.
Probably a good one.
There's got to be a thing on there that says what the date is that you joined, right? The same way we found out Christian joined Facebook when he was also 8 years old.
He was in the womb?
Want to have a good following when he comes out.
By the way, Ben Beacon of Locked On Timberwolves is going to join the show at 4:30. We'll talk to him about the San Antonio, Minnesota series and find out if Minnesota stands a chance, even if Wemby plays which he should not. So stay tuned for that.
And look, if we want to bring this kind of full circle to the story of the day being the NBA draft, I will tell you, and this is clearly like a common theme, and I'm not comparing myself to Mike Smith, but you will hear Mike say like he does a very good job of like saying, I see a big man and I can tell you whether or not he's going to make it in the NBA, and it's a lot harder to do with guards. It's like Anthony Edwards, is the type of guy that dominates a game and is the best player on the floor in the backcourt without being a point guard. And it's kind of a narrow needle to thread. It's hard to not have the ball in your hand the entire game, play off the ball, and still be dominant. But there are cases of it working.
There are plenty.
But there are also a lot of guys who I think you just kind of assume will get there, and they don't. And that's the hard part I think the Jazz have to diagnose coming up here with either A.J. Debonsa or Darren Peterson. Darren certainly more in the kind of model of Anthony Edwards, though I would warn you he's not near that level of athlete or physical specimen. But yeah, it's kind of going to be a similar type if it works out. What does that look like? And it's the three-point shooting, and it's the ability to get to the free throw line and be a competitive player on both sides of the floor.
Yeah, there has never been a player good enough to win single-handedly on his own.
Right.
So what players, and Anthony Edwards is an interesting example of this based on his evolution of his game just this season, in my opinion, is you pick your spots. Could Michael Jordan have scored 50 points a game? Maybe. Could Michael Jordan have scored 50 points a game and won a national championship like it's college? He did win one of those. Win an NBA championship? I don't think so.
No.
That's just not how the game works. You have to, but what Michael Jordan was really, really good at was knowing when he needed to take over a game, when he didn't. I mean, look at his biggest moments. He took the shot over Brian Russell because the Jazz did not run a double team at him. He passed the ball to Steve Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
Both plays were series clinching plays, right? Was the Steve Kerr one to win the series, or was it just the game?
No, it was to win the series.
Both
he hit the game winner in the first game, and I think hit Steve Kerr, even though I think that was the second series. But yeah, neither here nor there.
But the point is,
that was the first series.
He knew exactly what to do to win. Now, can Anthony Edwards beat his guy on every play? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is Anthony Edwards going to win a lot of games by simply scoring 40 points? No. In fact, the secret sauce here in the playoffs for the Timberwolves, I think, has been that balance. Because during the regular season, they didn't have a lot of balance, and the Timberwolves underachieved. They are achieving, I won't say overachieving, maybe if they beat the Spurs, that'd be overachieving, in the playoffs, because Anthony Edwards is figuring out how to play winning basketball. What was his, he had a huge game, right? Very efficient, 13 to 22, 36 points. But let's see, 6 out of the 8 players for the Timberwolves that played were in double figures.
And to your point, he had 16, I think, in the fourth quarter. Like, he picked his spot. He wasn't just going to say, I'm going to come out and I'm going to be the guy the entire game. No, he got almost half of his points in the fourth quarter of that game. Look, you can go back, and again, I'm not comparing Darren Peterson or anybody to Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, but to your point, when we're talking about dominating the right way, Michael Jordan averaged his highest career high as a scorer his third year in the NBA. It's 37 points. Obviously, that was not the best version of Michael Jordan.
It was not.
The next year, he was at 35. Those were his 2 highest years. They didn't win the playoffs.
They didn't do anything.
But you get to year 6, 7, and while he's still leading the league in scoring at 32 points a game, 33 points a game, he has figured out how to spread it around. He's figured out how to get everybody involved. Kobe, his great scoring years, the years he scores 81, the years he scores 60 through 3 quarters that everyone talks about, well, that was 05, 06, and 06, 07. Those are right in between. Champions with Shaq and champions with Pau Gasol. It's like, yeah, he did everything, but everything was not good, and they needed to get better players around him, but that was actually, while it was the most prolific version of Kobe, was not the best version of Kobe. And knowing what that has to look like is tricky. It's like a really hard thing to do. But when a guy gets there, a la Anthony Edwards or a la Kobe Bryant or a la Michael Jordan, they become ultra, ultra valuable players. It's just not a lot of guys get there traditionally.
And maybe it helped for Michael that everybody was already calling him the greatest of all time before he even won a dang thing and had all those accolades and didn't have to really worry about making a reputation for himself and to let him evolve as a player. Because he was, we talked about how do you measure heart. Say what you will about Michael Jordan, that dude was all heart. And he put all heart into an athletic body like that with that much skill, and man, you're going to have something special.
Like that?
And ultimately, he just wanted to win, and that's what you've got to find. Do you think ultimately Luka just wants to win?
I don't know if I would put Luka in the same.
I would say no. Do you think James Harden,
some of those guys,
ultimately wanted to win?
No.
Rusty Westbrook is a little different, maybe, because that guy does have a lot of heart, but his game never evolved. Even now, why won't teams sign him?
Yeah.
Because he won't. He's a selfish player.
Yeah. No, I think it's totally fair. It's a totally fair criticism.
So, I mean, you know what's interesting about this conversation is you're not getting this deep into the weeds on stuff like that if you have the number 8 pick.
Like that?
And also, to separate Luka out, like Luka is a point guard. Luka does have the ball in his hands the entire game, and Michael did not, and Anthony Edwards does not, and Kobe did not, and Dwayne Wade did not. Like, they had the ball a lot. Their usage rate is through the roof. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's not everything. And identifying a guy who has the ball in his hands all the time, it's kind of easy to see what they do. Seeing the nuance of guys who play off the ball, which, by the way, Darren Peterson will play way more off the ball in the NBA than he did in college. I think he was probably miscast. We'll have to talk to a bunch of Kansas people over the next 6 weeks just to kind of get a sense of what they saw from him, the same way we did with Ace Bailey last year. Just like, I think there's going to be a lot of people who do not like the way Darren was used in college, and it's not going to reflect who he is in the NBA. This is interesting. That's the nuance that you have to find if you're the Utah Jazz.
Man, I don't know. How much can you really take from his college year, Darren Peterson?
Probably not a lot.
No, I don't think so. I mean, Kansas kind of underachieved.
Really underachieved, yeah.
He was inconsistent. He had the weird cramp thing, the creatine cramps, as you like to call them. Never heard of it before.
No one has.
But I don't know what you really got. I mean, is anybody saying anything different about him today than they were before his college career? No.
Probably not a lot, yeah.
If anything, you're justifying before his college. Who was it? Was it you? I saw somebody snap talked out yesterday saying Danny Ainge really likes players that were good in high school.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. He had a great rep coming out of high school.
Yeah, he was the top guy coming out of high school.
If anything, he did damage to it in college.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
So what?
That's what changed. Yes, he hurt himself more than anything.
So what really can you take from it? I don't know. If anything, you've got to dismiss the bad stuff if you're trying to talk yourself into it.
Remember, Keontae George was the 5th overall recruit in the country, goes to Baylor. They have 2 other point guards on the team, so he plays small forward. He's out of shape. He's like really heavy. Doesn't have a particularly good year. Like, it's prolific. He's got some numbers, but had some ankle injuries. Was not in good shape, as I mentioned. Didn't shoot the ball well at all. And the Jazz were like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Don't care at all. And took him at 15. Now, Danny apparently wanted him at 10, and the Jazz, or wanted him at 9, and the Jazz took Taylor Hendricks instead. And then ended up with Keontae at 15 or 16, if I have my story straight. That could be wrong, but that's kind of my understanding. And Keontae has turned into a great player. You know, Keontae has turned into looking like the player he was coming out of high school more than what his college career by itself would have reflected. So if that's what you're following, yeah, go back to where they did in high school. And I do think that's a part of it that a lot of these teams are willing to do, where, believe it or not, I'm not going to go back and watch whatever Huntington Prep or whatever school AJ or Darren Peterson went back and did. Watch entire high school games. I'm not really interested in spending my time doing that.
Problem with that is that the NBA teams really suck at evaluating players out of high school.
Always have.
Always have.
Yeah.
They really suck at it.
Yep.
Who, Deshaun Stevenson, what did the Jazz take? He was like in the teens, I think.
I think he might have even been in the 20s, but again, yeah, it's not a good pick.
But you go back in those drafts when they were still taking high school guys and you look at the top 5, top 10 in some of those, and there were some boots. I mean, just some brutal picks.
Yeah. Martell Webster. The Trailblazers traded him for Darren Williams. Martell Webster stunk. That dude was not an NBA player. They drafted him 5th. Dude was awful.
So, I don't know. It's kind of tricky with him. I think he's the trickiest to evaluate, and the hard part is that's probably where he'll be slotted to go as number 2.
Yeah, it's why there's going to be questions. Again, it's why this is not going to be.
Yeah, easy.
We got it figured out. Like, there is going to be a week where Cam Boozer is going to overtake Darren Peterson in the conversation, just like narratively. And maybe that's not the case behind the scenes, but like, because fatigue of conversation encourages it, because I've watched a ton of these drafts, and I promise you guys, the day that Cam Boozer walks into the ZBBC to do his individual workout for the Jazz. Look, they've met him a bunch of times, but like he's already 6'8.5" and 250 pounds, and his body is done, is a ready-made product. And you go back and you watch his film, it's like, he just always makes the right decision, and every game he has 20 and 10 and 5, and he's going to do the same thing in the NBA. Like that solves a lot of problems, and teams say like, oh, well, maybe we do think about that. And you owe it to yourself to think about that. You really do have to put in all the work here. It's why I think I would not rule out Cam Boozer as the number 2 overall pick. But yeah, you've got to do your work. You've got to go back and really trust your instincts of what you saw when they were in high school and where they are now. And I don't envy the job, in all honesty, but it's why when I've talked to people at the Jazz, and you heard Sarah talking about her conversations with Austin Ainge, like saying, we've got to get the right guy. That's verbatim from Sarah's article, I think. It's like, they know that like this really matters. They're going to really put the work in. It's easier than if they're picking at 7, but it's not easy, simply put.
Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Reminder, we do have Ben Beacon of Locked On Timberwolves at 4:30. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the kinetic energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, Tim Hughes back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, talking with Greg about all of the great materials that they have here. Of course, you know about Replenish Compost, you know about their soil blends, but this year, as we've mentioned, has been a tough winter, and doing away with some of those areas that are just gobbling up water would be a great idea this year.
We have a variety of barks. There's 4 different sizes of barks. We also have the colored wood mulches. 4 different colors there. We have playground chips if that's what you're looking for. We also have soil, sand, screen topsoil.
By the way, those playground chips are used by a lot of the schools in the area, aren't they?
School districts, municipalities, and daycare centers, and a lot of home use too.
Make your home look like the pros do by using Replenish Landscape Garden products this year. You can buy it in bulk, you can buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call at 801-262-5142. Replenish. It's good stuff.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd, the perfect ping of 300-yard drives, the sound of sinking a 15-foot putt, shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The PGA Championship is this week. Time to get a qualifier for the Copper Rock PGA Championship contest. Be caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to be assigned a golfer in the PGA Championship this week. We'll assign one golfer or one of the top 25 players in the world to a listener, and then each listener or another listener will be assigned the field. The winner will receive a Copper Rock logo golf bag, a $100 gas gift card. It's all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. Ben, we'll get back to talking draft. We'll talk some NBA. We're going to talk some T-Wolves at 4:30. But I've got a pretty crazy, funny story real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So this is in Orlando, and I know how much you love Orlando. A career criminal basically stole $770,000 worth of diamonds from Tiffany & Company.
This is in Orlando? Is that what you said?
In Orlando.
Okay.
He then got in his car and drove, Ben, getting out of there. He was pulled over about 300 miles from Orlando.
Okay.
He decided he would put the booty into his mouth.
Oh, okay.
And so...
Not the worst place to put it.
The cops get him out, and they're trying to get him to open his mouth. They're threatening to tase him, so he just swallows it.
Great idea.
They arrest him.
Mm-hmm.
He passes said diamonds 2 weeks later.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it took a minute. But here's the curious part of this story. They found 2 other earrings that were not part of that heist.
It's not so much about the value. I just like eating diamonds. I just like eating jewelry.
Let me see. Oddly, it would also contain 2 other earrings, which were not part of the Tiffany haul. How the jewelry got inside, this guy's name is Gilder, is a mystery.
Well, I guess the simplest explanation would be that he had knocked off multiple locations. Maybe nobody reported these earrings missing. And he decided, well, they're going to come for me for all of this. If they find the diamonds, they'll certainly find the earrings, so I'm just going to eat all of it? That would be my guess. Are we talking like raw diamonds here? Probably cut. I don't mean uncut diamonds, but like not as a part of wedding bands?
No, I don't think. I think it's just the diamonds.
Okay.
But these earrings apparently
But earrings have pokey things on them.
You think they were hoops?
Yeah, whatever it is. They're like notoriously sharp. They have to go through a really tiny hole in an ear. Diamonds, it could just be the rock.
After being yanked out of the vehicle by Highway Patrol, Gilder allegedly swallowed the stolen diamonds. He subsequently asked the cops, quote, "Am I going to be charged with what's in my stomach?" And then while he was sitting in the squad car, Gilder mused, quote, "I should have thrown them out the window," unquote.
Yeah, this is worse for everybody.
You should have thrown them out the window. That would have been
Everybody
much
would have
better.
been happier. And in fact, law enforcement would have really been happy to not have to sit and sort through
Wait it out.
everything that comes out of your body.
Yeah, just stay at a hospital for 2 weeks.
For the next 2 weeks as they run a metal detector over it.
Can you imagine? What are these earrings, dude? I don't know.
I don't remember those.
You're just eating jewelry? I guess.
I have a problem.
We didn't expect to find 2 additional earrings in there.
This is a tennis bracelet.
What is going on? Yeah, you're probably right. He probably stole the earrings from another location that did not get reported to the police.
Down the hatch.
I do think it's funny. He probably thought he owned the cops, right? Like, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Arrest me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We're going to arrest
For
you.
780, how much was it?
Let's see here. It was like $700,000. Yeah. $770,000.
Yeah, $750,000? Yes, we're arresting you.
Oh, dude, they did have pointy things on them. The diamonds did too.
Oh, yikes. That couldn't have been easy to swallow. It's like
Or pass.
swallowing a buffalo thorn. Yeah, or pass. Jeez. I would have said, we're not making it easy for you.
No, they should have thrown him out the window. He should have thrown him out the window.
He should have just tossed it.
He should have thrown him out the window.
I made a huge mistake.
Or just hand him over and throw yourself at the mercy of the court, really.
Remember when Lloyd had kidney stones last year?
This was it.
Kidney stones?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Heck no. Lloyd stole a bunch of diamonds and ate them.
Kidney stones, Lloyd?
Got to pass the Hope Diamond.
There was also that big robbery in France at the same time, where we don't know where Lloyd was.
He wasn't here.
He was not here.
They never found those guys.
Is that at the Louvre? Is that where that
It was at the Louvre. In the most stupid brazen robbery ever that I can't believe worked. Where they just backed up a truck with a ladder
just
to a
put
window.
the ladder to the window and go in and grab the stuff and go back out the ladder. And everyone's like, genius.
Yeah, you picture Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible or whatever. No.
You're overthinking it.
Way overthinking of it. Yeah. You just need to back up a ladder.
Grab the diamonds, swallow the diamonds, get out of the area.
Eat a couple extra earrings just for fun, and then go.
Exactly right. A little treat for later.
Dude, I think those are just, Target jewelry. All right. Just going to go ahead and eat it.
Great.
Christian, you ever eaten jewelry?
I don't think so.
You have a tongue ring. Do you swallow it ever?
No, you get used to
You
it.
get used to it.
Christian has a tongue ring?
Oh, yeah. He's had one for years.
I had no idea. Do those heal?
No, because if you pull it out, it's like an ear and it'll grow over. So technically, no, I don't think that heals. It's not bleeding.
But do you have a hole in your tongue for the rest of your life?
No, I think it'll close back up.
Well, doesn't the Kiss guy have like a forked tongue?
No, he doesn't actually have a forked tongue. But some people will fork their tongue and it will stay that way. But it's because it's moving constantly.
What? Forked tongue? Who's forking their tongue?
People
Like
will
a
split
snake?
their tongue. Yeah.
No,
like a
they
snake.
won't. What kind of weirdos are you hanging out with?
My favorite people. The forked people.
You have met somebody with this procedure?
I don't think I have met somebody with this, but no, it's not like insanely uncommon. Like less than 1% of the population has it, certainly, but more people have tongue rings than forked tongues, but forked tongue is not the craziest body modification.
Do you ever see somebody with a nose ring and think, how is it to blow your nose?
I'm sure they've run into issues.
And when you take it out, do you have to, is it covered in boogers?
Probably sometimes.
Does it make you
Do you think you get food stuck between your forked tongue? Do you have to floss your fork?
I don't think those people exist. I think you're making that up.
I'm going to send you a bunch of weird videos during the break.
Showing me something from the internet does not prove anything.
Okay. If you are a listener and have a forked tongue or know somebody, use the call-in feature.
Yes, please do, because I don't think those people exist.
Lisp something to us.
If your son came to you tomorrow with a forked tongue, would you have him committed?
It's an interesting choice. But you know what? We're pretty woke, this whole society. We'll let people, you can get a job at Target now with a forked tongue.
I'm not saying you should be an outcast. I'm asking if you would have your son committed. I think I would have my daughter committed.
If she forks her tongue.
Because nip this in the bud now, because Lord knows what that is developing into down the way in life.
It's hard to get much more extreme than that.
Have you seen the kid that pierces himself together in Vegas Vacation?
Yes.
You're on the road to that.
Correct.
So you got to nip that in the bud.
Okay. Maybe you can pierce your tongue back together after you fork it.
That would be weirder. That's not a solution.
No, and then it's really hard to
No,
clean.
that's a cat in the wall.
And you're cleaning it with a pipe cleaner.
All right, stay tuned. We'll get back to basketball coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. We are super excited to team up with Beehive Meals, not only because their traditional crock pot meals are absolutely delicious and fit right into a busy lifestyle, but they're launching a new product, Ben. Flat top meals, fresh prepared meals designed for your flat top griddle, or even a regular skillet. No chopping, no measuring, just thaw and cook. Man, you and I have both tried it. It is so easy.
Yeah, if you want the sesame stir-fried chicken, you want the jalapeno cheddar smash burgers, grilled fajitas, whatever you're looking for, they will take care of it. And yeah, you just throw it on your flat top, whether that's outdoors or inside. You have just a traditional pan you want to throw it on. You can do them both. The hard part, pull it out of the freezer. That's the end of it. Yeah, just make sure it thaws out and you're ready to go. Whether you are just getting home from work, maybe you've been preparing for it all day. Home-cooked meals, pre-sorted for you, so you're not trying to figure out the measurements, you're not trying to dice the onion, you're not trying to make sure you have all the right ingredients. It's all there for you.
My wife showed the girls Worst Cooks in America. Have you ever seen that show?
I have not.
They said, Dad, you could be on this.
Not anymore.
Because I'm really bad. But you know what I can do? I can pull a meal out of a freezer.
Yeah.
It's very easy and it's delicious. Ready to make dinner easier and better? Order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher. And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Bend. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Get a free sleep screening and consultation with Sound Sleep Medical when Scotty G and the coach broadcast live on Wednesday. Visit Sound Sleep with 6 convenient locations across Utah. Start sleeping better today. Now, the big story of the day today, obviously, Ben, the NBA draft of Jazz moving up to 2. We can play Ryan Smith from Armpit Show in a minute. Can I tell you, though, for the first time for a long time, I really agree with Screamin' A.
Okay.
Screamin' A went on his television program talking about A.J. Debonsa going to the Wizards, said, quote, "I feel bad for him. The Wizards are an abomination of a basketball team. They are horrible. Don't believe in the organization." Then your guy, Perk, who I know is your favorite analyst lately, he refuted Screamin' A, saying, quote, "I'm trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with playing in Washington, D.C. Last time I checked, I thought D.C. was a big market. I don't see why he's disappointed. I would be excited about bringing chocolate back to Chocolate City."
Okay.
I really felt weird reading that quote.
It's funny hearing you say it.
But that's what he said.
Okay.
Kendrick Perkins will really just say anything, right? Or does he not understand what Screamin' A is saying?
Yeah, he'll just say anything.
Is that what it is? Because honestly, and listen, market size hasn't mattered for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The reason the players want to go to L.A. and New York is because they're big franchises, not necessarily big cities. They want to go to Miami because it's on the beach. Everywhere else, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what size market it is. The Wizards are the worst franchise in the NBA.
Yeah.
They would be the worst franchise in the NBA in L.A. or Miami.
When do you think the last time the Washington Wizards won 50 games was?
Had to be with the old maid and John Wall, right?
Because 50 games is like a good number, but it's not
awesome.
Unreachable.
You're going to the playoffs.
Let me see. When did the Jazz last reach 50? Obviously, they did it
Donovan and Rudy's last
So
year.
was that like 5 years ago?
Yeah.
They did it in
2022.
2021. They did 49 and 21-22. So they fell just short of it. But they had 52 the year before that. They did 50 2 years before that. They did 51 4 years prior. So like the Jazz get to 50 somewhat consistently. Well, the Washington Wizards last won 50 games in the year, scrolling, 1979.
Wow, really? They're still the Bullets.
Yeah. The Wizards have never won 50 games. They're coming off of 17 wins, 18 wins, 15 wins, 35, 35, 34, 25, 32, 43, 49, really close, 2016, 2017. That wasn't a bad year by any means. But then 41, 46, 44, and then it just goes back to 29, 20, 23, 20. It's bad. It's not a good organization. It hasn't been a good organization for a long time.
Apparently ever.
Yeah, they've got one playoff berth since 2018, and they lost in the first round. They haven't gotten out of the first round since 2017. It's a mess. It's been a mess of an organization, and just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. I love that they got off of Bradley Beal, who we like to call the old maid. Your comparison being the game old maid. You just want somebody to take your bad card, and you're in a much better spot. And they did it. They had the worst player on the worst contract in the NBA, and they suckered the Phoenix Suns into taking the old maid.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they do? They circled back and got two old maids on their
Trae
roster.
Young and Anthony Davis.
It's like two guys that nobody wants in the NBA right now.
Well, not to mention who signed him to that contract in the first place.
Yeah, exactly right.
And it brings me back to the Zach Wilson, when we were talking about Zach Wilson going in the draft. Everybody's like, how high do you think he's going to go, or where should he go, blah, blah, blah. And it's like anywhere but the Jets.
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Fall to 7.
But the Jets. Who cares? Fall to the second round. Just don't go to the Jets. Because bad franchises and bad management is bad management. And there have been some examples of poor franchises and poorly managed teams that have had fleeting success, but it never lasts. And most of the time, they just make the wrong decisions. Look at the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Suns actually got to the NBA Finals under Robert Sarver, who was one of the worst owners in the NBA. Bad person, apparently, too.
Yeah.
And it happens sometimes. But you want to go to a decent situation with decent management who are going to make the right decisions. If I'm AJ Debonsa, and it's easy for us to say, but I'd way rather go to the Jazz than the Wizards. I'd even rather go to the Grizzlies than the Wizards, and they're pretty mismanaged.
Yeah, absolutely. But they draft well, and they seem to develop their players well. I wouldn't want to go to Washington either. I totally feel for AJ.
So I don't get what Kendrick Perkins is saying. That makes no sense. And I don't understand that other than the money, I have to go number one. If I'm AJ, I'm thinking, man, I hope I go two.
I'll be curious.
I hope Darren Peterson has a good combine so I can go too.
Ted Leonsis, who owns the Wizards, I'll be curious. Some guys get the number 1 overall pick and they sell the team because it's at a fever pitch. It's like you sell the Boston Celtics sold right after they won a title. I wonder if he holds on to it and says it's just going to go up in value now. I've got the number 1 pick. This is good for me.
He's shown no indication ever wanting to sell.
No, he hasn't.
They've been put under a lot of pressure to sell, and he doesn't.
Also, how else are you going to own a square block in Washington, D.C.? You know, you own a sports team, you can have an excuse for owning an arena and owning a square block.
Does he own that arena? I actually have no idea.
Let's see.
He doesn't own the Caps.
Leonsis threatened to move the Wizards and Capitals from the District of Columbia unless the city provided $600 million in public funding for a renovation of Capital One Arena, which makes me think he owns it.
Does he own the Capitals too?
He does own the Caps. Yes, he does. So let me see. Capital One Arena. Let me see if it says he owns this or not. Neither here nor there. It doesn't tell me. Anyways, so I'll be curious how they go. But no, it's not a good organization. He owns 36% of the building, so he's the primary owner, even if he doesn't own the single majority. Oh, no, he's up to 44% now, so he does own the area.
So it's curious. I'm sure AJ wants to go 1, but I would bet he'd rather go number 2. I would rather go number 2 or 3. I'd rather go to a stable organization if it were me. I mean, look at how many prospects the Clippers drafted back in the day with top 5 picks and just absolutely mangled because they were the Clippers. They even made picks of guys that turned out to be guys and traded them. Who was the guy they traded to the Nuggets that turned out to be really good? They kept him for like a couple of years and then shipped him to the Nuggets. I'd have to go back.
Yeah. So it really matters. And the Wizards have not proven to have good ownership. And even as they've changed and I thought did some okay things, they seem to undo that progress. So that was one of the big stories of draft night. Certainly Washington having the worst record in the NBA and getting paid off with the top pick. That's, the Jazz tried to do that. The Pistons tried to do that. And they all fell to 5. The other big loser in the draft was the Indiana Pacers, who, had they landed in the top 4, would have kept their pick. They dropped to 5, and thus it goes to the Los Angeles Clippers for the why do I always forget his name? Zubats trade. I just keep wanting to say Vucevic, and it's not. The Zubats trade. And look, I really get it. If you had Zubats at 5 and then one of these top 4 picks, you would have been a really good team. I mean, they made the finals last year. I think that would have been an upgrade across the board, and now they don't.
I give more credit. I can't believe I'm saying this. I give more credit to Larry Frank than I do blame to the Pacers.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
If you read kind of what went into that trade, Larry really pushed for the top 5 protection.
Mm-hmm.
That he really got the Pacers to loosen up their protection, and the Pacers took a risk. And actually, I don't hate the risk for the Pacers. You can't win them all. And they got a great player in Zubac, who is great.
Yeah.
And he is an upgrade to Evan Turner, in my opinion. I don't know. You might disagree. I mean, I suppose they're
Miles Turner.
What did I say, Evan? Miles Turner is what I meant. Thank you.
I totally agree, yeah.
I think Zubac is a better player than Miles Turner, and of course they lost Turner to Milwaukee. Zubac has a great contract, and they thought that they could have their cake and eat it too, and they missed it by a spot. And that blows, but I don't blame the Pacers GM for doing it.
No, that's the type of risk I think you have to make to win a title, because they've got a top 10 center in the NBA now on a team that's ready to win, and you also still had a chance to end up with the top 4 pick.
And it just didn't work out.
It just didn't work out, but it was a 50-50, it was a coin toss. And you still got Zubac out of it. It's not like you lost everything, and he's still on a great contract. But had it worked out, you would have really been made. So I'm with you. I don't think actually, though Kevin Pritchard came out and apologized, he's the front office exec, he's the president of the Pacers. I don't think that's something you have to apologize for.
Oh, no, that was totally unnecessary.
Yeah. Now
We've seen way worse deals than that, honestly, and that was a risk. And listen, the Clippers lucked out and are going to get a fine player.
Yeah.
But I'd have a tough time barbecuing the Pacers too much for that.
And they were also smart to say top 4 protected. Like, this is a draft where the top 4 guys are expected to be a little bit of a different tier, if not a significantly different tier than the guys after that. The team who I think really got hurt on draft night was the Nets. Brooklyn falls in a draft now, 3 spots, to where the best players on the board, and we'll see, you can make your own determination, but it seems like most people believe the best players on the board right now are point guards. And last year they had 5 first-round picks. They made all of them, and 4 of them were point guards. And now you're drafting most likely best player available is going to be another point guard. And it's why you do need to take best player available. You need one of these guys to hit, but it becomes really awkward.
Hey, that's the way it goes.
Absolutely.
Jazz had the worst record in the league last year, and they got bumped to 5.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it
the
goes.
gamble.
Good luck.
And I'm really curious now to see how people handle tanking with the change in rules and Jazz getting out right in time and being done with this tank. Thank goodness for Jazz fans. I think having to watch another year of the team trying to lose would be bizarre. And we just don't know what the results are going to look like with Adam Silver's latest cat in the wall. So I'm curious to see what this unfolds, and I think the Jazz front office is probably extremely happy to not have it in their back pocket that this is what they have to worry about.
I would guess you're correct. All right, Ryan Smith, speaking of the Jazz, he went on to Pitt McAfee's show, and let's play his comments about moving up to number 2.
So first of all, I've hired a pretty good team here that works with Danny Ainge and Austin, and they've got a pretty good track record of how they handle the lottery, and there's a lot of time between now and then to see how things go. I think our ultimate goal is to build a championship, and it'd be irresponsible if everything wasn't on the table to do that, and that's kind of our job. As an owner myself, it's a real interesting thing because I want to be involved, but Danny's also made a living off over-involved owners, right? And so I always try to sit back and say, hey, look, these guys are here. We haven't even gotten together yet. They're all in Chicago. I'm heading there, and we'll sit down and we'll go through it. But the good news is I think that if you look at the bottom half of this or the top half of this draft, it's pretty incredible. And, you're looking out and you're saying, hey, there could be, a few, 7 to 10 time All-Stars.
He wasn't trading the pick off the table.
No, he didn't, nor should they. You should always leave all your options open. Again, if Milwaukee calls and says, what do you think about Walker Kessler and the number 2 pick for Giannis? I think you think, you're all of a sudden a really good team. You're ready to win a championship tomorrow. If that could work out perfectly, and that's just some hypothetical I'm throwing out there. You certainly at least have to listen. So yeah, you shouldn't take that off the table. But along those lines, I do think he's right. And I think the line that Danny Ainge, and of course Austin Ainge just hasn't been doing the job as long in the role that Danny has. But his line that Danny Ainge has made a living off of over-involved owners, meaning he's seen people not making good decisions because the ownership wants to meddle.
Yeah, because that oligarch put pressure on Billy King to build him a championship team in Brooklyn.
Exactly right. And it worked out really well for him. Who was it in Minnesota? Kahn? Who was the owner?
Yeah, Kahn. David Kahn?
David Kahn.
Mm-hmm.
Go get Kevin Garnett from them. And he doesn't know what he's doing. And Danny Ainge was right there. So, Yes, keep that idea out there as well, and see what options you can take advantage of, and trust Danny and Austin. Again, Austin's the president of basketball operations, and Justin Zanik's going to play a huge role in this as well. Trust those guys to do their jobs.
The best example I can think of in a draft like this, making a trade like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that? Did Cleveland make a mistake trading Andrew Wiggins for Kevin Love?
No.
That was supposed to be the greatest draft in the history of drafts.
Uh-huh. And that was the number 1 pick.
That was the number 1 pick. And I would argue Giannis is better than Kevin Love's ever been.
Correct.
But that was not a mistake in the slightest.
No, it was not. They were close. The difference being they had a legit number 1 guy and they traded for the number 3. You're trading for the number 1 guy, but Giannis is a legit number 1 guy. We've seen it.
But that's trading the present for the future, or trading the future for the present, which is what a move like that would be.
And
it worked out in that case.
Like that? And look, you win a title, it doesn't really matter.
What
You
did
don't
Boston
care
trade for Kevin Garnett? Wasn't it like the 4 pick?
Al Jefferson, Ryan Gomes, and I can't remember what other picks
I think it was
were
a top
involved.
5 pick.
Well, no, because they traded their top 5 pick to Seattle
for Ray Allen.
Yeah,
well, there you go.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also made that trade.
And it worked?
Yes.
So they shouldn't be scared to trade it. That doesn't mean just give it away.
No, don't give it away. But there's only a handful of players you would seriously consider.
But the thing is we fall in love with potential. That's the problem with the draft.
Yes.
I say we, I mean everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody falls in love with what could be. Sometimes a bird in the hand is worth a ball on the carpet. You know what I mean?
I 100% know what you mean. But also, to your point, and I think people do forget this, was like, do you remember what Andrew Wiggins' nickname was?
Carl.
Maple Jordan. People
Oh,
thought he was going to
Canadian.
be Michael Jordan.
Uh-huh.
Like, that was the talk. You hear people now talk about Darren Peterson. It's like, he gets compared to Kobe. No one gets compared to Kobe. Or he gets compared to Michael. Nobody does. Yes, they do. Deshaun Stevenson got compared to Michael Jordan. Like, that's what people thought the Jazz were getting with the 23rd pick or whatever. Yeah, people thought Andrew Wiggins was going to be Michael Jordan. He's fine. He's a one-time All-Star and was the starting small forward on a championship team. Like, that's pretty good for a number 1 overall pick. Now, it wasn't the team that drafted him. It was his 3rd stop in the NBA, but he had a good run. He's had a good career. He's made a bunch of money. But, yeah, if you seriously think Giannis would come to Utah, would sign an extension in Utah, you could rehab him, playing him 50 games a year, get him to the playoffs fully healthy, and then your roster is still largely complete with Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. and Giannis. That's a legit contender. So you should absolutely pay attention to those things. Absolutely. If you feel like you could get him here, you think he's healthy enough to be on the court, I think it would be ridiculous not to.
I saw somebody on the TalkSnap advocate that the Jazz trade the number 2 pick for Austin Reeves.
Okay. That seems rich to me for unrestricted free agent Austin Reeves. Of course, you can't trade for an unrestricted free agent, so that's another problem here. But yeah, that seems pretty rich to me. Especially because I think they have Austin Reeves. His name's Keontae George. It's the exact same player.
Yeah, but worse defensively somehow.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah.
What's a better nickname, Key or AR?
AR. No question about it.
Is it just because his number's 15? I didn't really take you for a gun guy.
Well, it's how AK-47 got his name. Same thing.
I was never comfortable with it.
Quincy Lewis, current Jazz president of alumni relations.
I thought
don't
he
know what
was
his role
the
is.
Lone Peak High School guy.
Different Quincy Lewis. He told, I believe the story is he told AK to change his number to 47 because that's not what he wore in Russia. But he said that's a great nickname, and AK listened.
What was his number in Russia?
I don't know. Christian, get on that. He was like 17 playing at that point. He got drafted when he was a baby. So, yeah, his name was changed specifically to be the gun model. AR-15, but that's not what they call him because of all the violence.
Just AR. Hey there, AR.
That's why the Washington Bullets changed their name.
Is anybody calling me, or is it just LeBron who calls him AR?
I think Adele also called him AR when he was trying to trade him for Jaren Jackson Jr., right?
Okay, so it's LeBron's camp.
It's LeBron's people entirely.
Hello.
By the way, our friend Wild Turkey Fart Blunt snaps in. He says, I always thought Deshaun Stevenson's best comp was Abe Lincoln.
Well, he had Abe Lincoln tattooed on his neck.
And there was a funny story about that, wasn't it? I can't remember. I shouldn't say. I thought there was a funny story on how he selected that. Anyway.
Right on the Adam's apple.
I thought it was awesome.
Great president.
Hey, yeah.
Hard to argue.
Dude, he should be coming back to Salt Lake for Summer League for the 250.
No, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Patriotic.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. They are.
Andrew Jackson. We might have different thoughts on it.
I could see, in all seriousness, I could see them bringing Deshaun back at some point. They brought Chris Morris back.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wonder what Deshaun's doing. He ended up having a pretty decent career as well.
Champion.
Yeah.
With the Mavericks. And he wasn't like a critical part of that team, but he played.
Andrew Wiggins was closer to Deshaun Stevenson than he was Michael Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
Well, important to remember when you're drafting.
Neither one of them was anywhere close to Michael Jordan.
Correct.
So, yeah, accurate statement, Ben. Stay tuned. We'll talk some NBA playoffs. We'll talk about what's going on with Minnesota with Ben Beacon of Locked On Timberwolves. That's coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's slow and go traffic southbound I-15 from Murray to the point of the mountain. Northbound is a little slow as well on I-15 from Linden to Pleasant Grove. And the I-215 west belt is bogged down as well, northbound between the 201 and I-80. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. That's gopavutah.com. Call or visit now, gopavutah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Timberwolves evened up their series with the Spurs last night, getting a win in Minneapolis, 114-109. Let's talk about it. Joining us now, he covers the Timberwolves for Locked On Timberwolves. He's Ben Beacon with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Ben?
Hey, Ben.
Hey, how are you guys? I'm doing well. We're doing well. Let me ask you, how are the Timberwolves feeling after this win? It's got to be nice going back to San Antonio tied 2-2. But that was a pretty dicey performance.
It was. And certainly the Victor Wembanyama ejection in the second quarter kind of greased the wheels for that one. And even still, I mean, the Wolves were up a bucket when Wemby was ejected. And we're up, I think, 4 at halftime. But they were down 8 points with 6 minutes left in this game, 7 minutes left in this game to a Wemby-less Spurs team. So it was a little bit dicey. Then they go up multiple possessions, and they have a couple of, issues inbounding the ball in the backcourt. It's a one-possession game with 30 seconds left. And so certainly not how you'd want to. It felt a lot more like a Monday in January game for the Timberwolves than you'd like basically the season on the line to feel like. But Anthony Edwards did Anthony Edwards stuff, and he was the biggest reason for the win. And obviously, they won game 1, which was also only a one possession win. Were blown out in game 2, lost a close one in game 3, and then won a close one in which Wemby only played a quarter and a half. So yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a really good, solid wire-to-wire win. In fact, they haven't led by double digits at all in the first 4 games. So certainly different feeling than the first round Denver series. But a win is a win is a win, especially this time of year. And now you just got to win 2 of the next 3. Obviously, 2 of the next 3 being in San Antonio, and that's much easier said than done. But they've given themselves a shot to pull off the upset for the series.
I find it ludicrous that Wemby wasn't suspended for at least a game. I mean, that was one of the worst elbows I think we've seen. Ben and I were trying to go through recent memory bad elbows in the NBA. Do you have any thoughts on the punishment?
Yeah, I wasn't really surprised. I mean, I think you could have made an argument. I said this on Lockdown Wolves on today's episode. I think you easily could have made an argument for 1 game. I think you could have made an argument for 0 games. Reportedly, the lack of a history with Wemby played into the decision, so I get that. I understand. I hadn't thought about this at the time, but apparently because he was ejected so early in the game, the NBA may have looked at that and been like, he basically was suspended for half a game already. So, you know, I don't want to get too worked up about it because, look, I think the Wolves want to beat the Spurs fair and square, and you know, nobody wants to be like, well, you know, obviously, you know, they'll take it if Wemby's out, but it's like, you know, let's just, if we're going to beat them, let's do it with their best guys on the court. And as we've seen all season with this Wolves team, if your listeners haven't watched a ton of Timberwolves games, the Wolves play to their competition, and whatever you expect is going to happen is usually not what's going to happen. And so sure enough, the Wolves struggled more when Wemby left the game. Now, part of that is, you know, he leaves mid-game, and so your game plan changes on the fly. It's a completely different Spurs offensive attack. You attack the Spurs differently on the other end of the floor with no Wemby. And now it's right back to what you expected for the series. Obviously, Wemby's the top 6 player in the league, so, like, in theory, it should be easier without him. But with this Wolves team, I don't know that that's necessarily the case. But, yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I was surprised there wasn't, like, no suspension, but here's a $50,000 fine, and apparently there was no additional fine on top of what you already get for being ejected for a flagrant. So a little bit surprised, and it certainly, I think it can be a slippery slope here in the playoffs if they're going to allow certain physicality and then, you know, minimal punishments for retaliation. Like, I don't know, these teams, it's not to the level of Wolves Nuggets hatred, but I think things could get a little dicey here if the officials allow that to happen. So who knows? Maybe we get a lot of quick whistles in Game 5 and things don't get chippy.
I was not giving the Timberwolves much of a chance in this series before Game 1 because I didn't know how healthy Anthony Edwards was going to be. Now he's scoring what it was, 16 points in the fourth quarter, and it seems like, you know, he's going to be reliable at least for these next 3 games. So how do you think they're feeling about being in a series 2-2? Now it's best of 3. No, they don't have home court advantage, but clearly, like, they're frustrating Victor Wembanyama. They have things that are working for them.
Yeah, I think Ant's the biggest thing. I think you hit it on the head. Like, coming in, I did pick the Timberwolves in 7 because the Wolves did play the Spurs well in the regular season. They won 2 out of 3, and Wemby played in 2 of those 3 games. And the Spurs are incredible. And, like, I just kind of figured baked in Ant was going to get better over the course of the series because that's just how Anthony, like, he's a marvel when it comes to how he recovers from injury. And I don't know how his knee continues to improve. Well, he's still playing. He took, 9 days off after the initial bone bruise and hyperextension, and he already had runner's knee in the other knee. So he's got one knee with runner's knee that he's dealt with for 3 months. And the other knee, he's got this hyperextension and bone bruise that they initially said it was a multiple week injury. And yet he's progressively looked better and better. He played 25 minutes in the first 2 games of the series, came off the bench, played 40 each of the last 2. And now we're going from seeing 0 burst and 0 lift to, 5 to 7 times a game where you can tell he's decided, I'm going to go for this block. I'm going to elevate when I get to the rim. I'm going to, pull off the spin move at full speed. But he's also doing some crafty below the rim stuff, some crafty, like Luka Doncic-ish, for a guy who's not using athleticism, but being crafty with the ball, using different maneuvers, playing in the post a little bit. Like, some of that stuff you're seeing more of. And he's doing a little bit of both now. He's mixing in some of that athleticism. So I think that's the key. Like, if Ant continues to get better, the Wolves have a real chance to win 2 out of 3 in this series. If he, kind of levels off and has, a couple of bad games here or there or whatever, Wemby, to this point has still been the best player on the floor. He had the Game 3 performance was insane. The Wolves did a pretty good job defensively, but he just, there's only so much you can do to slow him down. And I think, Game 1, Wemby started out great, but then kind of was visibly exhausted by the end, and the Wolves are being physical with him. So I think that's the key. Increase the physicality as much as possible and hope that the moment becomes too big for an inexperienced team. And the Wolves have been to the conference finals 2 straight years, so they're no stranger to big games. And I think they're not going to be intimidated going into San Antonio. So just continue to be physical with Wemby. You're only going to be able to slow him down. You can't stop him. And then as long as it continues to improve physically, I think it gives him a shot.
Ben, obviously you're talking to an audience that understands the nuance of the game of Rudy Gobert, having watched it for so long. Sure. And Rudy was so good against the Nuggets. I hate to use the word dominant, but he was really, really good and did a great job against Jokic. I'm curious, on the big picture, how do the Wolves, the team, the fans, everybody, how do they feel about Rudy now that we're several years away from the trade?
Yeah. People love Rudy Gobert. He's a teammate's teammate. Like, the players love him, the fans love him. He plays hard all the time, genuinely cares. And you do really have to watch him every day. Like, I think nuance is a great word to understand just how impactful he is, really, especially at the defensive end of the court. And, and he's gotten, I know the numbers are down scoring wise, not that they were ever crazy, but I mean, he had some pretty decent, 14, 15, I think even a 16-point per game season in Utah. The volume is down and the scoring is down, but he's actually, I think, in the last couple of years started to look a little more confident with the ball in his hands offensively. And teammates have started to trust him. And there's, some guys on the team more than others who are really good at feeding him the ball around the basket. But I think the screen assist thing is real. Like, he's one of the NBA's best screeners. He's great at it. The defensive impact is real. Even if there's been moments where you wonder, like, hey, has he slowed down a half step? And then you realize, oh no, he's fine. I mean, like, what he did in the first round against Denver was crazy. You go back and look at how many minutes he played, playing against arguably the best player in the world, certainly the best offensive player of the last 3 to 5 years in the NBA, Nikola Jokic. And he was just straight up playing him one-on-one and playing 38 minutes a game and blocking his shot and just getting in his head. And it's just amazing. And a lot of it doesn't show up in the box score. I talked about this on today's Lockdown Wolf show as well, but he had some plays down the stretch defensively that were just, Wemby has a ton of these obviously as well, but, call them never mind. See, guys are driving to the rim and they're like, oh no, wait, Rudy's there. And then they back it back out. That doesn't show up in the box score, but that's the sort of thing where it completely changes the complexion of the opposing offense. And Wemby obviously has that same impact. And the Wolves are seeing that too. So it's funny seeing it on both ends of the floor. And obviously guarding Wemby one-on-one is just a losing proposition. And if Wemby plays within himself and gets the spot he wants to get to, he can have success regardless of who's guarding him. But Rudy's impact is undeniable, and I would defend that trade, like all day long. I think what the Wolves are trying to do is try to find a floor for their team, and Rudy Gobert is a walking top 10 defense. I think once in his career with Utah, he played, real minutes and was not on a team with a top 10 defense. Like, he's a walking top 10 defense. And there's a reason the Wolves did that trade, because he was a guy who had been there. He'd played in the playoffs. He raises the floor of the team. He knows how to be a professional. He takes care of his body. He tries to impart that on the younger Timberwolves players. And he's had a real impact on raising the floor of this team. And I think he's been great in the playoffs by and large, too. I mean, even last year, if the Wolves are fortunate enough to get past the Spurs and take on very likely OKC in the conference final again, Gobert's on-off numbers in that series against the Thunder last year were great. But for some reason, Chris Finch decided to try and play small against the Thunder, and I don't think played Rudy quite enough. So I'd be interested to see if that rematch happens, if Rudy does play more than he did last year in the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, Wolves fans love Rudy Gobert. He's a phenomenal player. He's a good guy, and he's a huge part of what this team has done the last few years.
The Timberwolves are 2 wins away from their 3rd straight conference finals. Is there a secret sauce beyond Anthony Edwards as a top 10 player in the NBA?
I mean, I would tell you Rudy Gobert is the other reason, right? Like Ant's a top, I think before the season I had Ant and Wemby 5-6 in the NBA in terms of the league's best players. I'd probably flip them now. I'd probably put Wemby a slot ahead of Ant. But, and I guess that was, that's not including Jason Tatum. Anyway, yeah, they're both top 6 players. And yeah, I think Ant's continuing to improve. I think the internal development of Jaden McDaniels, he would be the other one. Reportedly, you guys might remember back at the time of the Rudy trade, Utah reportedly wanted Jaden McDaniels, and the Wolves said, nope, we'll give you another pick instead of Jaden McDaniels, maybe even 2 other picks. We don't know, but that was the sticking point, was the compensation their picks or Jaden. And it took McDaniels a little bit. He's made 1 all-defensive second team. He should have been on it again this year. But I would say the development of McDaniels and Anthony Edwards, and to a lesser extent Naz Reid as well, who's also a homegrown guy, and then Rudy Gobert raising the floor of the entire team. And now Tim Connolly's done work around the edges, right? Like initially it was the Mike Conley trade, and then it was more recently the Ayo Dosunmu trade this year at the deadline. And, Kyle Anderson, free agent signing, and now he's back as kind of a fringe rotation guy. So Tim Connolly's an incredible executive, and it's Anthony Edwards, right? Like, he's the focal point, but the internal development of some of these other guys, and that all combined together makes this like a perennial contender. And every year people are like, they might get this, the 7th seed or whatever. And then of course the last couple of years they've been the 6th seed and gone, last year the conference finals, and this year at least the 2nd round. So the regular season success has been a little underwhelming, but by and large this team flips the switch in the playoffs, and that's a credit to Ant. It's a credit to Chris Finch, the head coach. And yeah, I don't know that I would say there's a secret sauce. I think it's finding the superstars, obviously the first hurdle, but then also those ancillary stars that will keep getting better along that same timeline. And so Jay McDaniels, Naz Reid being the two biggest ones, and then finding that professional other star like a Rudy Gobert. And obviously they've done it with Karl Anthony Towns, and then they did it with Julius Randle. They've been to a conference finals with each of those guys, and that's a whole other conversation. But you need that other secondary scorer, and the Wolves have found two guys that complement Ant's game really well, and it's worked out and hopefully continues to work out here in the final 3 games of the series against the Spurs.
What are the early returns on the new ownership group?
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. They passed their first test, which was getting Kevin Garnett back in the building. He was there for, I think, the regular season finale, and they're going to retire his jersey next year. It hasn't happened because of the feud between Garnett and the previous owner. It's crazy. The Celtics retired his jersey, 5 years ago or something, and 3 years ago. But he hasn't had it in Minnesota because of that. So that was the first thing. Now it's figuring out, there's arena talks down the road, there's media deals, all that stuff. But the biggest thing is Garnett, and then secondarily Tim Connolly, who I don't think has an opt-out this summer. But other teams, Dallas was reportedly interested in him before they hired Masai Ujiri. There's other teams that are going to be interested in Tim Connolly, but it's keeping him in Minnesota long-term. And they've shown that they're willing to do those things. They've shown that they're willing to be present, and they want to, push the right buttons, pull the right levers, and that's the biggest thing. Fans just want to see that commitment. Fans just want to see that they put their money where their mouth is, and the players seem to like them. So it's so far so good, and I think that there's a lot more coming in terms of down the road, some of the business side of things. But they've been willing. They were, even though they were minority owners at the time, they signed off on the Gobert trade. I mean, they were the ones that Mark Lowry and Alex Rodriguez pushed on the Gobert trade, and they signed off on it very quickly. Tim Connolly had only been on the job a couple of months, but they saw an opportunity to bring in an all-star center to complement a young superstar, and they went ahead and did that. So so far so good for those guys.
Well, Ben, thank you very much for a few minutes. We really appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the series. Should be a good one.
Great stuff, Ben.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Ben. Ben Beacon, Locked On Timberwolves, as that series is now tied up at 2 apiece.
His recognition of what Rudy does, which is just he sets a floor for who you are as a team, and he sets that floor so high because he's so good defensively that it allows your stars to be stars. It's allowed Anthony Edwards to do all the other things that he does well, in addition to being a good defensive player. It's really made life easier for everybody. It's why those guys have a ton of value, and it's why, as the Jazz are looking at Walker Kessler, Walker is not Rudy Gobert defensively, not even close. Rudy has a real argument to be the greatest defensive player of all time, certainly the most highly decorated. But having a guy who fixes those problems is the reason Boston didn't get out of the first round against Joel Embiid. It's why Indiana paid a top 5 pick to get Zubats. Having a real 5 on your team solves some problems, even if they're not the sexiest, position or player traditionally.
What do you think about the justification that Ben mentioned, and he just mentioned it coming from the league, that Wemby did not get suspended because of reputation?
I think that definitely happens.
Garbage.
Yeah, totally fair.
I just saw a tweet that said if Lou Dort would have done that, he would have gotten 20 years in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Wemby looked at Naz Reid, took his elbow, put it right into Naz Reid's chin with vengeance.
Yeah, could have really hurt him.
At least Karl Malone looked the other way.
And flailed while he did it.
What do I care if he... And by the way, should we tell Adam that his bodyguard beat up Britney Spears? Because this is not...
an isolated incident. I'm totally with you. Now, look, John Stockton probably could have gotten fined $100,000 for his dirty play throughout his career. Every former player says John Stockton was the single dirtiest player I've ever played against, but his reputation didn't allow him to be fined in that sense.
Ridiculous. That was not a dirty play. What Wemby did is not a dirty play.
Correct.
What Wemby did
You're right.
is a dangerous play.
Yes.
When Hakeem Olajuwon punched Billy Pultz, that was not a dirty play. When Zaza Pachulia slid under Kawhi Leonard, that was a dirty play. When the Clinic got wrapped up with Kevin Love, that was a dirty play.
I thought you were going to talk about when he speared
Jordan Poole.
when he speared in the back.
Jordan Poole. When he speared
that
Jordan
was just
Poole,
a dirty play, actually.
That was a dirty play.
Yeah.
What Wemby did was not a dirty play. What Wemby did was a violent act.
Mm-hmm.
To call it dirty is doing a disservice to the dirty players out there. that worked so hard to keep it on the down low. I don't understand how he was not suspended.
Not even getting a fine is surprising to me, for sure. $50,000? A, he's got the money. B, he deserved it.
He should be suspended, and the Spurs should lose.
Yeah.
You should learn a lesson for doing that. I think
that's totally
assault, brother.
Exactly.
I think that's totally fair.
Audio Vault's coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got emergency traffic northbound I-15 in South Salt Lake. A new crash about 2100 south, blocking all but 2 right lanes. Southbound I-15 delays from Murray to Draper. Northbound I-15 slow at the moment at the North Interchange and then at the construction zone in Roy. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit right now, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Question of the morning. How about the Jazz picking a number 2?
Get your guy and go from there. Have him be in a situation where he can develop at his pace. They're going to get a stud. I'm very confident of that. They will get a big-time player. I would not be shocked if A.J. Debonsa is in a Jazz uniform. The pathway is there.
It's clear what would have to be done. The exact price has to be negotiated. But Washington can move from 1 to 2. If the Jazz would end up with a 5th or 6th pick in the draft, we wouldn't have the same level of confidence.
This is an easy transition that they can get that. These are exciting times now for Jazz fans. I always felt that it had the potential to be a franchise-changing situation, and by getting the number 2 pick, it is a franchise-changing situation.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Don't miss the excitement of the crowd. The perfect ping of 300-yard drives. The sound of sinking a 15-foot putt. Shifting the leaderboard. Challenge is an understatement. Beautiful, bold, athletic. LPGA's next-gen stars vying for glory on a course that's as stunning as it is challenging. The Copper Rock Championships Epson Tour, May 14th through 16th. Come for the game. Stay for the journey. Copper Rock, born to be played.
If you're tired of scrambling to figure out dinner every night, you're not alone. Finding something that's quick, easy, and that your whole family will actually eat can feel like a challenge. That's why so many people turn to Beehive Meals for their classic, delicious slow cooker meals. And now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. Fresh prepped and delivered right to your door, these meals are ready to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or a regular skillet. Enjoy favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more. Everything is prepped for you, so there's no chopping, no measuring, and no extra prep. Just thaw, cook, and dinner is ready before you know it. With 8 meals in every box and multiple family sizes to choose from, it's easy to stock your freezer with meals that satisfy. Order online and have everything delivered right to your door, ready whenever you need a quick and easy dinner. Make dinner time easy and delicious with new flat top meals at beehivemeals.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. Jake and Ben on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The PGA Championship is this week. It's time for the Copper Rock Contest qualifier. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to assign you a golfer in the field this week. We'll assign the top 25 golfers, and then one listener will get the rest of the field. The winner of the tournament, if your player wins, you'll win a Copper Rock logo golf bag and a $100 gas gift card. It's brought to you by our friends at Copper Rock, where the pros play. Time for the Audio Vault, Ben. The best sound of the day. We have two coming out of the NBA world.
I apologize. I didn't do any of this job today. You did all this work, so I appreciate it.
Well, they both may suck. I honestly have no idea. I have not heard either one.
You found the source but didn't listen.
I did not listen.
Okay.
So the first, this is a distraught 76ers fan doing like a man on the street. Apparently this thing's short. That's why we picked two.
Okay.
But here's a lady talking about the Sixers after they got swept.
I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking. It really is.
Oh, I would love that for 2 minutes. But even for 8 seconds, that's amazing.
Wow.
Surprised they love Joel still?
No. Mm-mm.
I'm curious, is he the most frustrating player in the NBA, or is he the guy that you're just like, man, every time he's out there, he gives it his all, and it's done all this despite the injuries? Because like Jazz fans, now back in the news, had a real hard time with Carlos Boozer. Very hard time with Carlos because he was so rarely on the floor. And when he was on the floor, he was great. 2 All-Stars, won a gold medal while he was here.
Never the MVP, though.
Never the MVP, though.
And Joel was the answer of the process.
Yes.
And so I think the fans fell in love with the result of all that.
I think that's fair. However, Carlos Boozer did make a conference finals, at least, and Joel has not.
No. That's pretty funny.
But she was emotional.
She was sad.
Can we hear that again? Do we still have that? Oh, Christian's working.
I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking. It really is.
I also don't think this team did amazing. They had a great first-round series. That was a cool win. Beating Boston is like one of the ones that they can circle and be like, wow, nobody expected this to happen. It's fun. I get loving Tyrese Maxey. I get loving VJ Edgecombe. Does anyone like Paul George?
Well, no.
Got suspended for party drugs. 25 games left of the season.
Nobody's like Paul George since Indiana.
Right. So I don't know if you love him. You love Drummond.
Oh, I love Drummond.
Maybe that's it.
Love Drummond.
Should Philly turn the page on Joel?
Here's any advice I've got for Jazz fans that get upset after losses, which I realize that there are Jazz fans that get really upset after losses. If somebody comes up to you with a TV camera, keep moving.
Not for me, pal.
Keep moving. Just say, upset about this one?
Yeah.
Go find somebody else to put on TV.
Got a single tear in my eye.
All right.
Ready to go.
This next one.
I forgot Joel missed the first 2 years of his career.
Was it 2? I knew it was the first. It was at least the first one.
First 2 years. They didn't see him for 3 seasons. That's insane.
This is Mallory Edens. Ben, she is the infamous daughter of the Milwaukee Bucks owner.
Okay.
And
who's in the news?
And the Bucks got the 10th pick, and somebody went up to interview her. I don't know where this is from, but somebody went up to interview her, and this is what it sounded like.
What was it like being up there for you?
It was so fun. It was fun to be back.
And did you have maybe any anxieties or maybe being nervous about the balls dropping?
Not super nervous, just hopeful that we would jump up, but fun to be here.
And you said you did this previously, right?
Yeah, I did.
What was your guys' drawings that time versus this time? Did you fare better?
We did. We had the second pick overall that year. It was 2014.
Yeah, that was a good year for you guys.
Yeah, but we were a worse team that year, so give and take.
And for you, I guess in this whole process, is it cool? I guess being a part of the team in that aspect and kind of being a good lock charm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so proud of my dad. He has worked really hard to build what he's built in Milwaukee, and I love an opportunity to support him, and so grateful for the way that the fans in Milwaukee and the community in Wisconsin has welcomed me into their Bucks life, so I'm always happy for the opportunity to be a part of it.
And my final question is, do you see maybe in the future being more involved in the team, or are you going to stick to your career?
I don't know. I have 2 jobs right now, so I'm a little busy, but I love basketball. I'm a lifelong fan of the NBA, long before my family had any kind of official involvement, so I don't know, just happy to stay around the sport and love being a fan for the time being.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Nice
Have a good
to
one.
meet you.
Safe travels.
Oh, man, it said, the tag to this, that the interviewer may have been slightly nervous. He didn't sound that nervous.
No, and one-on-ones are kind of hard sometimes.
And she didn't have anything to say.
If you have 7 questions and someone's not giving you great answers. But have you been following what's happening with her father right now? Oh, this is the Jake story. I'm sorry, we'll have to move quickly. The billionaire owner of the Milwaukee Bucks was the target of an alleged blackmail scheme to steal half of his fortune. Changley Sophia Luo was charged with 4 counts, including blackmail and destruction of records, in an alleged extortion scheme involving Wesley Edens, this woman's father, who is also the majority owner of the Milwaukee Bucks, or a co-owner of the Milwaukee Bucks. Luo, or Lou, probably how you pronounce the name, 46, allegedly threatened to publicize videos and photos of him and her together. You know what they're doing. And threatened the NBA owner for months, even contacting the 60-year-old's family members, the outlet reported. So this report came out yesterday?
Wow.
Yeah, this report came out today. So they knew this was coming. She's on the stage because you can't have him on the stage because this is the honeypot situation.
He got caught in the honeypot. Wow.
She tried to get $1.2 billion out of him to not release the videos, and he said no, so she apparently has released all these videos.
Yeah, yikes. Hey, she aimed too high there.
Yeah, $1 billion seems like a stretch.
She aimed too high there. Anybody good at the honeypot knows you got to do something reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah. $500,000.
5 million.
Yeah.
$1 billion?
Yeah, $1 billion.
That guy's not. And by the way, somebody would notice. I was worth $4 billion. Now I'm worth $1 billion. What happened? Got caught in the honeypot, man.
Lou allegedly went on to contact Eden's girlfriend at the time, who's now his wife, and his ex-wife, with incriminating information regarding their relationship.
Don't watch the videos at work, dude.
I am sure your family and business partners will learn about you and your misdeeds from these interviews and will provide exposure that will taint your record forever, said Lou.
Dude, this is just another example. Keep your personal life buttoned up. If you've got a lot to lose, keep it buttoned up.
Okay, and this worked. This honeypot worked. Lou's lawyers reportedly said in a court filing that Edens initially agreed to a settlement of $6.5 million in order to avoid further publicity and attention. He paid her off. And then she wanted $1 billion because apparently 6.5 was just not enough.
Went back to the well. Dude, go find another...
Now she's going to jail for blackmail.
Yeah, go find another dude.
Dang. Anyways.
Okay. Well, the sound was less intriguing than I thought, but that story is great. Not for him.
No, very bad for the Edens family.
Not for her.
Rough couple of days. Oh, and you know what? We should get to another winner maybe in the next hour of somebody who won. Sneaky winner of the NBA draft yesterday, the draft lottery. We'll do that at 5:30.
All right, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I love Joel, and I hope he stays. I love the whole team. They did amazing, but it's just heartbreaking. It really is.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything super clearly. They gave me choices, never pushed anything I didn't need. I'm a client and I couldn't be happier. They could do the same for you. All you have to do is give them a call, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. You go through the same process I did. You sit down with them, and really, it's a get-to-know-you kind of sit-down, really, because they want to get to know you so they can customize a plan that is perfect for you. And another good thing is Trajan now, you can do estate and tax work through Trajan, so you have all your financial needs under one roof. It is so easy, so convenient, and they are so good at it. So 1-855-TRAJAN-1. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. The advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client-paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 and TrajanWealth.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Your new 2026 Mazda CX-5 has arrived at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, and we'll make your dollar go farther with $3,000 more on your trade-in when you buy your new Mazda CX-5. Plus, get financing for as low as 1.9% and free gas for a year. With all that from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you and your dollar will go farther than ever. Visit us in Sandy today.
APR OAC, 36 months at $29.04 per month for 1,000 financed. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now with Memorial Day just around the corner, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have two locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Utah's got the Big Five, but this week we're showing you the Mini Five. Hidden state parks flying under the radar.
Tonight, Edge of the Cedar State Park in Blanding.
The history of Native American peoples here in the Four Corners is just so beautiful. These are places for people to gather to work out issues of God and politics.
Watch KSL 5 News at 10 and you can win a guest card to hit the road yourself. The Mini 5, Utah's Hidden Gems, tonight on KSL 5 News at 10.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Try this combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest, and listen every Thursday afternoon to this show, Jake and Ben, for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Ben, it's time for the Live at 5, brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. The latest story at KSLSports.com was posted an hour ago. Ben, a nice write-up from our guy Steve Bartle. Headline, Morgan Scalley setting the tone for the new era of Utah football, so make sure and check that out. The biggest story of the day, however, of course, the Utah Jazz move up to number 2 in the NBA draft lottery, opening all sorts of doors for opportunity on who to pick.
Yeah, it's just a super valuable asset. And that's what it is at this point. It's not a player yet. It's a trade option. It's a guy you can draft at number 2 overall in a very good draft.
What percentage would you put it that they would trade it?
1%. It's low.
Well, then it's not a trade option.
No, it's an option. 1% is still an option. But it's, look.
10% is still an option.
If it was
1% is.
I think if the Jazz were at 5 or 6, I think there's a very real chance they would have traded this pick. Had they not acquired Jaren Jackson Jr. and were still sitting at 5 or 6, I think they would have almost been guaranteed to trade it to try and get a Jaren Jackson Jr. type of player. But they have Jaren Jackson Jr., and now they're at 2, which almost makes it, in a good draft, you're almost pressured into making the pick. Because you're right, we don't have a lot of examples of this happening. The last time this high got traded in this good of a draft was Andrew Wiggins.
For Kevin Love.
For Kevin Love.
When Cleveland re-signed LeBron for his second go-round.
Yes.
Let me be clear. I don't think the Jazz should trade the second pick. Go ahead and make it. Actually, the Jazz can take some risk because their team is largely put in place. So why not shoot for the moon and see if you can get a real dude? But, I mean, if they feel like they're in the Giannis sweepstakes, I guess.
It changes the level of player you're talking about, who you would acquire.
It would have to be somebody like that.
Yes, it would have to be a player in the top 10 conversation.
Like that?
Top 10 players in the NBA.
In the league, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't even think you're doing this for a Donovan Mitchell caliber player.
No.
Right.
No, why would you?
Because you're hoping to get somebody better than Donovan Mitchell, is the truth.
Well, the problem is that you have to pay Donovan Mitchell.
And that's also the problem.
You don't have to pay Darren
This
Peterson.
guy makes a lot, $13 million, but if he produces at an all-star level for the next 4 years, and he's capped out at $17 million, that's $20 million you're not spending, or $30 million you're not spending on an all-star caliber player that you can spend elsewhere.
He is a bargain for the next 7 years.
Correct, exactly right. Even on a rookie extension, if he hits, he's a deal.
He's still a deal.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Still a deal. No question about it. So
like the Vlasic pickle?
They're good.
They are good.
So that's the real advantage. And Ace Bailey, by the way, is in that same conversation.
They'd have to trade a big salary if they traded for Giannis, in all honesty. I don't know if they'd have to flip Lowry, but they'd have to. They can't have 3 max guys on the roster at the same time.
No, you're right. You probably either just put Lowry in the deal, which then that's a pretty hefty price. A number 2 pick and Lowry is a heavy price.
That's a no.
But maybe you do a sign and trade with Walker and the pick for Giannis, and then you trade Lowry elsewhere.
Well, you'd still have to trade Lowry. That doesn't solve the problem.
Correct.
Sign and trade Walker.
Right. Yeah, then you just have all these enormous contracts. No, you're exactly
You'd
right.
have to cut the rest of the team.
Correct. And next year when Keontae gets paid, you're really in trouble.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm with you. It's a headache. And actually, if we want to talk about some of the back-end value of this pick, regardless of who the Jazz take, if it's A.J. Debonsa, if he were to slide to 2, if it's Darren Peterson, or if it's Cam Boozer, which I'm not ruling out. I would promise you, keep an eye on that name. It's going to be one that gets talked about a whole lot. Whoever the Jazz take, if this player's good enough, it solves the Jazz's financial headache that they're going to run into 12 months from now, 24 months from now. If Darren Peterson's good enough and the Jazz feel like, well, good, he slides into 2, and then Ace is good enough to move to 3, you can trade Lowry. And then you get whatever the salary cap saving is and future draft picks. That's the solution there. If it's Cam Boozer, fine, you figure out what to do at 3, 4, 5. And where does he fit in and who do you trade to save that money? Or maybe Darren Peterson looks way more like a lead guard in the NBA than he did in college, and you don't pay Keontae George. And you pay him before he gets paid. Or you trade him before he gets paid. That's the other advantage here where, you hope the Jazz don't go cheap and say, oh, it's a great way to save $40 million. This is the time to spend and go overboard and have all these assets on your roster because you have some real depth, maybe the most depth the team has ever had. But it's a very valuable tool in that sense as well because, like you said, if this is the right guy, a real dude, he's a bargain for 7 straight years. Throughout his rookie contract and then on his second contract because the rookie max is nothing compared to what Jaylen Brown, who's about to sign a $70 million contract, gets compared to what...
Is he up for another deal?
I think he's going to get $70 million a year from now.
Is he really?
I think Devin Booker's hitting that $70 million mark soon. Shea's going to be at $68 million soon because they're getting out of their rookie deals. They're getting into that second and third deal that starts to pick up, and it's just so absurdly rich.
Wasn't it Brunson that turned down a deal so he could...
Yes, Brunson is taking the hometown discount.
Yeah.
But he's not a Supermax guy. Jaylen Brown is not Jaylen. He's under contract for another 3 years after this one.
Okay.
So he's 57 next year, 61 the year after, and 64.9 the year after that.
$60 million,
Not as much as Tatum. Tatum's 58.4 next year, 62.7 the year after, 67 the year after that, and here's where you've got the 70. He's got a player option for $71.5 million in 29-30.
Yeah.
Man, Tatum's guaranteed $242,486,496 over the next 4 years.
It's a hefty paycheck. Yeah. So, if you get the right guy, and he's capped out at only $45 million 7 years from now, or whatever that number is, it's a great payday for both the Jazz and for whoever the player.
Do you have any idea what the cap's going to be next year? Have we seen it?
150, 160.
And what's the tax?
200. So maybe it's actually higher, to closer to 160.
The Celtics are at 180 next year already.
Yeah.
184 the year after that. 185 the year after that. They've already have $185 million committed in 28-29.
Yeah, there's a reason they got rid of all their players last year. They did not want to face this repeater tax and the luxury tax and that's the word I'm looking for, aprons that you're going to run into.
The Celtics might be done.
Yeah, they might not be able to get back.
They might not be able to get back because this is a mess.
$165 million for 26-27.
Is the cap.
Is the cap, not the luxury tax, which is like $20 million higher.
Boston's got a lot of work to do. They've got 30 committed next year to Derek White, 11 to Sam Hauser, and then a bunch of Nemi's got a team option for 2-6, which I guess they would pick up because you're not going to do better than that somewhere else.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, honestly, had the Jazz fallen to like 4 or 5, I think Jaylen Brown would have been like a real conversation for both teams because you've got to get out.
They'd have to trade Lowry, too.
They would also have to trade Lowry.
Any of these trade for a max guy, you can't do a number 2 for Jaylen Brown. Not that they would.
Yeah.
Straight across.
But
you
like
have
6
to,
and Lowry for Jaylen Brown is a pretty interesting deal.
But
2
not
is pretty rich, in my opinion.
I wouldn't think so.
So I think along those lines, that's where maybe the conversation for the Jazz changes a little bit. But the most important part of this, not what the team looks like 3 or 4 years from now, though I guarantee you all the Jazz's capologists and everyone who's looking down the line of how much this is going to cost, we're thinking about that. The Jazz are adding the number 2 overall pick, and they have not had the number 2 overall pick since 1980 when they drafted Darrell Griffith and he won Rookie of the Year. So this is just an enormous boon for the Jazz. It's a big win, and for this to come on the very last day, essentially, of this 4-year rebuild, when we know this ends, and maybe it's officially on the draft itself coming up on June 23rd, but for this to be done and to get this player on the way out the door, I certainly think will change the way everybody views the rebuild, especially if this player hits. If this player does become a guy, top 2, top 3, maybe the number 1 player on the team, then you're really going to say, wow, that was worth it. Because the Jazz are set up extremely well. Jaren's awesome. Lowry's awesome. I think Ace is really good. I think Keontae's proving he can be really good. You get another guy out of this mix, in addition to the Walker Kesslers and the Bryce Sensabaugh and everybody else, not to write anybody off. It's a pretty full rebuild. It's a pretty robust roster you've put together.
Side note, the Celtics should trade Jason Tatum.
Just get out entirely.
Just move off him.
Look,
a lot of the Jazz are Donovan Mitchell, honestly.
It's why people said they should have done a skip year or whatever they were calling it. A
gap year?
A gap year. Go get the young player. Go get a top 5 pick because you get the roster flexibility after it. If you get the right guy, you can move on from one of these 2 and then start this process over. But you get 2 guys who are making $120 million combined. It's all but $40 million. You got to fill out 13 more spots with $40 million.
That's got to be one of the biggest incentives to keep that number 2 pick. They're not going to move on from that number 2 pick.
No.
They can't afford. I guess they could afford it, but it's not.
You can afford it for 2 years.
It's not the smart financial thing.
You can afford it for 24 months, not for 7 years. So, yeah, and these guys are getting out of their 6th and 7th year in the NBA, and now they get so absorbently expensive you can't keep them. By the way, OKC's going to run into this. This is what the NBA has done. And
let's look at their
may not be good or bad, but this is what the NBA has done. They have set teams up to do this, and you've got to start saying goodbye. It's why the Cleveland Cavaliers were probably at their absolute best last year and got a little bit worse this year and are going to get a little bit worse next year.
You've said that. It is a deterioration. Oh, you want to take a guess at how much money next year Oklahoma City has already committed?
And we said 165 is the
cap.
And I can't remember what the luxury tax is. I mean, they've got to be at 190, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 250 million, $100 million over. Yeah, $90 million over.
$150 million. Shea's making almost 41. Let's see here. Chet is making 41.5. Jalen Williams is making 41.5. Those 3 players. They have a team option on Hartenstein at 28.5. They have a team option on Lou Dort at 18.2. Dude, Lou Dort's going to be a free agent.
Yeah, they might get rid of Hartenstein and Lou Dort. Those are 2 of their 6 best players.
The Jazz should sign Lou Dort.
Yeah, I'll be curious how much money.
Hot take. The Jazz should sign Lou Dort immediately. Because there's no way they're going to pick up Evzoshin. $250, and if the luxury tax is at like $180?
It's crazy.
And just think about it, that's what they have to do. They've got Shea's on his 3rd contract, almost. He will be in 27, 28.
Yeah.
And then Chet and Jalen Williams are on max extensions. Man, they're all under contract through 30-31.
Which is a nice problem to have. You've got really good players under contract through 2031, but you're going to be so expensive you can't have the rest of your roster built out. And then not only is it, we're paying a luxury tax, the NBA starts to really hammer you on your ability to make future trades, have draft picks, etc. They really have made it difficult. They are trying to dissuade teams from being there.
Let's see.
Tax level is $201 million.
I was going to say. So they're already $50 million over the tax.
Yeah, the first apron is $209, and then the second apron is $222. And once you get over that second apron,
you can't do anything.
You can't take more money back than you're sending out. You can't aggregate salaries in any trade. It has to be 1 for 1. So it's really brutal.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, they could re-sign Lou Dort, but then what do you do with him?
Yeah, then you're stuck with him.
Or you could pick up the option, not re-sign, or pick up the option on Hartenstein, but then what are you going to do?
Yeah.
because that makes it extremely hard to trade players.
So getting young players, whoever the Jazz drafted
back to the point.
Keontae George still young, going to be on his rookie contract or his second deal, his first contract outside of his rookie deal.
It's tricky though because he's open for an extension this year though.
Yes.
Not the extension, to negotiate for the extension.
Yes, he could agree to it this year, lock in that price, and then it kicks in 27-28. But Walker's looking for his deal as well. Again, this gets difficult, but you're in a much better spot with the number 2 overall pick if they do hit.
I would think so.
Yeah, you end up in a spot where you have some flexibility of who to say goodbye to and how to trade them.
And again, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. I honestly don't think it needs to be a Hall of Famer that you draft a number 2. I don't know if Chet's a Hall of Famer, but you got to get a good player. You can't get an Anthony Bennett.
Correct. You can't whiff.
You can't whiff. You can't Michael Olakandi this thing.
No, it's got to be.
But it does not have to be Michael Jordan.
No, it has to be at least Keontae George.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's worse than that, I think you feel bad. If it's better than that, you feel really good.
And it seems like everybody thinks they're pretty safe to get at least that.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, stay tuned. We have more coming up next. Ben, how did you put that tease?
A sneaky winner from the
sneaky
NBA draft lottery.
Winner from the lotteries. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Emergency traffic on I-15 in Sandy. A crash on each side of the freeway slowing traffic around 90th South in Sandy. Northbound I-15 delays in Draper. Those are approaching 90th South in Sandy. More delays from Murray to the North Interchange and finally approaching Riverdale. The westbound 201 is also slow between I-15 to about 8,000 West. This summer, celebrate life's biggest moments at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Stunning event spaces, exceptional service, and unforgettable weddings begin at TSH Events. TSH Events. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tomorrow night, the Salt Lake Bees and the El Paso Chihuahuas open a 6-game series. You can listen to the game at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Same 2 teams again Wednesday at 6:30, plus Real Salt Lake hosts the Houston Dynamo. That game kicks off at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company's brand to Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day. Today was a good day.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. May 14th, check us out at Beehive Meals. They open their new production facility in Ogden. Tune in as Scotty G and the coach, not to mention Jake and Ben. Bring you all of the action of the great grand opening. I can't wait to get up there.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun.
Plus, you and I both like Ogden.
Love Ogden.
Maybe we'll have to tear up 35th Street while we're up there.
Let's do it.
25th Street, thank you. I always get that confused for some reason.
There's actually a really cool place right across the street from Beehive Meals, too.
Oh, yeah?
But, yeah, I'm very excited to go up there.
Let's go make it happen. All right, Ben, you had a tease. Sneaky winner from the lottery?
Yeah, because this guy could have easily been having the worst day on the planet today. That's the one and only Joe Dumars. Joe could have been the absolute face of the NBA today had the Atlanta Hawks moved up in the draft, which with their own pick plus the Milwaukee Bucks pick, their numbers were right about what the Jazz's odds were to move up into the top 4. It was about 40%. Jazz were at about 45%. But they actually fell a spot. Atlanta fell a spot with the pick from New Orleans. Remember last year's trade in the first round where they moved up 10 spots and gave up an unprotected first rounder in this year's draft. And that really could have backfired and been a top 4 pick. And again, what people are saying is a very good, maybe not generational, but very good draft. And
what
Joe
is
Dumars
it, 8?
They're 8.
It was still a disaster.
It's still a lot.
It's still a
disaster. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a great day for Joe Dumars.
They gave up the 8th pick to move up 10 spots to like the 12th pick.
But if we had not been talking about the Jazz, let's say the Jazz hadn't moved up and the Hawks did move up, we would have led the show with Joe Dumars deserves to be fired. And Joe Dumars is largely skating by today. He is not trending on Twitter. You're not seeing his name in a whole lot of places. So 8, maybe Atlanta still gets a good player. It's probably not a franchise changer. Now, maybe they do, but probably not a franchise changer. I bet you Joe Dumars slept pretty well last night, knowing that he didn't give up a top 4 pick. I bet you he felt pretty good about himself.
He's a crappy rebuilding team who would much rather have the 8th pick.
Absolutely.
Whether
No
moved
question.
into
No
fourth or
question.
not.
You're right. It's a good trade asset still.
And now Derek Queen has an unbelievable amount of pressure on him because he essentially has to perform for two players.
Correct.
Himself and this 8th pick.
Yeah, he has to be dynamite.
He has to be dynamite. What a stupid trade. I don't care if it didn't. I get what you're saying. And I'm sure Joe Dumars would rather trade the 8th pick as opposed to the 4th pick. But he'd rather have the 8th pick and not have Derek Queen. If you were Joe Dumars, would you rather not have Derek Queen or have the 8th pick?
Well, the nice thing is
have Derek Queen or have the 8th.
You also would have had whatever the other pick they traded up last year because
Right.
they also gave up a pick last year.
So again, two players.
Two players. I'd probably rather have this year's 8th pick.
Yes.
And last year's whatever 21st pick or whatever it was.
No offense to Derek Queen, who is okay.
Yeah, he's okay. We'll see if he turns out to be very good. I'm trying to see
Is
if I
he
can
good
find
enough to play two positions at the same time?
I was told that Joe Dumars, I think, has 4 years and $40 million left on his contract. So they're stuck with him either way. Like, he's not going to get fired, but he really could have been on, not the hot seat, but in some trouble yesterday had Atlanta won.
But see, this makes my point about if I were A.J. Debonsa, I would want to go anywhere but the Wizards. Like, how could you give Joe Dumars, who did some nice things in Detroit? He put together some nice rosters in Detroit. In fact, they won a title. But he was not roundly considered a great general manager by the end. And then he's been out of the business for 15 years?
A while. He was running the NBA's disciplinary faction for the front office.
So
he was disciplining the leagues, the players, I think.
You give that guy 4 years and $40 million?
Well, no, he has 4 years and 40 left. so he may have had 5 years and 50.
Listen, if you want to give that contract to Masai Ujiri, I get it.
Yeah.
Like if you're Dallas and you gave him that big deal to leave Toronto, or
Prime Jerry West.
Our guy Ben, what was his last name? Locked on Timberwolves. Beacon was talking about how Dallas was going after Tim Conley.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Roll out the Brinks truck for those dudes.
Yeah.
They're really good at what they do. They have a proven track record, very well-run franchises. In fact, in the case of Tim Conley, he took over a horribly run franchise and has turned it into a really functional franchise.
Yeah.
Joe Dumars has been picking his nose for a decade, and you gave him 5 years.
$550.
$50 million. That's why the Pelicans are the Pelicans.
Yes.
That's why the Pelicans are the Pelicans. The Wizards are the type of franchise that fire their coach to hire Scotty Brooks.
Yeah.
It's just, it pays to be a well-run franchise. And if you want to bring this back to the Jazz, you know, I shouldn't say A.J. Debonsa would rather go to the Jazz because they're a much more functional franchise. Ryan Smith has not really proven that quite yet. However, with that in mind, you don't hire the Ainges if you're dysfunctional. And to go back to Ryan Smith's point when he was on Pitt's show today, he said, hey, Danny Ainge swindles meddlesome owners. So I have to fight my instinct to be a meddlesome owner. That is a a correct point of view from an owner.
100%.
Where you go matters. And I feel bad for these players that are drafted into bad situations because it has a significant impact on their career. Alex Len should be a really good player.
Should be.
Right?
Yeah.
You haven't even heard what Alex Len has done the last couple of years because he's in Washington and it's a disaster.
No, I would be, yes, equally concerned where you can bet on your own talent, a la A.J. Debonsa, who has all the talent in the world, and you're not going to go to a spot that develops you. Not that you're going to a crappy location, not that you're going to a organization that doesn't win historically, but they might honestly like mishandle your development.
Yes, or your, heaven forbid, your treatment.
Yeah, right. So that is certainly the fear, no question about it.
So, I mean, if I'm A.J. Debonsa, I'm doing year number 2 at BYU. I'm not kidding.
I'm going back.
I'm going back. I'm considering it.
Yeah, that would be tough. But
no, I don't think that's going to happen. I'm joking. But I do. I think the Jazz will put a rookie into a really good situation where they do not have to be a star day one, but yet there's roles on the team where they can come in and develop right away. right? If the Jazz draft Aaron Peterson, he's going to come in and play 25 to 35 minutes a game no matter what. And he might not start, but he's going to have a key role in every opportunity to develop as a player under a pretty good developmental staff on a patient organization that's not going to do anything crazy.
And his people should get in his ear and say, look at the development with Keontae George. Look at Ace Bailey from the first game to the last game of the season. Look at how they unlocked Lauri Markkanen. Look at the success they've had. They have found some guys and been successful, and you can be confident in that versus, yes, the Washington Wizards or Sacramento Kings of all teams that have just absolutely failed to develop basically anybody meaningful. It's really tough. It's a really hard spot to be in. I get why players try and position themselves and agents try and position themselves to and away from certain organizations. Sometimes I think they do it for the wrong reason.
Well, the Kings are fine at developing Tyrese Haliburton. They just traded him before that could pay off.
Yeah, before they actually saw what they had there.
They picked De'Aaron Fox. It's everything you need to know.
But Jazz among the biggest winners.
I would guess they will do whoever they pick a service of giving them opportunity and developing them and not getting in their way. I don't think you can say the same thing about the Wizards. You know, I'm serious. If A.J. Debonsa goes to Washington, he's going to watch Trae Young play basketball for the foreseeable future.
Trae Young does not care that they are adding the number one pick to their roster.
Not one bit.
Yeah.
He froze out Jalen Johnson.
Right. And he's turned into a real star.
He's an all-star.
Left. Yeah. So, I mean, Nikhil, and now I know Nikhil wasn't there with Trae. I guess he was for a little bit, but yeah. Nikhil,
he was the reason they traded Trae.
Yeah, honestly. They were like, hey, this guy can really play. Clearing room can be helpful when you have the wrong player there. I do think the advantage for the Jazz is there's nobody on this roster that's going to be mad that the Jazz are adding the number 2 overall pick. That matters.
Oh, I think they will. Sure. They won't be open about it.
They're not, sure. And everyone's always worried about their job and touches. But I don't think anyone's going to openly withhold the ball from this player. Could be. I don't think that's really the personality of this team.
I don't think so either, but it has happened before. It has happened to the Jazz before.
In the last few years.
But you know what? I kind of like Will Hardy's play hard and pass or you're not going to play. I keep coming back to that because it does set a tone. Like he's going to be in charge and he's not afraid to. I mean, Colin Sexton and Hot Dog were the veterans on that team. Hot Dog! You're not going to play.
That's going to be the key for whoever the Jazz do draft is they are not going to be able to make it about themselves.
Yeah.
That does have to be understood when they come in because this is a really good team. This is good. This was going to be a good team regardless of where the Jazz were picking. And
that's
now
what
they
I'm
have
saying.
a chance to be a great team. Yeah, if this player hits his peak in 2, 3, not his peak, but gets to that unlocking potential level in year 2 and 3, they have a chance to be really good. But if that person comes in, and wants to be the star and wants to be the face of the franchise, that could be a problem.
I think they make the playoffs without this pick. We were talking to Sarah Todd earlier in the show, and I don't get this mentality. Not that, I mean, Sarah could easily be right. I'm not coming at her. But she was talking about how, they can get to the play-in. And, hey, I expect them to win a play-in game. I expect them to be in the dang playoffs, if not win a series.
I think they can definitely be in the playoffs. I think the Jazz are going to try and tamper some of those expectations, but
they're better than Houston today.
Yeah, they might be, especially if they trade.
They might be better than Denver today.
I'd give Denver the edge. But no, they're in that conversation. We don't know what the Lakers are going to look like next year.
Oh, they're better than the Lakers today for sure.
We don't have any idea what that team's going to look like. So, I mean, the Phoenix Suns made the 6th seed, right? Or maybe the Phoenix Suns had to win a play-in game.
They did. They're better than Phoenix.
They were 7. Minnesota was 6.
Minnesota was 6.
Lakers were 5. Houston was 4.
Yeah. Weird Western Conference. Minnesota. What a confusing team.
Underachieved in the regular season.
Yeah, because when they're awesome, they're awesome. But as Ben Beekman said,
Beekman?
Beacon? As Ben Beacon said.
I like Beekman better.
They play to the level of their competition.
I'll let him know.
Which is a flaw.
Have him change his name. Say, hey, dude, Ben. Beekman's way better.
I've got some tips.
The Beekman. Ben, the Beekman Beekham.
That's
Beekman.
Yusuf Nurkic.
Nurk's guy.
The Beak Man.
The Beak Man. All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got big delays northbound I-15 from Draper to 90th South due to a crash that is currently blocking multiple lanes. More slow traffic prior to these delays at the point of the mountain area and continuing northbound all the way to downtown and more slowing even into the Woods Cross area as well. Want to remind you about UTA. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. And listen, we love Beehive Meals. The food is so good, and we're so excited to be a part of their launching of a very new product. Ben, Flat Top Meals, fresh prepared meals designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. And the best part, of course, no chopping, no measuring, just thaw, cook, and you're ready to roll.
Yeah, I love it. It gives you the real homemade flavor and the homemade experience without having to do all the difficult work before you're actually getting to the cooking. Get it out, put it on your flat top, put it on your pan, whatever you have. Maybe you don't have a flat top. That's totally fine. You can still cook indoors in your kitchen with the delicious food. And that's not to say they've gone away from their subscription service with the crock pot, slow cooker meals. Those are still awesome as well.
And coming up on May 14th, we're going to be at their brand new production facility in Ogden. Super excited about that. But check out those flat top meals. The menu is so good. You've got to try it for yourself. Ready to make dinner easier and better? Order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth. I got to imagine it's really tough when you go, and then all of a sudden you just hit the brick wall and it just stops. How hard is that to wrap your brain around?
Well, I'm just getting out of bed from depression. Yeah, it's been hard to turn on the TV, and the only thing that's on there is hockey. It's definitely a punch in the face. It's a hard pill to swallow when you get knocked out. There's definitely a lot of motion inside you, and there's a lot of kind of evaluating going on and figuring out, hey, what was the turning moment in the series, and could we have done anything better? And you got to go through meeting with the players and, getting them on their way. And there's still a lot going on, but we do miss playing, Hopefully this time next year, we're going to be right in that fight.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do we need to declare a winner in the Zach Ebb conversation that I believe carried on last week? But we were talking to Carrie Hart, and we kind of didn't have room to play our call-ins. But Zach and Ebb, who are brothers, one lives in Ogden, one who lives in Ohio. Zach's a doctor, Ebb's an actor, going head-to-head over our favorite Captain Jack in honor of Quinn Snyder's new nickname. Do we have to declare a winner?
I don't think we do.
I do think we have to put an end to it.
I think we should.
You guys go ahead. I don't want their wrath.
I think we won. I'm not kidding. I think we won. They gave us a week's worth of call-ins,
of material,
which was A+, and I thought they both did a great job. So tip of the cap to both Zach and Ebb for filling it, basically an entire show for us in the aggregate.
We just 100% appreciate the call-ins, and our listeners are super creative, including those two.
Yeah.
And so that turned into a funny bit. So appreciate them weighing in. But really, anybody, download the KSL Sports app, go to the call-in feature, and if you hear something and you want to weigh in on it, make it happen. Really, the only rule is say this is for the Jake and Ben show, because we do want to include our friends from the future, the podcasters. We want to let them be able to weigh in at their leisure, which Zach and Ebb both are, I believe. And we don't want any of the other shows using it. We don't want Scotty and the coach using your A material. That's for our show.
Do you and your brother have like a running conversation?
No.
You have a thing like you talk about?
Not really.
Because apparently Zach and Ebb, they talk about our show, and that might be their only connection. My dad, my brother, and I have a text group called Car Talks. If we see cool cars in the wild, we just text pictures of cars to each other.
Mm-hmm.
We don't talk about other things, though. Like I talk to my dad. I'm sure my brother talks to my dad, but I don't talk to my brother.
Right.
Well, he lives in New York. So it's just like, I saw this car. And then he'll say, I saw this car. And we're like, great, we talk every day. So Zach and Ebb, they do that with our show. We're their car talk.
Did you see that there are other photos of Diana Rossini that have come out today? No, this is very relevant. She's kissing her husband on Mother's Day. And now the husband, who we don't know anything about, there's pictures of him going around.
Shake Shack?
Yeah, the Shake Shack guy. He's still with her. They're kissing in
Good
public
for him.
on Mother's Day.
Good for him.
Really?
You should stay with your disgraced wife who's lost her job because she cheated on you. That's a real man.
Wee, Mikey likey.
See, look. See?
Oh, good.
Look, see? They're kissing.
Oh, he's kind of a cool dude. He's got his hat on backwards.
What does that have to do with anything? She
Hard
is
to kiss
holding a
somebody
kid
with a brimmed hat on forward. Oh, she's also got the kid. Well, I'm glad they blurred the kid's face out. Is that Mike?
No, I don't know what the Mr. Rousini. I don't know.
No,
what
the
the
kid.
kid, Michael.
Oh, I don't know.
Was that little Mikey?
Does
You
he look
can't
like he's
see.
about 4?
It looks like a girl to me.
It
But
looks
I
like
can
it
only
looks about 4 to me.
I can only see the top of.
Still old enough to
their head.
hold.
Yeah. Let me ask you this: if you're in that guy's position, are you asking for a paternity test?
Yes.
Christian?
1,000%. I would have 3 weeks ago, bro.
That's got to be one of the most awkward conversations of all time. That's why people were like, you know what's less awkward? I'm going on Maury. Less awkward for me to have Maury ask you than for me to ask you outright.
Let me ask you this: if Angie came up to you today
Mm-hmm.
and said, "Ben, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about why, but we're going on Maury."
Would I go?
Would you go?
No.
No way.
No.
Lord knows what she'd be springing on you.
What's the best case? I am the father?
There isn't a best case.
We don't
Or
have
even
kids.
even not paternity. I mean, even
Sure.
I'm just thinking of salacious
Yeah,
TV
what's
show.
the best case for Maury? Is I've been hiding. The best case would be I'm hiding winning the lottery from my husband, and now I'm ready to tell you that we've won the lottery, not basketball lottery, actual financial lottery.
Right, which you would know about, but I get
I
your
would
point.
hope so. That would be okay. And even then, just tell me. I don't need Maury involved. I love Maury. Watched his compilation videos hundreds of times in my life, but no,
Ben, dear, I can't tell you why, but we're going on
we're
Maury.
going to L.A. or whatever.
We're going on Jerry Springer. Nope. What is there a modern Jerry Springer? Is there a show, a talk show, a sleazy talk show like Maury or Jerry Springer? Remember Sally Jesse Raphael?
There's got to be some sleazy podcast. And that's the problem. It's a podcast or it's a YouTube video now. It's like a YouTube station, YouTube channel.
Like the Joe Rogan podcast or something.
Yeah.
Is that what that is? I've never.
No,
that
it's
feels. I've never really listened to it honestly, but that feels more like at least celebrity or like the people have a reason for going on, not just because they married their cousin or something.
No, I don't think we have an outlet for that low level of trash. And I don't mean the people are trash. I mean the content is trash.
That's what I'm talking about.
Beautiful trash.
Beautiful trash, absolutely. But Maury was, or Springer, who took it to an extreme, a beautiful extreme, was just focusing on trash content, trash material.
Yeah.
That doesn't break through onto TV as easily now because the outlets are more appropriate for trash. But also, you're not organizing people coming on to talk about their relationship with their cousin or their mom's brother or whatever it is. That would be their uncle. So don't do that. Their mom's husband or whatever it is. I don't
That's
know
their
if we
dad.
have that. Mom's husband can be a stepfather as well. Hopefully that's not there either. Woody Allen.
Yeah, if my wife came to me and said we're going on this TV show, I'm going no.
No, thank you.
No. In
You
fact,
can.
what do you have to tell me?
You can.
Yeah, go right ahead.